Chapter 3760. A silver crystal core was worth 10 points, but the probability of it appearing was very low. He had only obtained one after killing a dozen quasi-emperor level wild beasts. It seemed like he could only obtain a golden crystal core by killing a divine emperor realm wild beast. How many people could kill a divine emperor realm wild beast? Lu Ming naturally wouldn't go out of his way to hunt a divine emperor realm wild beast. Lu Ming continued to hunt in the forest. As for Han Xiling, she was only a 6th-layer divine monarch. Even if her battle strength was comparable to a 7th-layer divine monarch, she wouldn't be of much help. Soon 3 days passed. Time was up. Lu Ming obtained a total of 100 black crystal cores and 5 silver crystal cores. His total score was 150 points. As for Han Xiling, she only obtained 2 pitiful black crystal cores. Looking at the 2 pitiful black crystal cores in her hands, Han Xiling's face flushed red. Buzz. At this moment there was a tremor in the space. A gush of energy acted on Lu Ming and Han Xiling. Once the time was up, the power of the array would send them out of this space. The space flashed, and in the next moment, Lu Ming and Han Xiling reappeared in the sky above the Alliance City's square. Looking around, he saw Han Feng, Qi Ping and the rest beside him. Han Feng, Qi Ping and the rest glanced at Lu Ming with disdain. "Let's go. Give the crystal cores to Sect Leader Wang." Han Feng took the lead and walked towards Sect Leader Wang. Sect Leader Wang quickly flew over. "How is it? How's the harvest?" Sect Leader Wang asked expectantly. "Not bad." After saying that, Han Feng waved his hand, and pieces of crystal cores flew out. A total of 360 black crystal cores and 6 silver crystal cores. Han Feng said. 360 black crystal cores and 6 silver crystal cores added up to 420 points. As for the golden crystal cores, it was impossible for Han Feng and the rest to obtain them. Only divine emperor realm wild beasts had them. Even the silver crystal cores were hard to obtain. For example, Han Feng and the rest. Han Feng's cultivation was at the quasi-emperor realm. However, he was a top-notch genius. His battle prowess was strong and he could kill ordinary quasi-emperors. In addition, the Sacred Heart race and the Purple-Eyed Golden Geese race had 3 9th-level divine lord prodigies in total. Their battle prowess could barely contend with a boundary emperor. As for the others, they could not do anything to the quasi-emperor. On average, a dozen quasi-emperor desolate beasts would only produce 1 silver crystal core. Hence, it was already not bad for them to obtain 6 silver crystal cores. So little? Sect Leader Wang's face darkened slightly. This was not the result he wanted. He knew that with Han Feng and Lu Ming's strength, it would not be difficult for them to kill quasi-emperors. There should be more than 6 silver crystal cores. What's going on? This result is already not bad. After all, I'm the only one who can really kill a quasi-emperor. To be able to obtain 6 silver crystal cores is already not bad. Seeing that Sect Leader Wang seemed a little unhappy, Han Feng's face darkened as he said coldly. "Only one person can kill a quasi-emperor?" Sect Leader Wang was stunned. Couldn't Lu Ming do it too? Could it be that Lu Ming did not make a move? Sect Leader Wang could not help but look at Lu Ming. Sect Leader Han Feng and the rest did not want me to go with Mu Yun. The 2 of us went alone. Han Xiling quickly explained. They did not want you to go alone. After Sect Leader Wang heard this, he could not help but feel angry. Lu Ming, who had such a strong battle prowess, was actually separated by Han Feng and went alone? No wonder they obtained so little. Damn it. If he had known this would happen, he would have told Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest about Lu Ming's true battle prowess and asked them to cooperate. The 2 of them are just a hindrance if they go with us. If they really went with us, we might not have obtained so many points. Han Feng continued. Finally, he said impatiently to Lu Ming and the rest, "All right, hand over the crystal cores you obtained. You have any? Maybe you didn't even get a single one." Black crystal cores were not that easy to obtain. One needed to kill large numbers of desolate beasts to obtain them. And the desolate beasts in the array world, the weakest were virtually all 6th-level divine lord. Lu Ming and Han Xiling, 1 5th-level divine lord and 1 6th-level divine lord respectively. Facing large numbers of desolate beasts, it was already not bad to be able to preserve their lives. Yet they still wanted to obtain crystal cores. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold smile, waiting to see Lu Ming make a fool of himself. Previously he did not let Lu Ming go with them. Wasn't it for this scene? "Mu Yun, how many crystal cores did you obtain? Still not handing them over? Don't worry with your cultivation, we won't have high hopes for you. Every point counts. Hurry up." Qi Ping also urged, impatient to see Lu Ming make a fool of himself so that he could mock him in public. "If you want to see, then look carefully," Lu Ming said nonchalantly. Then a storage ring appeared in his hand. "You really know how to pretend to be useful and still use a storage ring to store them? Making it seem like there are many pieces, Qi Ping ridiculed. In the next moment he shut his mouth. His eyes widened and his mouth opened wider and wider. Because pieces of black crystal cores flew out from Lu Ming's storage ring. A total of 102 pieces. Han Xiling's 2 pieces of black crystal cores were also placed together with Lu Ming. This, Qi Ping, Han Feng and the rest almost bit their tongues. How could Lu Ming obtain so many crystal cores? With his cultivation, how did he do it? They felt that their minds couldn't wrap around the turn of events. But in the next moment, their eyeballs almost popped out because 5 more crystal cores flew out from the storage ring. 5 silver crystal cores that were extremely dazzling. "Sect Master, the 2 of us only obtained 152 points. We have embarrassed the Fengdu Sword Sect." Lu Ming handed the crystal cores to Sect Master Wang and said. He purposely emphasized the words 2 of us. Han Feng's, Qi Ping's and the rest's faces turned red. Lu Ming and Han Xiling, one of them was a 5th-level Divine Lord while the other was a 6th-level Divine Lord. Both of them obtained 152 points. And the 14 of them, especially the 5 heavenly talents who came as external aids, the weakest cultivation was an 8th-level Divine Lord while Han Feng was a quasi-emperor. With so many of them they only obtained 420 points. In comparison, weren't they trash? Fire. Fury. Han Feng felt that the fury in his body was about to explode. Impossible, you're a 5th-level Divine Lord trash. How could you obtain so many crystal cores? And there are even 5 silver crystal cores. This is impossible. Han Feng growled as his eyes stared at Lu Ming. Of course, I obtained them from hunting desolate beasts. Otherwise, what do you think? Lu Ming casually glanced at Han Feng and said, "Obtain them from hunting desolate beasts? Nonsense, with your 5th-level Divine Lord cultivation, it's absolutely impossible." Han Feng's face was gloomy and filled with killing intent. He stared at Lu Ming and said, "Speak, how did you obtain them?" Chapter 3761. Frogs in a Well. Lu Ming said emotionlessly and ignored Han Feng. This simple sentence almost made Han Feng and Qi Ping explode with anger. If sect leader Wang and the other leaders were not here, they would have attacked Lu Ming and the rest. "Humph, do you really think that you got it by hunting the wild beasts? Who would believe that? Only fools would believe that. You must have gotten it by luck through some unknown means." In the end, Han Feng snorted. He would never believe that Lu Ming got it by hunting the wild beasts, especially the silver crystal core. He knew how hard it was to get a silver crystal core. On average, they had to kill more than a dozen boundary emperors to get 1 silver crystal core. More than a dozen of them had worked together and put in a lot of effort to get 6 silver crystal cores. Lu Ming and Han Xiling could get 5 silver crystal cores? Didn't that mean that Lu Ming and Han Xiling would be able to kill dozens of quasi-emperor level desolate beasts? That was impossible. Not to mention the Fengdu Sword Sect, even the Sacred Heart Tribe did not have such powerful supreme talents who could kill so many boundary emperors as level 5 or level 6 divine lords. Therefore this possibility could be ruled out. He reckoned that Lu Ming and Han Xiling were lucky. They had obtained so many star cores through a method that he did not understand. Alright, let's end this here. Take a rest and prepare for the second round of the competition. Sect leader Wang raised his hand and stopped Lu Ming and Han Feng from talking further. However, he was unhappy with Han Feng. If Han Feng and Lu Ming were to fight together, they would get more points. The Resource Alliance calculated the total points of the 2 rounds and ranked them according to the total points. The higher the total points, the higher the ranking. Of course, sect leader Wang was unhappy, but he did not show it on his face. After all, he still had to rely on Han Feng and the rest for the second round. Alright, leaders of the various forces, bring the crystal cores over for calculation. The sect leader of the great sect said. Sect leader Wang kept the crystal cores and went to do the calculation. The 18 forces took turns to take out the crystal cores. The first one was the Great Sky Sect. Everyone turned to look at one of the elders of the Great Sky Sect. The crystal core that the Great Sky Sect had obtained was with this elder. Everyone wanted to know how many crystal cores the Great Sky Sect could obtain. The elder of the Great Heaven Sect was expressionless. He waved his hand and many crystal cores flew out. A burst of dazzling golden light pierced everyone's eyes, causing their hearts to beat violently. A golden crystal core. The Great Sky Sect actually had a golden crystal core. Those who knew the inside story all knew what a golden crystal core represented. One had to kill a wild beast that was equivalent to the Divine Emperor realm in order to obtain the golden crystal core. Furthermore, he probably had to kill more than one to obtain it. This meant that there was someone from the Great Hong sect who could kill a Divine Emperor. The crowd could not help but think that the Great Sky sect had invited the supreme talent of the Ziying tribe, which was ranked 99th on the primitive tribe board. Obviously, this was done by the supreme talent of the Ziying tribe. The Great Sky sect definitely did not have such a powerful supreme talent. To be able to kill a Divine Emperor, this is terrifying. The Great Hong sect is in first place again. It's hard to say. I don't know if the other superpowers have invited such powerful reinforcements. However, based on the overall ranking, the Great Hong sect is indeed stronger. The crowd discussed fervently. Many of the young supreme talents turned pale and their faces turned solemn. They secretly decided that if they encountered the Ziying tribe in the second round of the competition, they would surrender immediately. Only a few forces had normal expressions on their faces. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was filled with fighting spirit. Initially, he was not interested in the Resource Alliance because he did not have an opponent who could make him take seriously. For example, Han Feng might seem powerful, but if Lu Ming went all out, he could easily defeat Han Feng. Although Han Feng was powerful, he was not powerful enough to fight against the Divine Emperor. But now Lu Ming was interested. Lu Ming was only a step away from the Divine Lord's sixth realm. If a powerful opponent gave him immense pressure, he might be able to stimulate his potential and make a breakthrough. Soon, the Great Hong sect's points were tabulated. A total of 1,200 points. The Fengdu Sword sect's points were less than half of the Great Hong sect's points. This made the other superpowers who wanted to fight for first place turn solemn. Then, the other superpowers started to tabulate their points. In the end, the Great Hong sect had the most points and was firmly in first place. The superpower in second place had 1,100 points, which was almost 100 points less than the Great Hong sect. The Fengdu Sword sect had exceeded the expectations of many superpowers. They were in 10th place in the first round of the competition, overtaking their old rival, the Black Blood Hall. Damn it. Some of the experts from the Black Blood Hall were unhappy. It's all right. We are still 50 points behind them. The first round of the competition depended more on luck. Perhaps they were lucky. But the second round will depend on strength. In the second round we will easily overtake them. A young man with a blood-colored horn on his head said in the Black Blood Hall. This person was the reinforcements that the Black Blood Hall had invited. He was a supreme talent from a powerful tribe. That's right. The second round will depend on you. The Hall Master of the Black Blood Hall smiled faintly. The young man with the blood-colored horn was called Wei Jin. He was a supreme talent from the Blood Ant tribe and was a boundary emperor. The Blood Ant tribe was ranked 566 on the primitive 10,000 tribes board and was much stronger than the Sacred Heart tribe. This time, the Hall Master had paid a huge price to invite Wei Jin. His goal was to be in the top 10 or even higher. The Hall Master was relieved when he thought of Wei Jin's strength. He had seen Wei Jin fight with his own eyes. Although Wei Jin was only a boundary emperor, he had fought with a first-layer God Emperor for more than 10 moves before he was at a disadvantage. Ordinary boundary emperors could only be killed by a Divine Emperor. A Divine Emperor could kill a large number of boundary emperors with a wave of his hand. Being able to block a Divine Emperor's attack without dying was already shocking enough, not to mention being in a disadvantageous position after exchanging more than 10 moves. With such combat strength, other than the supreme talent from the Ziying tribe that the Great Hong sect had invited, Wei Jin was almost invincible. Hence, the Hall Master was confident. Sect leader Wang flew back with a smile on his face. He was satisfied to be in the top 10 in the first round. However, he felt that it was a pity. If Lu Ming had teamed up with Han Feng in the first round, the Fengdu Sword sect would have gained more points. Alright, the points of the first round are out. Let's start the second round. The Great Hong sect leader announced. Then a group of experts flew out. This group of experts came from 18 different forces and each force participated in the second round to ensure fairness. These experts moved their hands and runes appeared one after another. In the next moment 18 battle stages gradually appeared in the sky. Chapter 3762. 18 huge fighting stages floated in the air. The fighting stages were huge and black in color. They looked like they were made of a strange metal. There were runes on them and they looked heavy as if they were indestructible. The rules of the second round are as follows. First, I will split the 18 forces into 18 fighting stages. There will be 16 people on each stage. These 16 people will take turns to fight. Everyone will fight with the other 15 people. Finally, the 4 people with the best results on each stage will advance to the next round. Those who advance will receive 100 points. Those who don't advance will receive no points. In the end, 72 people will advance to the next round of the 18 fighting stages. These 72 people will then fight one-on-one to determine the strongest 9 people. These 9 people will then take turns to fight each other to determine the final ranking. The Grand Patriarch continued to announce. No one was surprised. They already knew about this rule. This was the most classic fighting stage rule, and it was also the fairest. Many forces would use this rule for the competition. Lu Ming had seen many of these rules along the way. The more he fought, the more points he would receive. The 72 people who advanced to the next round would receive 100 points. After that, they would fight one-on-one and advance to the next round. The 36 people who advanced to the next round would receive 200 points. The 36 people who advanced to the next round would receive 300 points. The 18 people who advanced to the next round would receive 500 points. For a force, the more people who advanced to the next round, the more points they would receive. Once they were in the top 3, they would receive additional rewards. Hence, for a top-notch Sky Pride, the points they would receive would be shocking. Now, I will call out the names and assign you to your fighting stages. Number 1 Fighting Stage, Martial Arts University, Yao Lin. Number 2 Fighting Stage. Number 3 Fighting Stage, Mu Yun. The Grand Sky Sect Master read out a list of names and assigned everyone to the 18 fighting stages. Those whose names were called would head to the corresponding fighting stage. Lu Ming was assigned to number 3 fighting stage. Soon the assignment was completed. Lu Ming glanced around and knew what was going on. The 18 forces each had 16 people and they were assigned to 18 fighting stages. There were almost no repetitions. There would only be one person from the same force on each fighting stage. This was for fairness so that everyone could give it their all. Swish, swish. With a flash, a figure appeared on each of the fighting stages. These were the elders from the various factions, and they were here to act as judges. On the third platform was a green-haired middle-aged man. My name is Lu Feichuan, I'm the judge of the third platform. Next, I will arrange your battles. In this battle, there's only a winner and a loser, not a life-and-death battle. So if you feel that you can't win, it's best that you admit defeat as soon as possible. If you don't admit defeat and are killed or injured, you will have to bear the consequences. Lu Feichuan shouted. Understood. Lu Ming and the others replied. Alright, the first match, Mu Yun Zhongfei, come up. Lu Feichuan shouted. I'm the first one? Lu Ming was slightly taken aback, but it didn't matter. In any case, he had to fight with the other 15 people. It didn't matter if it was morning or night. He stepped out and landed on the battle stage. On the other side, a burly young man also landed on the fighting ring. His name was Zhongfei. Zhongfei swept his gaze over Lu Ming, revealing a hint of contempt at the corners of his mouth. 5th level Divine Lord? I advise you to admit defeat, lest you look for a beating. Zhongfei smiled casually as a powerful aura emanated from his body. 6th level Divine Lord, 1 level higher than Lu Ming. Although there was no lack of Heaven's Prides in this world who could jump levels to fight, he was a Heaven's Pride himself. Even if Lu Ming could jump levels, he couldn't surpass him. So when he saw that Lu Ming was only a 5th level Divine Lord, he was very relaxed. This sentence is what I want to say to you. If you admit defeat, you will be injured by me and affect the rest of the battle. Lu Ming said. Hehe, you're quite stubborn. I wonder if your strength is as strong as yours. Take this. Zhongfei shouted and stepped on the battle stage. His burly body rushed towards Lu Ming and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Wind God Kick. Lu Ming's mind stirred and he kicked out. There were at least dozens of leg-type secret arts fused in his feet. Once it was activated, it swept towards Zhongfei like a whirlwind. The speed was shockingly fast. Attacking later but arriving first. Bang. Lu Ming kicked Zhongfei in the face. Zhongfei screamed and flew backward at a speed faster than when he pounced on Lu Ming. He flew out of the fighting ring directly and fell to the square below. He landed heavily on the ground and vomited blood. Stunned. Zhongfei was completely dumbfounded. His head buzzed non-stop and his eyes turned white. Ah. The people on the third battle stage and some people who noticed this side were also somewhat stunned. They didn't expect that the outcome of the battle between the two was decided in an instant. Moreover, it was a 5th level Divine Lord who won. N. Sect Head Wang nodded his head. He wasn't surprised at Lu Ming's victory. And the sect that Zhongfei was in had an expert snorting coldly. He took a few more glances at Lu Ming and was somewhat displeased. The Heaven's Pride on the third battle stage couldn't help sizing up Lu Ming. Some people's eyes were solemn, some had indifferent expressions and some were disdainful. On the other battle stages, there were also a few people paying attention to this side. For example, Han Feng, Qi Ping and the others. They hated Lu Ming to the extreme. On their side, before it was their turn to fight, they noticed that Lu Ming was fighting on the third battle stage. They naturally looked over, wanting to see how Lu Ming was suppressed. They never expected that Lu Ming would defeat his opponent in one move. He has some strength. No wonder he's so arrogant. But that's all. He's just a 5th level Divine Lord after all. Han Feng snorted coldly in his heart. He was even more displeased when he didn't see Lu Ming being oppressed. Qi Ping also had the same feeling. There are a few people on the third battle stage who are very strong. Let's see how long this brat can be proud of himself. Qi Ping thought coldly in his heart. Mu Yun wins. Lu Feichuan also sized up Lu Ming a few more times before announcing Lu Ming's victory. Lu Ming left the battle stage and Lu Feichuan announced the next group's battle. The competition continued. On the third battle stage, there was only one person who attracted Lu Ming's attention. Because this person's cultivation was even stronger, reaching the Quasi-Emperor realm. He was a Heaven's Pride from a powerful race and was invited by a force as external aid. He easily dealt with his opponent in one move. As for the remaining people, the highest was only a 9th level Divine Lord. They didn't attract Lu Ming's interest. Soon 18 people in 9 groups finished their matches. Mu Yun, Chonghu, come on stage and fight. Lu Feichuan called out Lu Ming's name again. Lu Ming stepped onto the battle stage. At the same time, another youth also stepped onto the battle stage. This was a youth wearing wings. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, his body rapidly expanded and turned into his original form, a giant bird. No, it should be the primordial divine body. Chapter 3763. Chong Hu unleashed his primordial divine body and an ancient aura spread out. It was obvious that his primordial divine body was extremely powerful. 9th stage. Lu Ming sensed that Chong Hu's primordial divine body had already reached the 9th stage and he wasn't far from condensing the primordial divine blood. Of course, it wasn't that easy to take that step. It required talent and luck. Chong Hu's primordial divine body attracted many people's attention. What a powerful aura. 8th level Divine Lord. 8th level Divine Lord against a 5th level Divine Lord. There's no suspense. That person seems to be the external aid that the Black Blood Hall invited. Many people were discussing. The people from the Black Blood Hall sneered. Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the others below the battle stage were also paying attention. Previously, Han Feng and another youth from the Sacred Heart race had obtained victory in the other battle stages. The 3 purple-eyed golden geese had also obtained victory. However, Qi Ping was unlucky to have encountered an expert and was defeated. Therefore his expression was ugly. When he saw that Lu Ming had encountered an expert, he immediately sneered. Mu Yun is definitely going to admit defeat. I really hope that he doesn't. Qi Ping's eyes flickered with cold light. He really hoped that Lu Ming would be stupid and not admit defeat. Then Chonghu would kill him. Of course he knew that it was impossible. Facing such an opponent, how could Lu Ming not admit defeat? Who among you wants to admit defeat? The referee Lu Fei glanced at Lu Ming as he spoke. In his opinion, the difference between Lu Ming and Chonghu was too big. In the Divine Lord realm, the difference of 3 levels was like heaven and earth. Lu Ming couldn't possibly be Chonghu's opponent. He thought that Lu Ming would admit defeat. However, Lu Ming shook his head. Chonghu revealed a sinister smile. He was the external aid that the Black Blood Hall had paid a huge price to invite. He was paid to help them. The Black Blood Hall's Hall Master had told him that if he encountered someone from the Fengdu Sword sect during the competition, he shouldn't be merciful. He originally thought that Lu Ming would admit defeat, but he didn't expect that Lu Ming wouldn't admit defeat. That's even better. He would let Lu Ming know what regret was. He didn't admit defeat? Han Feng, Qi Ping and the others were stunned. Qi Ping was overjoyed. Haha, this kid is really foolish. Facing an 8th level Divine Lord, he actually didn't admit defeat. Really courting death. Qi Ping nearly laughed out loud. As for Han Feng, he snorted coldly. He's regretted that he couldn't kill him. Initially, he wanted to kill Lu Ming personally after this matter was over. However, it seemed that Lu Ming was simply courting death. He didn't need he himself. Lu Feichuan was also slightly surprised. However, he didn't say anything more. He said, since no one has admitted defeat, let's start the competition. Kill. Lu Feichuan's voice had just faded when Chuchuanqi pounced towards Lu Ming. Chuchuanqi transformed into the primordial divine body. He was a giant bird. Flapping his wings, he brought along a destructive gale as he pounced towards Lu Ming. His wings were like blades pressing towards Lu Ming. The horrifying power wanted to smash Lu Ming into smithereens. Facing this attack, Lu Ming's expression was the same as usual. Chuchuanqi's combat strength wasn't bad, but he was just a heaven's pride among 8th-level divine lords. Actually, back then in the dragon race's mother planet, some of the various races' heaven's pride that Lu Ming encountered already cultivated the primordial divine body to the 9th stage. Some even successfully condensed the primordial divine blood. These top races' top heaven's prides were actually not weak. Therefore, Chuchuanqi was just an ordinary heaven's pride in Lu Ming's eyes. Just as Chuanqi's wings were about to hit Lu Ming made his move. Swoosh. His palm was like a blade chopping out. Bang. Lu Ming's palm collided with Chuanqi's wings, erupting with an intense rumble. Following that, feathers swirled in the air. Chuanqi's massive body flew back, blood splattering everywhere. What? Anyone who was paying attention to this side could not help opening their eyes wide, revealing a look of disbelief. The one who was sent flying was actually not Lu Ming but Chuanqi. Furthermore, Chuanqi retreated with injuries. A 5th-level Divine Lord actually injured an 8th-level Divine Lord Heaven's Pride in one move in a head-on battle. How was this possible? The Black Blood Hall's people were stunned. Han Feng, Qi Ping and the rest were also stunned, unable to wrap their heads around the turn of events for a moment. Before everyone could react, Lu Ming dashed toward Chonghu to kill him. Kill. Lu Ming shouted and punched out. A terrifying fist force pierced through the void, directly piercing through Chuanqi's wings. Then Lu Ming grabbed with a backhand, grabbing Chuanqi's tail that rushed out, swinging him up and flinging him towards the ground. With an intense rumble, Chuanqi was smashed heavily onto the ground. Unable to maintain his primordial divine body form, he turned into an ordinary giant bird, twitching non-stop. Although Chuanqi did not die, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Many people who were watching this side were all in a daze. It ended just like that? He won just like that? A 5th-level Divine Lord defeated an 8th-level Divine Lord? Ha ha ha. Sect Head Wang was long mentally prepared, so he was the first to react. He laughed loudly, looking in the direction of Black Blood Hall with a smug look. Only then did everyone react. Black Blood Hall's Hall Master and the other experts of Black Blood Hall had ugly expressions. How is this possible? Qi Ping, Han Feng and the rest were dumbfounded, their eyes wide open. They had been mocking Lu Ming all along, looking down on Lu Ming. Especially Han Feng, a mere 5th-level Divine Lord, he did not place him in his sights at all. Previously he was still mocking Lu Ming non-stop. But Lu Ming used practical actions to viciously slap him a few times, making his expression extremely grim. Damn it! Han Feng shouted coldly in his heart, killing intent pervading in his heart. Lu Ming already became his must-kill target. Interesting. What powerful combat strength. At this moment, some of the top heaven's prides on the other battle stages also had their gazes drawn. After all, for a 5th-level Divine Lord to be able to defeat an 8th-level Divine Lord, it represented talent and combat strength. Although his cultivation was still low right now, once his cultivation rose up, it would be very terrifying. It already aroused their attention. This battle, Mu Yin wins. Lu Feichuan came to his senses and announced Lu Ming's victory. Just like this, Lu Ming obtained 2 consecutive victories. Lu Ming left the battle stage calmly, but it was different from before. Many people's gazes were sweeping over him. One could imagine that the next time he fought, he would attract even more gazes. After Lu Ming left the battle stage, his gaze was also sizing up the other battle stages. Each battle stage had extremely powerful heaven's prides on it. There was at least one quasi-emperor. Some battle stages even had more. These people's strengths were very powerful. When others encountered them, virtually all of them admitted defeat. The competition carried out one after another. Very soon, it was Lu Ming's turn to fight again. But the opponent this time was just a 6th-level Divine Lord. The moment he saw Lu Ming, he directly admitted defeat. Chapter 3764. The competition carried out one match after another. The following 7 matches in a row, Lu Ming did not encounter 2 powerful opponents. The one with the highest cultivation was also an 8th-level Divine Lord. After seeing that it was Lu Ming, he hesitated over and over again and finally still admitted defeat. Just like this, Lu Ming obtained 10 consecutive victories. Lu Ming was only 2 steps away from advancing to the 3rd platform. As long as he obtained 12 victories, he would be able to lock in the group's 4th place and qualify to advance. Once he advanced, the corresponding faction could obtain 100 points. The way everyone saw it, a 5th-level Divine Lord being able to advance was simply inconceivable. But the truth was that Lu Ming was already close. Humph, next it's all experts. It won't be that easy for him to want to win. Han Feng and Qi Ping both snorted coldly in their hearts. Because next, the experts that Lu Ming encountered would all be 9th-level Divine Lord Heavens Chosen. These Heavens Chosen were virtually all foreign aid Heavens Chosen invited by various major factions, their strength formidable. Sure enough, in the 11th match, Lu Ming encountered a 9th-level Divine Lord existence. Your strength is very strong, exceeding my expectations. But it's impossible for you to be my match. Opposite Lu Ming, a tall and thin youth looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Flames continuously spread out from his body. This youth came from the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo clan. Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo, a kind of plant life, ranked 4,567 on the Primeval 10,000 Races proclamation. How would you know without fighting? Make your move. Lu Ming's expression was very calm. Begin. Lu Feichuan announced. Whoosh. The moment Lu Feichuan's voice faded, the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo Heavens Chosen made his move. His tall and thin body was akin to a long sword emitting flames, slashing over toward Lu Ming. Scorching flames enveloped toward Lu Ming. In a blink of an eye, the scorching flames arrived in front of Lu Ming. Swoosh. Lu Ming hacked a palm out. The flames that surged over were split into 2 like flowing water. Clank. Lu Ming's palm collided with the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent's palm. There was a loud explosion as if 2 divine weapons had collided. Then a figure retreated rapidly. The one who retreated was the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo prodigy. Many people gasped. Lu Ming could actually still occupy the upper hand in the confrontation with the Blazing Flame Heavenly Bamboo Heavens Chosen. Was this still a 5th-level Divine Lord cultivation? This was too monstrous. The Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent retreated 1,000 meters. His hands trembled slightly, and his expression was extremely grave. In that move just now, he was completely at a disadvantage. Amazing. Again. The flaming Heavenly Bamboo prodigy shouted and dashed toward Lu Ming once again. In the process of dashing out, his body changed rapidly and turned into a fiery red bamboo. This was the true body of the flaming Heavenly Bamboo. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the fiery red bamboo leaves were like incomparably sharp swords as they stabbed towards Lu Ming. The space was pierced and a pitch-black hole appeared. At the same time, the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's true body was like a divine sword that was filled with flames as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Open. Lu Ming roared. His finger was like a sword as he swung it out. Suddenly, dense sword chi appeared and blocked all the bamboo leaves. Since Lu Ming was pretending to be a disciple of the Fengdu sword sect, he naturally had to act more realistically. The bamboo leaves were blocked, but the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's true body had already arrived. A sword chi appeared on Lu Ming's finger as he swung the sword upwards. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 of them exchanged more than 10 moves in the blink of an eye. To be honest, the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent was very strong. No matter if it was his physique secret technique, divine power, or origin secret technique, they had all reached an extremely profound level. Although he was a 9th-level Divine Lord, it was not too difficult for him to kill an ordinary Boundary Emperor. Lu Ming did not activate the battle character formula and did not use the taboo energy at full force. Hence, he could not kill his opponent instantly. However, the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent was no match for him. After the 2 of them exchanged more than 10 moves, the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent retreated to the edge of the fighting ring. His body trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Impressive. Really impressive. I have never seen a 5th-level Divine Lord with such combat strength in my life. I have lost this battle. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. The Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent exclaimed. After saying that, he left the fighting ring and admitted defeat. Although he had only exchanged more than 10 moves with Lu Ming, he was very clear that Lu Ming's combat strength was unfathomable. He was no match for Lu Ming at all. He even had a feeling that Lu Ming did not use his full strength at all. If he used his full strength, he might be able to contend with those Boundary Emperors. This was simply unbelievable. How is this possible? How is this possible? Since when did Feng City Sword Sect have such an outstanding talent? Qi Ping kept roaring in his heart. The muscles on his face were distorted. In the past, he had always been the #1 outstanding talent in Feng City Sword Sect. Previously, he looked down on Lu Ming and placed the position of the #1 outstanding talent high. However, compared to Lu Ming, he was nothing. With Lu Ming's combat strength, he could probably defeat him with just a casual move. What kind of bullshit #1 outstanding talent was he? If that was the case, wouldn't his previous actions be especially ridiculous? In the future, he would be a joke in the eyes of the Feng City Sword Sect's disciples. He simply could not accept it. As for Han Feng, the murderous intent in his eyes became even more intense. This guy, Han Feng muttered. He even felt a trace of pressure from Lu Ming. Although he still had the confidence to suppress Lu Ming, if Lu Ming was a little stronger and his cultivation level increased a little, he would not be able to suppress him anymore. I must finish him off as soon as possible. Han Feng thought in his heart. Following the Raging Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent admitting defeat, Lu Ming already had 11 consecutive victories. He was just a step away from qualifying. In many people's eyes, Lu Ming qualifying was something that was set in stone. On the third fighting platform, those who did not fight with Lu Ming were a quasi-royal prodigy and 3 9th-level Divine Lord prodigies. Since Lu Ming could defeat the Raging Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent, then he should have a high chance of winning against the remaining 3 9th-level Divine Lord prodigies. At the very least, it was definitely not a problem to obtain another victory. The competition continued. After one round, it was Lu Ming's turn again. This time, his opponent was a 9th-level Divine Lord prodigy. This prodigy's strength was very strong. However, he was at most at the standard of the Raging Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent. After exchanging a few moves with Lu Ming, he knew that he was not Lu Ming's match and simply admitted defeat. On the third fighting platform there was that quasi-royal prodigy and also Lu Ming, this dark horse. This way there were only 2 qualifying spots left. If they wanted to qualify, the difficulty was very high. Hence, they might as well admit defeat and preserve their strength to fight with other opponents with similar strength. Previously, the Raging Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent also had this plan. This way, Lu Ming had already obtained 12 victories. Even if he lost the next 3 consecutive matches, he had already locked in the qualification. Chapter 3765. The competition continued and there were many exciting fights. There were also exciting fights on the other 17 fighting stages. As for those unfathomable geniuses, they had a much easier time than Lu Ming and had a complete victory. However, there were also a few fighting stages that had intense fights. There were more than one quasi-royal genius on some of the fighting stages. These quasi-royal geniuses met each other in advance and there were exciting fights. Finally, there were differences in strength even among those of the same cultivation level. There was a young man in a green robe on one of the fighting stages that caught everyone's attention. The young man's combat strength was extremely strong. He won against a quasi-royal genius of the same cultivation level as him. His opponent was also a powerful genius. However, he was unable to fight back against the young man in the green robe. The difference in strength was obvious. Someone recognized that the young man in the green robe was from the Storm tribe, which was ranked 333 on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. He was another genius who could fight for the championship. Everyone thought that he could fight against the Ziying tribe's genius that the Great Sect had invited. Although the Ziying tribe was ranked 99 in the top 100 tribes, their overall talent was strong. However, that didn't mean that there weren't any geniuses who could fight against the Ziying tribe. Races that were ranked at the top only meant that their overall strength and overall talent were stronger. However, weaker races would also give birth to some terrifying geniuses who could trample those stronger races' geniuses underfoot. In history, there were many terrifying geniuses from small tribes that weren't even on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. Their names shook the universe and they could even defeat the geniuses from the top 10 tribes. There were many such geniuses in every era. Everyone thought that the genius from the Storm tribe could kill an ordinary divine emperor. He is indeed unfathomable, Lu Ming muttered. Even he felt pressured when facing such a person. Now that he had unleashed his full strength and used the battle formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times and the gravity orb, he could only fight a first-layer divine emperor to a draw. During this period of time he had cultivated some secret skills. However, his strength had only increased by a little. It would be difficult to defeat him, let alone kill him. Unless Qiuqiu was included. However, he couldn't borrow Qiuqiu's power in a competition like this. After all, Qiuqiu was a different kind of creature. If he borrowed Qiuqiu's power, it would be 2 against 1. Naturally he wouldn't allow it. However, this made Lu Ming's fighting spirit even stronger. Perhaps he might be able to tap into the other party's strength to stimulate his potential and achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. The competition was carried out one by one. Soon it was Lu Ming's turn again. Muyun against wall pass. Lu Fei's voice rang out. His words caused the hearts of those who were paying attention to the third platform to tremble. Then they revealed looks of anticipation. There was no other reason. Guan Lianbi was the only quasi-emperor on the third towering platform. He was extremely powerful and had swept his way through just like Lu Ming, undefeated. Previously, everyone thought that on the third platform Lu Ming was only second to Guan Lianbi. They had long been looking forward to the battle between the two of them. Muyun is finally facing Guan Lianbi. Who do you think will win? It should be Guan Lianbi. Muyun is only a 5th-level divine lord after all, while Guan Lianbi is a quasi-emperor. The difference is too great. However, these people's tone was also filled with uncertainty. They didn't say that Lu Ming would definitely lose. Because Lu Ming had created too many records before. In the beginning he defeated a 6th-level divine lord prodigy. Then he defeated a 7th-level divine lord, an 8th-level divine lord, and even a 9th-level divine lord prodigy was defeated by Lu Ming. They already couldn't figure out Lu Ming. They felt that Lu Ming was shrouded in a layer of fog. Swoosh, swoosh. Lu Ming and Guan Lianbi appeared on the platform at the same time. Guan Lianbi was very tall and sturdy. He wore a set of heavy armor and stood there like an impenetrable wall. In reality he was a prodigy from the Iron Wall race. A 5th-level divine lord with your combat strength? I've only seen it in the top 10 races. But I know that you haven't used your full strength yet. Come, fight with me and help me comprehend the Tao of the Divine Emperor. Guan Lianbi opened his mouth, his voice deep like thunder. He actually wanted to borrow Lu Ming's strength to help him comprehend the Tao of the Divine Emperor. It happened to coincide with Lu Ming's goal. I believe I won't disappoint you, Lu Ming said. Looks like none of you want to admit defeat. Then let's begin. Lu Feichuan announced. Bang, bang. Guan Lianbi stepped forward. The speed of his steps wasn't fast, but they were as heavy as a mountain. With each step the platform would emit a violent rumble. With each step he took his body would swell up a little. After a few steps his body became a lot bigger and his aura also became a lot stronger. He was accumulating power. When he accumulated power to the peak, it would also be the peak of his combat strength. If it were other people they would definitely make a move and interrupt Guan Lianbi's accumulation. But Lu Ming didn't. He stood there quietly, waiting for Guan Lianbi's accumulation to reach the peak. But the people by the side started to discuss. What's going on? Mu Yun actually didn't make a move and interrupt Guan Lianbi's accumulation. Looks like Lu Ming is waiting for Guan Lianbi's accumulation to reach the peak. What strong confidence. The crowd wasn't a fool and easily saw through Lu Ming's goal. Lu Ming was actually taking the initiative to wait for Guan Lianbi's accumulation. Unless he was a fool, it meant that he had strong confidence in himself. Among them the most nervous were Han Feng and Qi Ping. The two of them clenched their fists tightly together. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at Lu Ming, hoping that Lu Ming would be defeated. Finally, when Guan Lianbi took 9 steps and accumulated power to the peak, Lu Ming made a move. Lu Ming took a light step forward. His body was like a phantom as he dashed toward the Guan Lianbi and threw a punch. Come on. Guan Lianbi shouted and punched out as well. Boom. Their fists collided, causing the space to explode. A pitch-black space appeared. The sky shook violently like a drum. Then the two figures retreated more than 10 steps before they could stabilize their footing. The two of them retreated at the same time. Is this the strength of a quasi-emperor level genius? It's really strong, definitely not comparable to an ordinary quasi-emperor level genius. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This quasi-emperor level genius from the list of 10,000 races of the ancient desolate era had extremely strong combat strength. It was far from what an ordinary quasi-emperor level genius could compare to. Lu Ming could kill an ordinary quasi-emperor level genius with a casual move. But just now he was evenly matched with Guan Lianbi. Of course this was because Lu Ming didn't use his full strength. He didn't use the battle character art or the gravity pearl. Even so, it still shocked the crowd. Chapter 3766. Everyone's heart thumped a few times. Lu Ming actually blocked Guan Lianbi's attack. Moreover, it was when Guan Lianbi had accumulated his strength to the peak. This was too unbelievable. One must know that Lu Ming was only a 5th-level divine lord. Damn it. How is this possible? Han Feng, Qi Ping and the rest widened their eyes at the same time. Especially Qi Ping, his face was pale. Lu Ming was too terrifying. The key was that Lu Ming was a disciple of the Fengdu sword sect. He had treated Lu Ming like that previously. How would Lu Ming treat him in the future? When he thought of Lu Ming taking revenge on him in the future, he broke out in cold sweat. I hope he will be beaten to death in this competition. Qi Ping prayed in his heart. Guan Lianbi let out a breath. The light in his eyes shot out 3 zhang. To be honest, he was also shocked. At the same time, he was excited. Powerful, really powerful. Come again. Guan Lianbi hollered. He stomped his feet and dashed toward Lu Ming. His fist was emitting a dazzling radiance. It had doubled in size. The huge iron fist was attacking Lu Ming like a storm. Better use the sword. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Since he was pretending to be a disciple of the Fengdu sword sect, he had to act more realistically. He clenched his fists in the air and used the sword-type secret technique in his cells. A sword light appeared and was held in Lu Ming's hands. Swoosh. Lu Ming brandished the sword light and slashed at Guan Lianbi. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them clashed continuously. Energy overflowed. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. The two of them retreated and charged towards each other again. After more than 10 moves, there was still no clear victor. Divine Iron Battle Armor. Guan Lianbi roared. A battle armor appeared on his body. The battle armor emitted a dazzling radiance, making Guan Lianbi's aura even stronger. He pushed his combat strength to the limit. Origin Source Secret Technique. I have severed 3 shackles. Lu Ming thought to himself. Evidently, Guan Lianbi's secret origin technique had severed 3 shackles. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so powerful. Battle Formula Activate. Lu Ming finally triggered the battle formula. However, it didn't trigger 5 times combat strength but 2 times. This was just a competition, not a life and death battle. There was no need for him to use his full strength to defeat Guan Lianbi. It was better to keep some trump cards hidden. But even with 2 times his combat strength, Lu Ming's aura had still soared. His strength had greatly increased, causing everyone's hearts to fiercely tremble. Whoosh! The sword light in Lu Ming's hand soared and slashed at Guan Lianbi's fist. This time, Guan Lianbi's body shook violently as he retreated continuously. However, Lu Ming did not retreat this time. Lu Ming had the upper hand. Swish, swish, swish. After Lu Ming gained the upper hand, his attacks were like a storm. The sword light overlapped and slashed at Guan Lianbi one after another. Guan Lianbi roared and used all his strength to resist. However, he couldn't stop Lu Ming at all. Every time they clashed, he had to retreat. Clang. Some of the sword light slashed at Guan Lianbi's body, but it actually produced clanging sounds and sparks. It couldn't break through Guan Lianbi's defense at all. His defense is really thick. Lu Ming muttered. Guan Lianbi was from the Iron Wall race. He was best at defense and his defense was extremely strong. In other aspects, he wasn't strong enough. However, Lu Ming didn't need to break through his defense at all. Lu Ming only needed to force Guan Lianbi off the stage and that was enough. Lu Ming concentrated his strength. He didn't want to break through Guan Lianbi's defense, but only used his strength to directly attack. Guan Lianbi was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. He wanted to rush out, but his speed wasn't enough. This made him extremely sullen. Soon, Guan Lianbi was about to retreat to the edge of the stage. Stop, I don't want to fight anymore, I don't want to fight anymore, I admit defeat. Guan Lianbi shouted and directly admitted defeat. If they continued to fight, he would be blasted off the stage by Lu Ming. As soon as Guan Lianbi admitted defeat, Lu Ming flew back and restrained his aura. The sword light in his hand also dissipated. Mu Yun, I admit that your combat strength is really strong and unbelievable. However, if the two of us fight to the death, I may not lose to you. Guan Lianbi said. He took the initiative to admit defeat, but he was still somewhat unwilling. His defense was strong enough. If it was a life and death battle, he could rely on his powerful defense to resist Lu Ming's attack. When Lu Ming's divine power was exhausted and his attacks weakened, he could counterattack and perhaps defeat Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled slightly and didn't refute. With the strength he had just used, it was true that he couldn't break through Guan Lianbi's defense. It was indeed as Guan Lianbi thought. However, he didn't use his full strength at all. He only activated the battle formula to double his combat strength. If he activated the battle formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times, he could instantly tear through Guan Lianbi's defense. Mu Yun wins this battle. Lu Feichuan announced. The scene was in an uproar. This result was really out of everyone's expectations. Obviously, after Lu Ming defeated Guan Lianbi on the 3rd stage, he was invincible. It was very likely that he would advance as the first in the group. No one had expected this beforehand. Qi Ping's face was pale. Han Feng's face was extremely gloomy. Of course, the experts of the Black Blood Hall were also gloomy. Sect leader Wan, on the other hand, burst into laughter. He felt that his decision to invite Lu Ming was too wise. After this battle, Lu Ming won 13 consecutive battles. The competition continued. Next, the scene gradually became clear. It was also clear whether the participants on each stage could advance or not. In the next two battles, Lu Ming's opponents directly surrendered. They clearly saw the strength that Lu Ming had displayed in the battle with Guan Lianbi. They also knew that they weren't Lu Ming's match. If they didn't surrender, would they be looking for trouble? Just like that, Lu Ming won 15 consecutive battles and became the first in the third stage. After a while, the battles on the other stages also ended. The number of participants from each force was also tabulated. Some people were happy while others were sad. There were 18 forces and 72 participants. On average, each force would be allocated 4 participants. However, in reality, it was naturally impossible for each force to have 4 participants. There were strong and weak forces. For example, there were 7 Sky Prides from the Great Sect who had qualified. And the weakest force only had 1 pitiful genius. Unless the only prodigy in this faction had heaven-defying strength and could achieve consecutive victories, this faction would most likely be at the bottom. The leader of this force had an extremely ugly expression. If their results were at the bottom, they would definitely be the weakest when the resources were allocated. For a long time in the future, they would not have good resources and their strength would get worse. This would form a vicious cycle. This time the Fengdu Sword Sect had 3 people who had advanced. Their results were not satisfactory and could only be considered as barely passable. These 3 people were Lu Ming, Han Feng, and a supreme talent from the purple-eyed golden geese called Yanzi. Chapter 3767. 3 people from the Feng City Sword Sect obtained 300 points. In addition to the 500 points they obtained in the first round, they had a total of 800 points. This result could only be considered average among the 18 forces. The strongest force, the Great Sky Sect, had a total of 900 points and was firmly in first place. In second place was the Lingfeng family with a total of 1,700 points. The Sky Pride from the Stormwind tribe was the external help that the Lingfeng family had invited. The third place had a total of 1,600 points, which was double the points of the Feng City Sword Sect. However, it was still early and nothing was known yet. Because the next round would be the battles between the 72 Sky Prides. As long as one was in the top 36, they would obtain 200 points. The next round would be a huge change in the points. At this moment, Qi Ping, Han Feng, and the rest gathered together and glanced coldly at Lu Ming from time to time. Brother Han Mu Yun is too monstrous. If you meet him in the next round, do you have the confidence to deal with him? Qi Ping asked softly. Han Feng's face darkened. He pondered for a while and said, looking at the strength he displayed in the battle with Guan Lianbi, I will definitely kill him if he meets me. Han Feng said in a low voice and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Although Lu Ming was strong, he had a special method and was confident that he could kill Lu Ming. That's good. It would be great if that kid meets Brother Han in the next round. Qi Ping said as he prayed in his heart. He was really afraid. With Lu Ming's strength he would definitely not let him go if he was alive. Qi Ping's life in the Feng City Sword Sect would definitely be tough. In the past he was awe-inspiring and could do whatever he wanted. He would never return to those days. He couldn't accept it. Condense. At this moment, the judges from the 18 forces shouted at the same time. They formed seals with their hands and runes filled the air. Then the 18 stages started to gather together and formed an even bigger stage. Alright, the 72 people will continue with the competition. The rules are simple. The 72 of you will draw lots. Whoever you draw will fight in pairs. The sect leader of the Great Sky Sect announced. This was a classic 2-man arena battle. Of course, it also required a bit of luck. If one's luck was bad and they were matched against an expert they couldn't defeat, then they could only blame it on their bad luck. Next, the Great Sky Grand Hierarch divided the 72 people into 2 groups. Each group had 36 people. Then, the Great Sky Grand Hierarch carved the names of the 36 people on bamboo sticks. Then he placed the bamboo sticks into a metal box. The surface of the metal box was engraved with runes that could isolate spiritual sense, preventing people from peeking at the names inside with their spiritual sense and preventing cheating. I've engraved the names of the people on your side. Those who haven't engraved their names, come and draw lots. The Great Sky Sect leader waved his hand and the metal box flew out and floated in the air. He then instructed a group of people to go up and draw lots. Whoever's name was drawn would be the one to fight. I'll go first. A purple-robed young man stepped out. Those whose names were engraved immediately became nervous. This was because this person was the peerless sky pride that the great sect had invited from the Ziying tribe. His strength was unfathomable and he was a strong contender for first place. No one wanted to be drawn by him. Even if there were other sky prides who were as strong as him, now was not the time for the final battle. If they were defeated, they would not be able to earn many points. Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, the sky pride of the Ziying tribe took out a bamboo stick from the metal box. Ansu. The young man from the Ziying tribe said slowly. The face of the young man called Ansu instantly turned pale. How unlucky. Ansu sighed inwardly. Come, let's fight. The sky pride of the Ziying tribe stepped onto the fighting ring with a heroic spirit. I admit defeat. Ansu admitted defeat directly. There was no need for him to fight. He was only a 9th-level divine lord. The difference between him and the sky pride of the Ziying tribe was too great. Even if he gave it his all, he would not stand a chance. Moreover, there were no rules that forbade him from killing his opponent. If the sky pride of the Ziying tribe wanted to kill him, he would be wronged. Hence, he admitted defeat. In this way, the sky pride of the Ziying tribe easily won the battle and entered the 36th place. This gave the Great Sky Sect another 200 points. The Great Sky Sect's points exceeded 2,000 points. I'll do it. At this moment, another young man stepped forward. The crowd was shocked. This person was the sky pride of the Stormwind tribe. He was also someone who had the ability to fight for first place. He had also drawn a 9th-level divine lord. That person also admitted defeat. Next, the sky prides went up one by one to draw lots. Under normal circumstances, as long as the difference between the two parties was not too great, they would choose to fight. This was because this was the elimination round and not the group stage. If they lost, they still had a chance. Once they lost in the elimination round, they would not have a chance. Intense battles took place one after another. Of course, many people would admit defeat decisively once they were no match for their opponents. After all, they were only hired external help. They just had to try their best. There was no need to risk their lives. Soon half of the 36 battles were over. Mu Yun. At this moment, a young man drew a bamboo stick and called out Mu Yun's name. The young man did not look too good. He knew about Lu Ming's combat strength. However, he was only a 9th-level divine lord. If he encountered Lu Ming, he would be in danger. Swoosh. Lu Ming was very decisive. He took a step out and landed on the battle stage. That young man gritted his teeth and also landed on the battle stage. Brother Mu, your strength really makes me admire. I want to exchange a few moves with Brother Mu. How about we stop when it's appropriate? The young man said. Many people smiled knowingly. Very clearly, this person was wary of Lu Ming's strength, but did not wish to give up like this. He wanted to give it a try. Hence, he said this to leave a way out for himself. Of course. Lu Ming said with a smile. He had no enmity with the other party. As long as he won, it was enough. There was no need to shout and kill. Whoosh. That young man moved, charging toward Lu Ming like a streak of divine light. His speed was very fast. Clearly, this person was adept at speed. His offensive power was also very strong. His attacks were like a storm, endless, making it impossible to guard against. This was also the reason why he wanted to give it a try. Even though stronger than him in a head-on clash would be defeated by him if careless. However, he was destined to miscalculate when facing Lu Ming. Swoosh, swoosh. Sword light appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He instantly slashed out 1,000 swords, filling the sky with sword light. The sword light that filled the sky enveloped the other party. The other party's attack was instantly broken. His figure retreated explosively, retreating all the way to the edge of the battle stage before stopping. There were already 2 additional sword wounds on his body, fresh blood flowing. It really won't work. The young man secretly shook his head. Then he cupped his fists and said, Brother Mu is indeed formidable. I admire you. Done talking, he turned around and left the battle stage, taking the initiative to admit defeat. Chapter 3768. In this way, Lu Ming also won and entered the 36th place. He had obtained 200 points for the Fengdu sword sect. The competition continued. Han Feng and Yanzi also took turns to fight. Han Feng's strength was very strong. He defeated his opponent without much effort. However, Yanzi was not that strong. He encountered a quasi-emperor level genius and was defeated by him. Not long after, the 36 matches came to an end. 2 people from the Fengdu sword sect entered the 36th place and had accumulated 1,200 points. 5 people from the Great Heaven sect entered the 36th place and they were still in the lead with 2,900 points. The most miserable one was the one who had only one person qualified. In this round, only one person had been eliminated. In this way, this sect was destined to be at the bottom. At the end of this round, the Fengdu sword sect was ranked 10th among the 18 sections. The Black Blood Hall was slightly better at 9th place. Next, the 36 people who won would compete to determine the 18th place. Those who entered the 18th place would each obtain 300 points. The rules were the same as before. The Great Heaven sect leader divided the 36 people into 2 groups. One group would carve their names on bamboo sticks and put them into the metal box. The other group would draw lots. Whoever was drawn would fight with that group. This time Lu Ming was still the one who drew lots. The prodigy of the Ziying race and the prodigy of the Stormwind race, the 2 seeded contestants, had also drawn lots. Alright, let's start drawing lots. The Great Heaven sect leader announced. The 18 people who drew lots looked at each other. For a moment, no one stepped forward. The 2 powerful demons from the Ziying tribe and Stormwind tribe were in the same group. If they were drawn, they would vomit blood. Let me do it. At this moment, a figure walked up. Han Feng. The first person to draw lots was Han Feng. He walked to the front of the metal box and reached in to pull out a bamboo stick. He looked at the name on the bamboo stick and was slightly stunned. Then he revealed a playful smile as well as a wisp of ice-cold killing intent. Who did he draw? Many people were curious. Han Feng looked toward Lu Ming and revealed the name on the bamboo stick in his hand. Mu Yun. Han Feng slowly spat out a name. It's Cloud Herder. In the plentiful city sword sects area, Qi Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. Qi Ping was very clear that Han Feng wanted to kill Lu Ming. As long as Lu Ming dared to fight Han Feng, then Han Feng would be able to kill Lu Ming. As for the fact that both of them were from the plentiful city sword sect, if the 2 of them met, it would be disadvantageous for the sect. He did not care what did it have to do with him. As long as Lu Ming was dead, everything would be fine. After Lu Ming was dead, the Fengdu sword sect would still be his world. He would still be the number 1 person in the sect and he could get whatever he wanted. Damn it, how did this happen? Sect leader Wang's face was extremely dark. The other elders of the Fengdu sword sect were the same. From their point of view, they didn't want Lu Ming and Han Feng to meet. When the 2 of them met, one of them would be eliminated without even fighting. This was extremely disadvantageous to the Fengdu sword sect. Of course, the benefits were not useless. One of them was destined to enter the top 18 and obtain 300 points. However, sect leader Wang and the other's ambition was not limited to that. He still wanted Lu Ming and Han Feng to enter the top 18. My luck is not bad. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Han Feng had been targeting him, showing his killing intent to him without restraint. Lu Ming also wanted to eliminate Han Feng. However, he did not have the chance. Now the chance was here. If he eliminated Han Feng in a fair and square battle, the Sacred Heart tribe behind him would be embarrassed to say anything. The premise was that Han Feng would not admit defeat before the battle even started. I didn't expect you to pick me. Lu Ming spoke and his gaze fell on Han Feng. My luck has always been good. Han Feng said with a cold gaze. Around them, people from other forces, especially those from the Black Blood Hall, looked at Lu Ming and Han Feng as if they were watching a good show. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Lu Ming and Han Feng had a conflict. It was interesting that people from the same force had a conflict in such a competition and met each other. Sect leader Wang also had a headache. He was really afraid that Lu Ming and Han Feng would both be injured, which would affect the rest of the competition. However, he could not suppress the 2 of them. One was a peerless genius with an unknown background, while the other was a top genius from the primitive 10,000 tribes board. Neither of them cared about him. Sect leader Wang felt that it was too difficult for him. Is that so? Come on then. Lu Ming stepped forward and came to the fighting ring. Han Feng also moved and appeared on the fighting ring, facing Lu Ming from afar. It's not too late to admit defeat. Later when we fight, death and injury are inevitable. Han Feng hurriedly said, trying to provoke Lu Ming so that Lu Ming would not admit defeat easily. Brother, why did you steal my line? Lu Ming really wanted to say that to Han Feng. That was because he wanted to provoke Han Feng with these words so that Han Feng would not admit defeat easily. He did not expect Han Feng to speak first. However, this was also good. Lu Ming could retaliate. I admit defeat? That's not going to happen. I'm more afraid that you will admit defeat before we even fight. Lu Ming said calmly. Haha, me admit defeat? You are really naive. If I admit defeat, Han Feng laughed. If I admit defeat, I will destroy my own cultivation. After being provoked by Lu Ming, Han Feng could not help but blurt it out. Alright, it's a deal. Lu Ming quickly agreed. Han Feng was stunned and he could not help but feel regretful. Especially when he saw Lu Ming's expression, he could not help but feel uneasy. Could it be that Lu Ming could really defeat him? No way. How can this brat defeat me? Han Feng shook his head and threw the unrealistic thoughts out of his mind. Let's begin. The sect leader of the Great Grand Sect announced the start of the competition. Boom. As soon as the Grand Sky Sect leader finished his words, a dazzling radiance erupted from Han Feng's body and a dazzling sword light appeared. That was his origin source secret skill. Heart-slaying sword. Han Feng shouted and a sword light pierced towards Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He used his fingers as a sword and a sword light burst out from his fingers as he slashed towards Han Feng. How dare you take my heart-slaying sword head-on? You are courting death. Great. When Han Feng saw Lu Ming's sword slashing towards him, he was not surprised. Instead he was elated. His heart-slaying sword was not an ordinary sword attack. It could directly strike the enemy's heart and destroy it. Boom. When Lu Ming and Han Feng's attack collided, sword chi spread in all directions. All of a sudden, Lu Ming sensed a strange energy from Han Feng's sword gleam. It dashed into his body and headed straight for his heart. Poof. Lu Ming's heart was pierced by the sword light and a hole was formed. When one's cultivation reached the Divine King or Divine Lord realm, even if their physical body was shattered, as long as their soul was not destroyed, they could still recover. However, it did not mean that there was no impact at all. For example, the heart. Chapter 3769. The heart was the center of one's chi and blood, and the internal organs were all vital points. Even a divine lord or divine emperor would be greatly affected in a short period of time. Their combat strength would be weakened, their chi and blood would be insufficient, and it would be difficult for them to use their divine power. Therefore, many experts would be weakened once they were injured. Han Feng's heart-slaying sword specialized in attacking the heart. The heart-slaying sword chi exploded and went straight for the heart. Once it hit the opponent's heart, the opponent's strength would be greatly weakened in an instant. Unfortunately, he met Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not have any vital points at the moment. Every cell in his body was the center, the core. Therefore, Lu Ming was not affected at all when his heart was pierced by the heart-slaying sword chi. However, Han Feng did not know this at all. He thought that Lu Ming was greatly affected, and his face revealed a ferocious expression. Go to hell. Han Feng roared and the sword light became stronger. He became one with the sword and slashed at Lu Ming. He wanted to take the opportunity to cut Lu Ming in half. However, at this moment, Lu Ming revealed a strange sneer. He threw a punch at Han Feng's sword gleam. The moment he punched, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. In an instant, Lu Ming activated the Battle Character Sutra to triple his combat strength. 3 times the combat power was more than enough. Boom. Lu Ming's fist collided with Han Feng's sword light. At the moment of impact, Han Feng's expression changed. The ferocious expression at the beginning turned to shock, and then to disbelief and fear. Then Han Feng's sword light collapsed. Under the force of Lu Ming's fist, it was extinguished like a candle flame. Then Lu Ming's fist landed on Han Feng's nose. Crack. Han Feng's nose was broken and his whole face caved in. Of course, his head did not explode because Lu Ming showed mercy. Han Feng let out a shrill scream and retreated rapidly. However, Lu Ming grabbed one of Han Feng's arms and swung him up. Han Feng was thrown to the ground heavily. He was like a toad that had been smashed to the ground, making strange sounds. Cracking sounds came from his body. That was the sound of bones breaking. Han Feng's attack power was similar to Guan Lianbi's. His ultimate move was the heart-slaying sword. With the punishing heart sword, even those who were stronger than him would often be defeated by him. Although Guan Lianbi's defense was amazing, if he fought Han Feng, Guan Lianbi, and it would be a crushing defeat. This was why Han Feng was so confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. Indeed, if Lu Ming was an ordinary prodigy, his combat ability would be greatly reduced after his heart was pierced. He might really be killed by Han Feng. However, there was no if. At this moment, Han Feng finally came to his senses and wanted to admit defeat. But before the words left his mouth, he stopped. He remembered what he said before. Once he admitted defeat, he would cripple his own cultivation. If a cultivator crippled his own cultivation, what would he be left with? He would be worse than trash. This was something he could not accept. Damn it, I've been tricked. Han Feng roared in his heart. He knew that he had been tricked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming seemed to know that he would defeat him, so he provoked Han Feng not to admit defeat. Previously he wanted to provoke Lu Ming not to admit defeat. Now that he thought about it, how ridiculous was that? The surrounding audience was also stunned. They were a little confused. Wasn't Han Feng defeated a little too quickly? You're a big shot after all. How could you be defeated so easily? They felt like they were in a dream. Even sect leader Wang Han Xiling and the others who were very confident in Lu Ming felt that it was a little unreal. Yes, they knew that Lu Ming was strong and could easily defeat and kill quasi-emperors. However, Han Feng could do the same. Therefore, they always thought that no matter how strong Lu Ming was, he would only be at Han Feng's level. They never expected that Han Feng would be so weak in front of Lu Ming. Han Feng is being countered. Han Feng's heart-punishing sword specializes in attacking the heart. His heart-punishing sword Qi clearly hit Mu Yun, but Mu Yun is completely fine. Clearly, Mu Yun has some kind of treasure that can protect his heart. Or perhaps, his heart is special so he is unaffected. That's right. It's not that Han Feng is weak, but that Mu Yun restrained him. The big shots of several forces saw something fishy and pointed it out. Everyone was enlightened. So that's why. Bang. At this moment, Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. He stepped out and stepped on Han Feng's face. Han Feng screamed as one side of his face caved in. The current Han Feng was too horrible to look at. His face was beyond recognition. Even if his mother was here, she would not be able to recognize him. Lu Ming did not kill Han Feng. He was still a little worried. Of course, he was not worried about his own safety. If he was alone, he would have killed Han Feng in one move. At most, he would just leave. However, he was pretending to be a disciple of the Feng City Sword Sect. He needed the help of the Feng City Sword Sect to participate in the selection of the heavenly soldiers in the Heavenly Palace. As for Han Feng, sect leader Wang had paid a huge price to invite him from the Sacred Heart Tribe. If he was killed by a disciple of the Feng City Sword Sect, the Sacred Heart Tribe would definitely find trouble with the Feng City Sword Sect. With the strength of the Sacred Heart Tribe, it would not be too difficult to destroy the Feng City Sword Sect. At that time, sect leader Wang would definitely not protect him and would hand him over. This was not what Lu Ming wanted to see. Therefore, Lu Ming did not intend to kill Han Feng. He just wanted to torture him. After being tortured by someone of the same generation, the Sacred Heart Tribe would not stand up for him no matter how shameless they were. That would be too shameful. Mu Yun, stop. Han Feng has been defeated. Another young man from the Sacred Heart Tribe shouted. Defeated? Why didn't I know he was defeated? Did he rush down the fighting stage? Or did he admit defeat? Lu Ming's indifferent voice resounded. You. The young man from the Sacred Heart Tribe was furious and said, Han Feng is already injured and unable to fight. If he is not defeated, then what is? That's hard to say. This might be Han Feng's tactic. He purposely pretended to be weak and then looked for an opportunity to counterattack. Otherwise, why didn't he admit defeat? Lu Ming clenched the word, admit defeat. Han Feng wanted to roar at the sky. Admit defeat, admit defeat, admit defeat my ass. If I did not say that I would cripple my own cultivation, I would have admitted defeat long ago, okay? The young man from the Sacred Heart Tribe almost bit his own tongue. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Admit defeat? How could he admit defeat? Bang. Lu Ming continued to attack and kicked Han Feng's face again. This time, Han Feng didn't even have the strength to scream. This is a personal grudge between me and Han Feng. It is a competition between the younger generation. Lu Ming added loudly. He was afraid that the Sacred Heart Tribe would settle the score with the Feng City Sword Sect. If he said it out loud, everyone would know. The Sacred Heart Tribe would not be able to find trouble with the Feng City Sword Sect. Chapter 3770. At that moment, Han Feng had already cursed in his heart. He swore to himself that he would make sure that Lu Ming died without a burial ground. In the end, he was brutally beaten up by Lu Ming again. When Han Feng was on the verge of death, Lu Ming kicked him out of the fighting ring. Another youth from the Sacred Heart Tribe quickly caught Han Feng and treated his injuries. Mu Yun is so vengeful. Many Sky Prides thought to themselves. It was better not to provoke Mu Yun. Of course, there were a few Sky Prides who had strong battle intent in their eyes, such as the Sky Prides from the Ziying Tribe and the Stormwind Tribe. Lu Ming was only a 5th-level Divine Lord, but he had such strong battle strength. They wanted to spar with Lu Ming. Mu Yun wins this battle. The Great Sky Sect leader announced. Just like that, Lu Ming was the first to enter the top 18 and obtain 300 points for the Fengdu Sword Sect. Now, the Fengdu Sword Sect had a total of 1,500 points. Lu Ming stepped down and another youth went up to draw lots. This youth was unlucky to have drawn the Sky Pride from the Ziying tribe. His face turned ugly. This youth was a 9th-level Divine Lord. Knowing that he was no match for the Sky Pride from the Ziying tribe, he admitted defeat. Next, the battles continued one after another. The Sky Pride from the Stormwind tribe won easily. Wei Jin, the Sky Pride from the Black Blood Hall, also won. Now Wei Jin was the only one left from the Black Blood Hall. He still had slightly more points than the Fengdu Sword sect. After a little more than a day, the top 18 were out. Most of the top 18 were Boundary Emperor Sky Prides. Only 2 Sky Prides who were lucky enough not to encounter a Boundary Emperor were able to enter the top 18 with their 9th-level Divine Lord cultivation. Of course, there were also some unlucky Boundary Emperor Sky Prides who met stronger opponents and were defeated, such as Han Feng. Without a doubt, the Great Sky Sect was still in first place. The Great Sky Sect had a total of 3 Sky Prides who entered the top 18. This also meant that many of the powers had been shaved bald, and were unable to progress any further. The Fengdu Sword sect leader smiled. Now, out of the 18 forces, only 12 were left. The Fengdu Sword sect's points were very close to entering the top 10. As long as Lu Ming could win another match, the Fengdu Sword School would be able to enter the top 10. Now that the top 18 had been determined, it was time for 9 of the 18 to advance. The rules were the same as before. The 18 people were divided into 2 groups of 9 people each. 9 of them carved their names while the other 9 went to draw lots. This time Lu Ming was assigned to draw lots. Among them, the Ziying clan's prodigy was also the one who had drawn lots, while the Stormwind clan's prodigy was the one who had drawn lots. Alright, who's going to draw lots? After the Grand Master of the Great Heaven sect was done with his preparations, he turned to Lu Ming and the rest. Let me do it. The genius of the Ziying race was very confident and fearless as he stepped forward. Many people were secretly praying that the prodigy from the Ziying race would be matched against the prodigy from the Stormwind race. That way the 2 of them could have a peak battle in advance. It would be best if both of them were injured, which would be beneficial to the others. Unfortunately, things did not go as they wished. The prodigy from the Ziying race did not draw the prodigy from the Stormwind race. Instead, he drew another quasi-royal prodigy. The prodigy who had been drawn immediately turned pale. He was also a powerful prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race, which was on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. He was very powerful. If he had not encountered the prodigy from the Ziying race, he might have entered the top 9. Are you going to admit defeat? The prodigy from the Ziying race looked at the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race with his purple eyes. He was full of confidence. Ziyingzhou, you may be powerful, but I'm not so scared that I don't even dare to fight you. Let's fight. The prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race roared and charged into the fighting ring. The prodigy from the Ziyingzhou from the Ziying race stepped into the fighting ring. Many people, including Lu Ming, stared at Zhang Tian with bright eyes. The prodigy from the Ziyingzhou had always been unfathomable. It was said that he was a seeded contestant and a key candidate for the top spot. He had obtained a golden crystal core in the first round. Even the prodigy from the Stormwind race did not obtain a golden crystal core in the first round. However, no one had seen the full power of the Ziyingzhou because he had not encountered a powerful opponent before. In fact, he had not even encountered a quasi-emperor level prodigy. The prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race was very powerful. Even among the quasi-emperor level prodigies, he was very powerful. He was even stronger than Han Feng and Guan Lianbi. Perhaps, the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race could force the Ziyingzhou to use part of his strength. Let's begin. The Grand Sky Patriarch announced. Squeak. The prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race emitted a strange sound wave from his mouth. The sound wave swept towards the Ziyingzhou like a wave. It was a terrifying sound wave attack with unparalleled power. However, the Ziyingzhou remained expressionless. He slashed out with his hand like a knife. A purple light burst out and split the sound wave attack apart. At that moment, the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race had already transformed into a giant golden grasshopper. He flapped his wings and charged towards the Ziyingzhou. As the name suggested, the back of the golden-backed grasshopper was golden. At that moment, his golden back was emitting a dazzling golden light. The golden light turned into different kinds of weapons and charged towards the Ziyingzhou. The claws of his true form were like scythes as they slashed towards the Ziyingzhou. The moment he attacked, the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race used all his strength. He used all his strongest attacks at once and unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks. In the face of such attacks, the Ziyangzhou's expression remained calm. He was not moved at all. The surface of his body was bathed in a layer of purple light. It was as if he was wearing a purple divine robe. Whoosh! The Xiangzhou moved and charged towards the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race. He pressed his palm against the void. Immediately, a dazzling purple light burst out from his palm. Then a purple sun appeared. It was extremely dazzling. The purple sun rapidly grew in size. It was extremely majestic as it pressed forward. Bang! Bang! The attacks from the golden-backed grasshopper race crumbled under the pressure of the purple sun. They were like rotten wood that could not withstand a single blow. Boom! In the end, the purple sun landed on the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race. The prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race let out a miserable shriek as his body was sent flying. He flew out of the huge battle stage at an astonishing speed. Immediately, a figure flew out and caught the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race. It was a divine emperor from the faction that had invited the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race. The prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race did not die. However, he was in a miserable state. His body was almost burnt and emitted a fragrant smell. His pair of transparent wings had disappeared without a trace. He was defeated in one move. Many people were shocked by his strength. Chapter 3771. The combat strength of the golden-backed grasshopper race's prodigy was definitely not weak. From the full-powered attack just now, it could be seen that it was very strong. Many of the top 18 people present did not have the confidence to take it head-on. Such an expert was instantly killed when facing Purple Sun State, without the slightest ability to resist. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Purple Sun State was. The key was that Purple Sun State's cultivation was only quasi-emperor. A monstrous character. Lu Ming made a comment in his heart. Hee, interesting. The Storm Race's prodigy grinned, revealing a powerful fighting spirit. Just like this, Purple Sun State became the first person to enter the top 9. Let me do it. When Purple Sun State stepped onto the battle platform, Lu Ming stepped out and went to draw lots. The remaining 8 people who were drawn lots had different feelings. Some hoped to be drawn by Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming defeated Han Feng and Guan Lianbi, he was not that freakish. Among the remaining prodigies, apart from Purple Sun State and Storm Race's prodigies, there were a few people who were also very terrifying with extremely powerful combat strength. In their view, these few people were stronger than Lu Ming. They did not want to encounter them even more. Of course, there were also people who were unwilling to be drawn by Lu Ming. It was one of the 2 9th-level Divine Lords. Lu Ming could not be bothered with these people's thoughts. He casually drew a bamboo stick and picked it up to take a look. Lu Ming revealed a trace of an inexplicable smile. Hu Dao. This was the name that Lu Ming drew. Lu Ming had an impression of this person. He was the only 9th-level Divine Lord in the lot drawn. Hu Dao. Lu Ming spat out a name. That youth called Hu Dao revealed a trace of a bitter smile. The miracle that he wanted to wait for did not happen in the end. Right now, among the 18 people, there were only 2 9th-level Divine Lords left. One was drawn and one was drawn. To be honest, those quasi-emperor prodigies, including Lu Ming, would most likely lose if they were matched up against Hu Dao. His only hope was to be drawn by another 9th-level Divine Lord. Only then would he have a chance of winning. But this probability was too small. In the end, he did not encounter them. He actually drew Hu Island. Mu Yun is really lucky. My luck is indeed good. I picked up a bargain and entered the top 9. I'm so jealous. Many people sighed, thinking that Lu Ming's luck was too good. Sect leader Wang was also overjoyed. Happiness came too suddenly. Lu Ming actually drew Hu Dao, which was almost guaranteed to enter the top 9. Entering the top 9 would give him 500 points. In this way, the Fengdu Sword Sect would surely enter the top 10. How could he not be happy? The Hall Master of the Black Blood Hall coldly snorted with a dark expression. The Black Blood Hall had always been at odds with the Plentiful City Sword Sect. Seeing the Plentiful City Sword Sect enter the top 10 and obtain good resources, he was naturally unhappy. As for Han Feng, Qi Ping and the others, they were even more displeased. Do you want to fight? Lu Ming asked from the fighting ring. Hu Dao's battle prowess was a notch lower than Han Feng, Guan Lianbi and the others. He was no match for him at all. Please advise me, Brother Mu. Hu Dao cupped his fists. He did not want to admit defeat before the battle started. It would be embarrassing. Lu Ming did not say anything else. After the Great Sky Sect leader announced the result, Lu Ming's figure burst out and launched a fierce attack. The result was obvious. Hu Dao could not withstand Lu Ming's attack. After 2 moves, he coughed out blood and was blasted out of the fighting ring. Lu Ming entered the top 9 and won 500 points for the Plentiful City Sword Sect. The Plentiful City Sword Sect's points reached 2,000 points. They were firmly in the top 10. After Lu Ming, the Black Blood Hall's Wei Jin entered the ring. He chose a quasi-emperor level Sky Pride and the two fought fiercely. The battle was intense. The two exchanged hundreds of moves. In the end, Wei Jin won slightly and defeated his opponent to enter the top 9. In this way, the Black Blood Hall's points were slightly higher than the Plentiful City Sword Sect's. The Black Blood Hall's Hall Master smiled and glanced at sect leader Wang proudly. The battle continued. Following that, almost all the battles were fierce. Only 2 of the battles were one-sided. One was the Battle of the Sky Pride from the Storm Tribe and the other was the Battle of the last 9th level Divine Lord. The outcome was decided very quickly. This time, the competition took more than 2 days to determine the outcome of all the matches. The top 9 were born. Among the top 9, the Great Sky Sect occupied 2 spots and their points were almost 5,000 points. They were far ahead and it was difficult for the other forces to catch up. Following that, it was the battle for the top 9. The rules of the battle for the top 9 changed again. They did not draw lots but took turns to fight like in the previous group matches. The top 9 took turns to fight against the other 8. For every victory they would be awarded 200 points. Moreover, the top 3 would be rewarded with additional points. The first place would be rewarded with 600 points. The second place would be rewarded with 400 points. The third place would be rewarded with 200 points. The fourth place to the 9th place would not be rewarded. That was to say, whoever could win 8 consecutive matches and get first place would get another 2,400 points. I will give you 1 day to recover. After 1 day, the last round of the competition will begin. The Great Sky Sect leader announced. Previously, some people had gone through intense battles and were exhausted. At this moment, they quickly sat down cross-legged and swallowed elixirs to recover. Lu Ming was not exhausted. His heart that was pierced by Han Feng had already recovered. A day's time passed very quickly. Alright, let's begin the final ranking battle. The first round, Purple Sun State vs. Wei Jin. The Great Sky Sect leader announced. I admit defeat. Wei Jin admitted defeat without hesitation. This was no longer an elimination round but a battle to determine the rankings. Moreover, each victory would award 200 points. Wei Jin knew that he was no match for Purple Sun State and admitted defeat without hesitation. Alright, Purple Sun State wins this battle. The next battle, Feng Peng vs. Chao Xiyuan. The Great Sky Sect leader announced the next battle. Feng Peng was the name of the Sky Pride from the Storm Tribe. I admit defeat. Chao Xiyuan admitted defeat without hesitation. The next battle, Mu Yun vs. Yuan Qi. Finally, it was Lu Ming's turn. Swoosh swoosh. 2 figures moved. Lu Ming and another young man Yuan Qi landed on the fighting ring at the same time. No one will admit defeat in this battle. I wonder who is stronger between Mu Yun and Yuan Qi. It's hard to say. Yuan Qi's strength is also very shocking. He is definitely stronger than Han Feng. There will be a good show to watch. Seeing that it was Mu Yun and Yuan Qi, many people were filled with anticipation. Boom. Before the Great Sky Sect leader made the announcement, the auras of the two collided and created a strong gust of wind. Following the command of the Great Sky Sect master, the 2 figures dashed out and collided violently. Boom. It was as though 2 planets had collided. The sky shook violently and the 2 figures retreated. However, in the next instant they charged towards each other again. Violent explosions continued to ring out. Those with weaker cultivation could only see the 2 figures flashing in the sky and the sky shaking continuously. Chapter 3772. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Yuan Qi had exchanged dozens of blows, but there was no clear winner. Amazing! Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. The prodigies of the top clans who had reached the rank of quasi-emperor were indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Lu Ming had activated the battle formula to triple his combat strength, but he still couldn't do anything to Yuan Qi. There was a huge gap between a quasi-emperor and a divine emperor. It was an insurmountable gap. If the gap between a quasi-emperor and a divine emperor was divided into 10 levels, Yuan Qi would be around the 5th level. With such combat strength, killing an ordinary quasi-emperor would be as easy as pie. In the midst of the battle, Yuan Qi let out a beast-like roar. His strength had increased by a little. He was roughly at the 6th level between a quasi-emperor and a divine emperor. He forced Lu Ming to take a few steps back. Lu Ming is going to lose. Someone exclaimed. Humph, he's finally going to lose. Han Feng, Qi Ping and the others' eyes lit up. Han Feng's injuries had recovered by 80%, but his face was still bruised. He didn't leave because he wanted to stay and watch Lu Ming get beaten up by others. Now that he finally saw that Lu Ming was going to be defeated, he felt more or less at ease. Unfortunately, he was going to be disappointed again. Boom. Lu Ming's aura surged again. He had activated the battle formula to quadruple his combat strength. Boom. Lu Ming punched out and a large number of secret techniques burst out from his cells. Of course, they were hidden and formed a violent fist energy that blasted towards Yuan Qi. This time Yuan Qi's body shook violently, and he couldn't help but retreat. What? The spectators were all shocked. Lu Ming hadn't used his full strength before, but now he could unleash even more strength. How was that possible? He was only a 5th-level Divine Lord. Could his strength be limitless? Han Feng and Qi Ping's faces were deathly pale. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How they wished that everything they saw was fake, that they were dreaming. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming gained the upper hand. His attacks were like a torrential storm, pressuring Yuan Qi to retreat repeatedly. Yuan Qi had already pushed his strength to the limit. There was no way for him to push it any further. He could only resist but not fight back. Soon he was forced to the edge of the fighting ring by Lu Ming. I admit defeat. In the end, Yuan Qi loudly admitted defeat. If he continued to fight, he could still hold on for a while, but it was almost impossible for him to turn defeat into victory. If he continued to fight, he would only consume more energy, which would affect the later battles. Therefore, he simply admitted defeat. As soon as Yuan Qi admitted defeat, Lu Ming retreated and withdrew his power. Yuan Qi also flew out of the fighting ring, took out some medicinal pills and swallowed them. He was doing his best to recover and wait for the next fight. Lu Ming obtained a winning streak and obtained 200 points. After Lu Ming left the fighting ring, it was the others' turn to fight. Those who could make it to the top 9 were all quasi-emperor level geniuses. Moreover, they were all quasi-emperor level geniuses with extremely powerful combat strength. Therefore, the following battles were all very exciting. Of course, other than Feng Peng and Ziyangzhou, there were 2 other youths who had terrifying combat strength. They were even stronger than Yuan Qi, which attracted Lu Ming's attention. The 2 of them did not have to fight too hard to win. Soon the first round was over and it was time for the second round. In the second round, Lu Ming's opponent was not as strong as Yuan Qi, so Lu Ming did not have to fight too hard to win. However, there was another battle that attracted everyone's attention. It was the battle between Feng Peng of the Stormwind clan and Hao Han. Hao Han was one of the 2 peak-level experts other than the Violet Sun Prefecture and Wind Rock. These 2 people were considered to be existences second only to the Violet Sun Prefecture and Wind Rock. However, this was merely a belief. No one could say for sure that Hao Han wouldn't be able to contend against Wind Rock and the Violet Sun Prefecture. This time it seemed to be able to prove it. Boom. The 2 of them did not say anything else and immediately started fighting. Feng Peng of the Stormwind clan seemed to have turned into a gale. Every time he moved, a terrifying gale would burst out. This gale was not an ordinary gale, it was formed by a terrifying divine force. It could easily tear apart a divine weapon. Feng Peng displayed strength that was far beyond the quasi-emperor realm from the start. However, Hao Han wasn't simple either. He held a snow-white crystalline longbow in his hand. His aura surged as he knocked an arrow. Every time he drew the bow, several arrows would fly out. Each arrow contained a terrifying cold qi. As they flew through the air, they would leave behind a frozen stream of cold qi. The ice arrows and the gale clashed fiercely. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. What a terrifying attack. This kind of attack has reached the Divine Emperor realm. Some sect elders exclaimed. At this moment, Feng Peng and Hao Han's attack had completely surpassed the quasi-emperor realm, even surpassing Yuan Qi's. Yuan Qi was only at the 5th or 6th stage between the quasi-emperor realm and the Divine Emperor realm. However, Feng Peng and Hao Han's attack had already reached the Divine Emperor realm. The 2 of them could definitely fight against a Divine Emperor realm existence without being at a disadvantage. As quasi-emperors, their combat strength was comparable to Divine Emperors. How terrifying. Is Feng Peng's combat strength only at this level? I'm afraid he is no match for Xiang Prefecture. Someone doubted. Xiang Prefecture had obtained the Golden Crystal Core. To obtain the Golden Crystal Core, one must at least be able to kill a Divine Emperor realm wild beast. Even if one was extremely lucky and obtained the Golden Crystal Core from killing a Divine Emperor realm wild beast, one must be able to kill a Divine Emperor realm wild beast first. Fighting and killing were 2 completely different things. If Feng Ping only had this kind of combat strength, he would not be able to fight against Xiang Prefecture. Sure enough, Feng Ping's eyes were filled with battle intent when he saw that he could not defeat Hao Han after exchanging dozens of blows. Hao Han, is this the limit of your combat strength? If so, you shall be defeated. Original Spirit of Wind. Feng Ping roared. Boundless gale suddenly gathered and turned into a strange living being. This living being rode the wind. Every move of his could produce gale attacks that could tear the space apart. This was the original Spirit of Wind. In fact, the original Spirit of Wind was also a powerful primitive divine spirit. However, it was more peculiar as it was born from the earliest elements of heaven and earth. Its strength was extremely terrifying and stronger than ordinary primitive divine spirits. Feng Ping's original Spirit of Wind was a primitive divine body that had reached an extremely high level. It could condense more than one drop of primitive divine blood. The combat strength that it could unleash was extremely shocking. Swoosh. Feng Ping had transformed into a wind primordial spirit. His speed was unbelievably fast. With a flicker, the sky was filled with his shadows. It was impossible to see where his true body was. Attacks came from all directions, attacking Hao Han. Hao Han shouted loudly as he knocked arrows on his bow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Arrows flew out and fought against Feng Ping. However, after Feng Ping displayed the original Spirit of Wind, Hao Han was no match for him. Chapter 3773. After Feng Ping used his wind original spirit, Hao Han was no match for him. He coughed up blood and retreated after a few moves. However, Feng Ping was too fast. No matter how Hao Han retreated, Feng Ping was still around him and kept attacking. Dark Ice Cage. Hao Han roared. His body emitted a cold aura. The void froze and a circular ice block sealed Hao Han inside. Clang, clang, clang. Feng Ping's attack landed on the ice block. It was like attacking a divine weapon. The sound of metal clashing rang out and ice shards flew everywhere. However, he was unable to break the ice block's defense. Humph! You think you can stop me with a block of ice? Dream on. Feng Ping's eyes turned cold. His wind original spirit turned into a storm sword and slashed down. Boom! The storm sword slashed on the ice block, causing a loud explosion. The entire fighting ring shook violently. Crack! Then the ice block made a cracking sound and cracks appeared on it. In the end, the ice block exploded completely. Hao Han coughed up blood and flew out of the fighting ring. Immediately, a figure flew out and caught Hao Han. He brought him back to his seat and treated his injuries. Without a doubt, Hao Han was already defeated by being sent flying out of the battle stage. Feng Ping won the battle. Feng Ping is so powerful. Even if Hao Han used all his defense, he could not block his attack. Indeed, such an attack could pose a serious threat to a divine emperor. He could even kill one. Feng Ping can really compete with Xiangzhou. Absolutely. I'm afraid the first and second place will be between Xiangzhou and Feng Ping. The third and fourth place will be between Hao Han and Ye San. The people at the scene were discussing excitedly and guessing the rankings this time. Obviously, Feng Ping and Xiangzhou's strength had surpassed the others. No one could compete with them. The first place would most likely be decided between the two of them. The third and fourth place would most likely be decided between Hao Han and Ye San. Ye San was another person who was as famous as Hao Han. His combat strength was also very strong. However, there was still a gap between him and Feng Ping and Xiangzhou. As for Lu Ming, everyone thought that he would at most be ranked after fourth. As expected, after 2 more rounds, the Violet Sun continent was matched against Ye San. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. Xiang province's purple sun was high up in the sky, unrivaled and ferocious. Although Ye San's deadly 13 spears was terrifyingly powerful and had reached the level of a divine emperor, he was still no match for Xiangzhou. In the end, Xiangzhou defeated him. This way, everyone was even more certain of their guesses. It was unknown if they were affected by the discussions of the crowd, but Xiangzhou and Feng Ping's gazes met frequently, creating intense sparks. Both of them revealed a strong fighting spirit, wanting to trample on each other. The competition continued. In Lu Ming's third battle, his opponent was also very strong, similar to Yuan Qi. In the end, he was defeated by Lu Ming. Other than that, the Violet Sun Prefecture's Feng Ping, Hao Han, and Ye San also won. In the fourth match, Lu Ming finally met a powerful opponent. Nye 13. Nye 13, dressed in black, held a long spear in his hand, showing off his sharpness. With one look, one could tell that he was a ruthless character. He had the same temperament as his origin secret technique, the deadly 13 spears. Swoosh. The two of them stepped onto the battle stage and stood facing each other. This also aroused the curiosity of many people. Who do you think will win, Mu Yun or Nye 13? Needless to say, it must be Nye Shursan. Nye Shursan's battle strength has already reached the Divine Emperor realm, which is equivalent to a weaker Divine Emperor. Although Mu Yun is strong, how can he be a match for Nye Shursan? That's right, I think so too. After all, his cultivation is only at the 5th level Divine Lord realm. Speaking up to here, everyone fell silent. For a 5th level Divine Lord realm to have such battle strength, it was already a miracle. In the depths of their hearts, they were unwilling to see Lu Ming continue to advance. That would be too great a blow to them. Therefore, in the depths of their hearts, they hoped that Lu Ming would lose. Nye 13 held the long spear in his hand, pointing it at Lu Ming. Powerful spear light flickered. He stared at Lu Ming with intense battle intent in his eyes. Lu Ming's battle strength had also shocked him. However, he must defeat Lu Ming. After the Great Sky Sect Master announced the start of the battle, the two of them moved at the same time. Swoosh. Nye 13's long spear was like a poisonous snake, stabbing towards Lu Ming's glabella. Its speed was fast, accurate and ruthless, completely piercing through the void. In an instant it was in front of Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming directly threw out a punch. Facing Nye 13, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. As soon as he made his move, he activated the battle character formula to increase his battle strength by 5 times. This punch directly hit the tip of Nye 13's long spear, causing a violent explosion. The place where the two of them clashed was filled with dazzling radiance. The violent force was like hundreds of huge waves sweeping out in all directions. Then a figure retreated rapidly. It was Lu Ming. He retreated a few hundred meters, his footsteps causing the fighting stage to rumble. After a few hundred meters he finally stopped. What a powerful force, what a sharp attack. Lu Ming sighed. A shallow bloody hole had appeared on his fist and blood was flowing out. It was caused by Nye 13's long spear. He blocked it. Mu Yun's battle strength is actually stronger than before. Unbelievable. Someone exclaimed. When Lu Ming was fighting with others previously, the most he could do was to use the battle character formula to increase his battle strength by 4 times. Now that he had used the battle character formula to increase his battle strength by 5 times, it naturally shocked everyone present. Mu Yun is indeed powerful. However, compared to Nye 13, there is still a big gap. That's right. Mu Yun was injured in one move. He is indeed no match for Nye 13. It's hard to say. What if Mu Yun still has a trump card? As soon as this was said, the scene fell silent. Trump card? It sounded unbelievable, but what if? Many people looked at each other. At this point they really could not figure out Lu Ming. What if he really did have a trump card? Some people who had sworn to Dandan that Lu Ming would be defeated did not dare to say anything. They were afraid that they would be slapped in the face. Kill. Nye 13 shouted, his killing intent soaring. He did not want to kill Lu Ming. Instead, he cultivated the fatal 13 spears. Every spear was fatal. As long as he used it, his killing intent would soar to the sky. Swish, swish, swish. Nye 13's long spear turned into a phantom, stabbing toward Lu Ming like a swarm of bees. Fast, it was too fast. It was extremely fast. Not only was it fast, but it was also extremely powerful. Under such a spear technique, an ordinary quasi-emperor would definitely be killed several times in one move. There was no room for retaliation. Don't use the gravity orb first. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He planned to use his own strength to fight and see if he could stimulate his potential and break through the shackles. Come on. Lu Ming roared. Every cell in his body was trembling. Chapter 3774. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength, causing every cell in his body to tremble. The forbidden power in every cell intertwined with each other. The power of the 60 trillion cells was connected into a single entity. At the same time, the secret technique in his cells also converged and remained hidden. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming brandished his fists. In an instant, dense fist shadows appeared around his body and blasted towards Nye Shursan's spear. Violent explosions resounded through the sky as the two of them engaged in a fierce battle. However, without the gravity pearl, Lu Ming's combat strength was still a level lower than a divine emperor. He was no match for Nye Shursan. As soon as the two of them exchanged blows, Lu Ming was completely suppressed. The fist shadows were defeated and Lu Ming was pierced by the spear. Blood splattered everywhere. Lu Ming's body was pierced by a spear shadow and he was forced to retreat. However, Lu Ming's injured body was recovering rapidly. It did not affect his combat strength at all. It's a little useful, but it's not enough. Lu Ming felt that Nye-Shur-San could give him some pressure and stimulate his potential, but it was not enough. He felt that it was still a little lacking and could not help him break through to the 6th level of the Divine Lord realm. Die! Nye-Shur-San roared. He did not relax just because he had the upper hand. The fatal 13 spears vibrated and his attacks were frenzied as he continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to resist. After a few moves he was hit again. Nye-Shur-San's attack speed and power were too strong. Lu Ming could not completely defend against it. After all, his cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. The difference between him and a boundary emperor was too great. Moreover, Nye-Shur-San was a monstrous genius. Mu Yun is finally going to be defeated. I hope he's killed by Nye-Shur-San. Han Feng and Qi Ping hated Lu Ming to the core. At this moment, seeing Lu Ming at a disadvantage, they were overjoyed. They hoped that Lu Ming would die under Nye-Shur-San's fatal 13 spears. Even some others thought that Lu Ming was going to be defeated. If Lu Ming still had a trump card, why hadn't he used it yet? By the time his injuries were too severe, it would already be too late. No one would do that. However, Lu Ming did exactly that. The two continued to exchange blows. Lu Ming was injured a few more times, but it still didn't help him break through. Not enough, the pressure is still not enough to pose a fatal threat to me because I know that I still have trump cards that I haven't used yet, so the pressure is still not enough to stimulate my potential and help me break through. If I want to break through, I still have to rely on Ziyangzhou and Feng Peng. Then, there's no need for me to continue probing. With a thought, Lu Ming channeled his forbidden power into the gravity orb on his left wrist. Lu Ming wore Qiuqiu on his right wrist. On his left wrist was a gravity orb. When the gravity orbs were not used, they looked very ordinary, just like 12 ordinary stone orbs. 2 of the gravity pearls emitted a hazy glow and flew out. They rapidly expanded and a terrifying gravitational force burst out, enveloping the entire battle stage. The gravity of the 2 gravity pearls was astonishing. Even an expert of the Divine Emperor realm would be greatly affected by it. Moreover, as Lu Ming's cultivation increased, the gravity of the 2 gravity orbs would also increase accordingly. Sure enough, Nye-Shur-San was also greatly affected. Shrouded by the gravity, the long spear in his hand became as heavy as a mountain. It was much more difficult for him to wield it and its speed became much slower. Even his own body became extremely heavy. He had to circulate some of his divine power to resist the pressure of the gravity. As a result, his attack power was greatly reduced. Die! Lu Ming shouted and took the opportunity to attack. He threw out a dozen punches, each of which had the power to pierce through the void and explode a planet. Dozens of punches flew towards Nye-Shur-San. At the critical moment, Nye-Shur-San exhaled and waved his long spear. Dozens of spear radiance blasted out and collided with Lu Ming's punches. Their attacks collided again and again. This time both of them retreated slightly. Nye-Shur-San blocked Lu Ming's attack. Nye-Shur-San's battle strength had reached the Divine Emperor realm. Even under the influence of the gravity orb, he was still able to block Lu Ming's attack. Lu Ming had fought many battles with real divine emperors in the ruins of the Heavenly Yu Divine Kingdom. The battle with the Divine Emperor of the Heavenly Acrypoid tribe was the most intense. Lu Ming was only able to draw with the help of the gravity orb. However, the one who fought with Lu Ming in the Heavenly Yu Divine Kingdom was the Divine Emperor of the Heavenly Acrypoid tribe. The Heavenly Acrypoid tribe was a big tribe after all. The Divine Emperor of the Heavenly Acrypoid tribe was stronger than the Divine Emperors of the ordinary tribes. On the other hand, Nye-Shur-San's battle strength had only reached the level of an ordinary Divine Emperor. Hence he was still weaker than Lu Ming. Hence, the farther he retreated, the less Lu Ming retreated. Bang! As soon as Lu Ming stabilized himself, he took a step forward and continued to charge toward Nye-Shur-San. Nye-Shur-San was unwilling to be defeated. He fought back with all his might. This time the battle between the two was really intense. They continued to attack each other. In the blink of an eye they had exchanged dozens of blows. However, Nye-Shur-San was still slightly weaker. He slowly fell into a disadvantageous position and was suppressed by Lu Ming. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. They had suspected that Lu Ming still had a trump card that he had not used. They did not expect that he really had one. After all, treasures were a part of one's body. Like Hao Han and Nye-Shur-San who had not used their treasures. Hao Han's bow and arrows and Nye-Shur-San's long spear were both top treasures and divine weapons. They did not know what to say. They could only watch numbly. Swoosh. Suddenly Nye-Shur-San's strength changed. Several spear lights pierced through the air and pierced towards the gravity orb. Obviously he wanted to destroy the gravity orb. If Lu Ming did not have the gravity orb, he would definitely not be his opponent. Seeing Nie Shisan's action, Lu Ming did not stop him. Instead he sneered. Destroy the gravity orb? Was it possible? No one knew what material the gravity orb was made of. It was indestructible and impossible to destroy. It was not that no divine emperor had thought of this method before, but they all failed in the end. Clang. A few consecutive spear gleams bombarded the gravity pearl, emitting the sound of metal clashing. However, the gravity pearl was only sent flying. It was not destroyed. Under Lu Ming's control it flew back. As for Nie Shisan, he was distracted by the gravity orb and was hit by Lu Ming's fist force. Nie Shisan's body shook violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly. How could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? He flew forward and bombarded Nie Shisan with his battle strength. Nie Shisan tried his best to block a few moves. However, after being hit, his qi and blood were not flowing smoothly. His battle strength was even weaker. He was not Lu Ming's opponent. He was swept by Lu Ming's fist force and almost punched a hole in his body. I admit defeat. Finally, Nie Shisan shouted. Chapter 3775. In the end, Nie Shisan admitted defeat. He knew that it was impossible for him to win if he continued to fight. Instead, he would be more seriously injured. He sighed in his heart and looked at Lu Ming with surprise. He didn't expect to meet a monster like Lu Ming in the Iron Sea Star Zone group. A 5th-level Divine Lord defeated him? Was there such a person in the top 10 races? Or was there such a person in the Heavenly Palace? He wasn't sure because he had never met such a person before. With Nie Shisan's admission of defeat, Lu Ming didn't continue to attack. He flew back and hid his aura. Impressive. Nie Shisan looked at Lu Ming. Even though he was praising him, he still looked cool. I didn't expect to meet a genius like you in the Iron Sea Star Zone group. Your cultivation is a bit weak now, but in time, when your cultivation improves, you'll definitely be ranked on the Universe Genius list. Universe Genius list? Lu Ming muttered. He had heard of the Universe Genius list. It was said that the list listed 100 peerless geniuses in the primitive universe. In the vast universe there were countless races and forces. Among countless creatures, only 100 people could be ranked on the Universe Genius list. It was undoubtedly very valuable. Every one of them was a peerless genius and a legend. In the future they would most likely become overlords of the universe. Moreover, the Universe Genius list would change from time to time. Once there was a change, it would be announced through the dreamy godly jade. With Lu Ming's current strength compared to the geniuses on the Universe Genius list, there was a huge gap. However, Lu Ming's ability to fight above his level was too strong. When his cultivation improved, he would definitely be ranked on the Universe Genius list. It could be said that Nie Shisan's words were extremely high praise. Thank you. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Lu Ming won this battle. Ah. Sect leader Wang couldn't help laughing. He was very happy. Lu Ming was able to defeat Nie Shisan. This was completely beyond his expectations. In this way, could Lu Ming defeat Hao Han? Even if he couldn't defeat them, Lu Ming could at least rank 4th, because apart from these people, no one else was a match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming could win at least 5 matches. 1 victory would be worth 200 points. 5 victories would be worth 1,000 points. What rank could the Fengdu Sword Sect reach? Needless to say, the top 10 was already secured. Could he make it to the 6th or the 5th? There was no need to think about the first place. It was definitely impossible because the gap was too big. However, even if he could reach the 6th or 5th place, it would still be extremely shocking. It would create history for the Feng City Sword Sect and he would be able to obtain many precious resources. Not only sect leader Wang but the other members of the Fengdu Sword Sect were also full of smiles. Only one person was different and that was Qi Ping. His face was extremely gloomy. As for Han Feng, he was gritting his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Lu Ming stepped down from the fighting ring, and the other matches continued. There were also no surprises. For example, Feng Peng and Hao Han of the Violet Sun Prefecture had all obtained victory. Wei Jin of the Black Blood Hall had been defeated. After one round, a new round began. This time, Hao Han and Nie Shisan were facing each other. Both of them were considered to be on par with each other. This battle was naturally extremely intense. Both of them had similar battle strength. They fought until they were crazy and fought for hundreds of moves. In the end, Nie Shisan was slightly stronger. The fatal 13 spears broke through Hao Han's defense and won by a little. This made the eyes of the Fengdu Sword Sect's people even brighter. Lu Ming defeated Nie Shisan, and Nie Shisan defeated Hao Han. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming could also defeat Hao Han? If that was the case, Lu Ming would be able to reach the third place. The third place would have an additional 200 points reward. Adding the points from the 6 victories, the Fengdu Sword Sect's points. Just thinking about it made people excited. After the battle between Hao Han and Ye Shisan, another match went on. It was Lu Ming's turn to fight. This time, Lu Ming's opponent was Wei Jin of the Black Blood Hall. Wei Jin's complexion was extremely ugly. Previously, Wei Jin had boasted in front of the Black Blood Hall's Hall Master and the others that he would take care of Lu Ming and the Fengdu Sword Sect's people. However, to his surprise, Lu Ming's subsequent outburst had far exceeded his abilities. Now what should he do when facing Lu Ming? Wouldn't it be slapping his own face if he admitted defeat? Don't admit defeat? Wait to be abused? Wei Jin felt that it was too difficult for him. Wasn't he just invited to a small Iron Sea Star Zone group to help the Black Blood Hall compete? How could he encounter such a situation? Why aren't you on the stage? Lu Ming stood on the stage and looked down at Wei Jin. Wei Jin's heart was filled with 10,000 curses. In the end he said, I admit defeat. How could he not admit defeat? Go up and be abused? Wouldn't that be worse? After saying that, Wei Jin lowered his head and didn't dare to look at the Black Blood Hall's people. It was mainly because his previous words were too arrogant. Now that his face was slapped, he felt his face burning. The Black Blood Hall's Hall Master and the others' faces were also extremely gloomy. Originally, the Black Blood Hall had always been able to suppress the Fengdu Sword Sect. But it was obvious that the Black Blood Hall was completely suppressed by the Fengdu Sword Sect this time. All of this was because of one person, Lu Ming. Is this person a disciple of the Fengdu Sword Sect? Or external help? The Black Blood Hall's Hall Master was deeply worried. If it was external help, it would be fine. If it was a disciple of the Fengdu Sword Sect, then it would be terrifying. In the future, when he grew up, there would be no place for the Black Blood Hall. Lu Ming won easily and returned to his seat. He had already won 4 matches. There were still 4 matches left. The remaining 4 matches included the Xiangzhou, Feng Ping and Vast Ocean. Not long after Lu Ming's 5th match arrived. This time Lu Ming's opponent was Hao Han. Hao Han's fighting power was similar to Lu Ming's. Moreover, Hao Han took a defensive stance from the start. It was obvious that he wanted to exhaust Lu Ming's divine power and then defeat Lu Ming. Unfortunately, his plan was wrong. The taboo energy covered 60 trillion cells and flowed continuously. Although it could not be compared to the quantifying character formula, which could store a large amount of divine power, it would not be exhausted so easily. In the end, after a fierce battle, Lu Ming defeated Hao Han. In this way, Lu Ming had basically locked in the top 3. After this pinnacle battle, the scene was completely ignited. Because, in everyone's opinion, the real pinnacle battle had finally arrived. Xiangzhou versus Feng Ping. The two of them finally met. Although there were still a few rounds before the end. But in everyone's opinion, this was already the final battle. Between the Xiang Prefecture and the Wind Rock Prefecture, whoever won would be the champion and number 1 this time. On the other hand, the loser would be the 2nd place. Without any superfluous words, the battle between the two erupted. Chapter 3776. Xiangzhou and Feng Ping began their battle. Both of them went all out. Feng Ping turned into the Wind Origin Spirit while Xiangzhou turned into a Purple Sun. When the battle reached its climax, the Purple Sun province captured an unfathomable beam of purple light from the distant starry sky. With this light, he gained the upper hand and suppressed Feng Ping. Eastern Purple Chi Technique. There were older generation figures who cried out in alarm, recognizing this type of terrifying attack. In the end, Feng Ping and Xiangzhou fought for more than 200 moves. Xiangzhou defeated Feng Ping with the Eastern Purple Chi Technique. The top 3 rankings are out. First, Xiangzhou, 2nd, Feng Ping, 3rd, Mu Yun. Although there were still 3 laps to go and the competition wasn't over yet, everyone's ranking was already out. No one thought that Lu Ming could win against Xiangzhou and Feng Ping. Lu Ming should have already done his best and should not have any trump cards left. Many forces had already started to calculate the points silently. When the competition ended, they would choose the resource planets. Sect leader Wang was the same. He was silently calculating in his heart. What kind of ranking would Feng City Sword Sect get this time? 5th. Sect leader Wang's heart thumped a few times. 5th place, this was a ranking that he did not even dare to dream of. After the Resource Alliance, the 18 forces would choose the resource planets according to the ranking. The first place could be the first to choose 3 resource planets. After the first place chose 3, it would be the second place's turn to choose 3 resource planets. In this way, The higher one's ranking was, the better one would be able to pick the planets with the best resources. The higher one's ranking was, the better one would be able to obtain. As for those ranked at the bottom, once the forces at the top were done selecting, how could there be any good resource planets at the bottom? The resource planets that the fifth place could choose were already very good. Sect leader Wang had already started to think about how to choose the planets. While everyone was having different thoughts, the fifth round of the competition began. In this round of competition, there was nothing else to see. The most exciting one was Lu Ming. In this battle, Mu Yun was against Xiangzhou. Lu Ming was going against the strongest person. Finally, they're going to fight. I wonder how many moves Mu Yun can exchange with Xiangzhou? It's hard to say. Based on the strength that the two of them had displayed earlier, the Xiang prefecture could almost crush the Mu Yun Empire. It would be very difficult for the Mu Yun Empire to resist. That's right. One of them is strong enough to kill a godly emperor, while the other can only contend with a godly emperor. The gap is indeed huge. So, there's no suspense in this battle? Some people stopped talking because Lu Ming was really unpredictable. It was also because they couldn't figure it out that everyone was even more interested because it was full of uncertainty. You're not admitting defeat? Xiangzhou stared at Lu Ming and asked seriously. Why should I admit defeat? I'm looking forward to this battle. Lu Ming said with a smile full of fighting spirit. So it seems that you still have a trump card? Purple Yangzhou asked. He was similarly filled with battle intent. Geniuses were not afraid of challenges. The words of Xiangzhou shocked the others. Could it be that Lu Ming really had a trump card? No. Lu Ming shook his head straightforwardly and said, I have no more trump cards. The strength that I displayed previously was my peak combat strength. It wasn't a life and death battle, so there was nothing to deny. Moreover, when they fought later, others would also know where his limit was. Then you still dare to fight me? Xiangzhou was curious. I'm about to break through. You know that. Lu Ming smiled. You want to use me as a stepping stone for your breakthrough. Xiangzhou's eyes burst out with resplendent light, and his entire person was shrouded in purple divine light. Anyone who was used as a stepping stone would feel unhappy, especially a monstrous genius like him. The others were also dumbfounded. Lu Ming actually wanted to use Xiangzhou as a stepping stone for his breakthrough. How bold. He was playing with fire. You've misunderstood. I don't mean to use you as a stepping stone. It's just that you're strong and can bring me a lot of pressure. Others can't do that. Lu Ming said straightforwardly. Those geniuses who had fought with Lu Ming before blushed. Lu Ming's words were too hurtful. They couldn't even bring pressure to Lu Ming. You have to know that you're playing with fire. I won't go easy on you. Xiangzhou said. Don't go easy on me. Lu Ming smiled. Then let's begin. At this moment the great sect leader announced. Boom. Lu Ming took the lead. He didn't dare to be careless when facing Xiangzhou. The battle secret art had increased his combat power by 5 times. Gravity orb activated. In an instant Lu Ming used his strongest combat strength. He turned into a ray of light and charged towards Xiangzhou. Boom boom boom. In an instant Lu Ming threw out over 100 punches. Over 100 fist forces pierced through the void and blasted towards Xiangzhou. Xiangzhou's body was also filled with resplendent light, and he was shrouded in purple divine light. Purple Sun Divine Fist. Xiangzhou shouted and threw out a punch. His fist forces were different from Lu Ming's. They were purple suns. The purple suns were in the sky. In an instant, 9 purple suns pressed down on Lu Ming. 9 purple suns pressed down on the sky and Lu Ming's fist forces crumbled continuously. The remaining energy of the 9 purple suns continued to press down on Lu Ming. Buzz. At this moment, a powerful gravitational force came crashing down. The 9 purple suns trembled under the pressure of the gravitational force. They were like flames in the wind that were quickly extinguished by the wind. At the same time, a strong gravitational force enveloped Xiangzhou. Gravitational force? This little bit of gravitational force can't trap me. Xiangzhou roared. He shook his arms and purple energy surged. He fought fiercely against the gravitational force and there were sizzling sounds. There were even sparks. Swoosh. Xiangzhou forcibly broke through the gravitational force and charged at Lu Ming. He threw out his fists and another purple sun pressed down on Lu Ming. This kind of purple sun was extremely terrifying. If it was thrown out in the starry sky, it would be like a real star. Its temperature was shockingly high. Not only that, it also had a terrifying penetrative force. However, Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He took a step forward and charged out as well. He waved his fists and punched out fiercely. Bang. Bang. There were no unnecessary tricks. The fierce attacks collided and produced a terrifying explosion. In an instant the two of them exchanged dozens of blows. In terms of combat strength, Ziyangzhou was indeed above Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming used the gravity orb to suppress Ziyangzhou. Like the others, Ziyangzhou had to use a large amount of divine power to resist the gravitational force. Therefore he could not do anything to Lu Ming for the time being. The two of them fought fiercely. Bang. Ziyangzhou suddenly changed his fist into a finger. He pointed out and his speed suddenly increased. He tapped on Lu Ming's shoulder and pierced a bloody hole in Lu Ming's shoulder. However, Lu Ming's strength was not affected at all. He took the opportunity to punch Ziyangzhou's chest. Chapter 3777. Lu Ming's fist landed on Ziyangzhou's chest. However, Ziyangzhou's entire body was covered in a purple glow. This glow wasn't just for decoration. It also had a powerful protective effect. Sizzle. Lu Ming's fist rubbed against the purple glow violently. It was extremely ear-piercing. However, in the end, Lu Ming broke through the purple glow and his fist landed accurately on Ziyangzhou's chest. Bam! A bloody hole appeared on Ziyangzhou's chest. Fresh blood flowed out. However, his defense was really amazing. Lu Ming's punch only injured his muscles and bones. It didn't reach his heart. Both of them retreated at the same time. Amazing. Exchanging injuries for injuries. You're the first person to injure me in this resource alliance. To show my respect, I'll use my full strength. Ziyangzhou spoke. His eyes flickered with purple light and his fighting spirit burned. Previously, he wasn't injured in the battle with Feng Peng. That was because Feng Ping didn't dare to exchange injuries for injuries. However, Lu Ming didn't mind. Now that he had this masochistic physique, he would probably have many chances to be beaten up in the future. He was already used to it. After all, it could increase his cultivation. He even comforted himself by thinking that others couldn't even get such an opportunity. If they could get it, they would probably cry and beg to be abused. With that thought, Lu Ming felt much better. Come on, where's your Eastern Purple Chi? Don't hide it. Lu Ming said loudly. He was looking forward to it. Eastern Purple Chi. Ziyangzhou let out a long roar. He took a few strange steps and reached out to grab the void. Suddenly, a purple gas flew over from the endless void. It was unknown where it came from. It was extremely mysterious. The purple gas was grabbed by Ziyangzhou and turned into a long sword. Swoosh. Ziyangzhou waved the long sword and a purple sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. At the same time, he crazily activated the various secret techniques in his cells. Under the mediation of the taboo power, these secret techniques all condensed and turned into two balls of light. These two balls of light were formed from various defensive and offensive secret techniques. They could only be formed under the influence of forbidden power. Boom. Lu Ming punched out and collided with the purple sword chi. In that instant, Lu Ming clearly heard crackling sounds coming from the ball of light in his hand. That was the sound of many secret techniques exploding. Lu Ming felt an incomparably powerful and sharp force bombarding his fist. His body shook violently and he couldn't help but retreat. At the same time, a burning pain came from his fist. Lu Ming took a look and discovered that a deep wound had appeared on his fist. It went straight to the bone and blood was flowing out. With his powerful recovery ability, his wounds quickly healed. However, Lu Ming was still secretly shocked. Xiang Province, what a strong attack power. He had already condensed all kinds of defensive and offensive secret techniques in the ball of light, but it was still broken and injured. Not bad again. Xiang Province was also surprised to see Lu Ming block his sword. He let out a long roar, and the long sword formed by the purple chi in his hand changed again. It turned into two balls of purple chi that wrapped around his fists. His figure flashed and he quickly pounced at Lu Ming, punching out continuously with both fists. It was the Purple Sun Godly Fist, again, and purple suns were formed. However, this time, the Purple Sun Godly Fist was strengthened by the Eastern Purple Chi art, and its power was greatly increased. Boom. A purple sun pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming tried his best to resist, but the purple sun was too powerful. Lu Ming was directly sent flying. The rays of the purple sun were like steel needles that pierced Lu Ming's body. Furthermore, they were extremely hot steel needles. Fine droplets of blood appeared on Lu Ming's body, and they immediately evaporated. Waves of piercing pain spread throughout his body. Before he could react, the attacks of the Purple Sun continent came again. A few consecutive purple suns pressed down on Lu Ming. The purple sun shone brightly, and Lu Ming looked extremely small under the purple sun. Lu Ming let out a long roar, and he was fearless as he tried his best to resist. However, Xiang Province had used the Eastern Purple Qi art to raise his fighting strength to the peak, and he had completely surpassed Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming tried his best, it was difficult for him to resist. He kept retreating and his body was dyed red with blood. Lu Ming's vitality was extremely strong, and his defense and recovery were astonishing. If it was someone else, they would have already lost. Mu Yun is going to lose. He is finally unable to defy the heavens. He is no match for Xiang Province. After all, the difference in their fighting strength is too great. Xiang Province has raised his fighting strength to the peak, and he can already kill an ordinary first-layer Divine Emperor. Mu Yun is only a fifth-layer Divine Emperor after all. Many people discussed and some sighed. Lu Ming's combat prowess made them gasp in amazement and respect. Therefore, some people felt that it was a pity. If Lu Ming's cultivation was stronger, he might really be able to defeat Xiang Province. However, it was not enough now. Of course, this was a good thing for Han Feng, Qi Ping and the others. They clenched their fists nervously, and their eyes were fixed on the fighting ring. They kept praying that Xiang Province could kill Lu Ming. At the very least, they had to cripple Lu Ming. Because Lu Ming's fighting strength had already made them panic. Unfortunately, what they wanted to see did not appear. Lu Ming's tenacity was freakishly strong. He was clearly at a disadvantage and he was completely suppressed. His body was dyed red with blood and his injuries were getting worse, but he persevered. Do you still want to fight? If you continue, you may suffer irreversible injuries, and it will be detrimental to your future cultivation. Xiang Province spoke. He was not a narrow-minded person. Although he envied Lu Ming's fighting strength, he was not jealous. He also did not wish to see a heaven's pride like Lu Ming being crippled in his hands. That would be too much of a pity. Is that all you've got? It's not even enough to defeat me and you still want to seriously injure me? Still lacking a little, ha. Lu Ming laughed loudly, deliberately provoking Xiang Province. Humph. Xiang Province snorted coldly, urging Eastern Purple Qi Art and Purple Sun Divine Fist to the limits. 9 suns condensed out all at once, crushing toward Lu Ming. Come on, come on. Lu Ming's eyes burst forth with a resplendent and anticipatory brilliance. So, he was about to break through. After the great battle earlier, the potential in his body was continuously stimulated. He felt that he was not far from breaking through to 6th-level Divine Lord. Just a little bit more and he would be able to break through. Facing Xiang Province's violent attack, he revealed a crazed look. Not only did he not dodge, he took the initiative to charge toward the 9 suns instead. What is he doing? Courting death. Many people stood up from their seats in shock. While Han Feng and Qi Ping were wild with joy, Lu Ming was already very seriously injured to begin with. At this moment, facing Xiang Province's all-out attack, he actually did not dodge and even took the initiative to charge up. He might very well die under this attack. Chapter 3778. Under everyone's shocked, bewildered, expectant, worried, and ecstatic gazes, Lu Ming collided with the 9 purple suns. Boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded, and the sky was filled with purple light, completely drowning Lu Ming. How is it? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fighting ring, trying to see through the purple light to see Lu Ming's situation. Swoosh. In the next moment, a figure flew out of the purple light and crashed heavily on the fighting ring. It's Lu Ming. Everyone was shocked and their eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. He's not dead, he's still breathing. Someone shouted. But his injuries are very serious. It seems that Lu Ming is still defeated. The figure that flew out was indeed Lu Ming. His injuries were indeed very serious, but they were far less serious than what others had imagined. His injuries were recovering quickly, and his combat strength was still at its peak. Furthermore, a portion of his potential had been stimulated. His bottleneck was broken. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from his body, and a divine light shrouded Lu Ming. This was the result of the potential stored in his cells being stimulated. His injuries were healing at an astonishing speed. His aura was also getting stronger. He had broken through to the 6th-level Divine Lord realm. What? Everyone at the scene stood up from their seats one after another. Their eyes were wide open and they were all in disbelief. Lu Ming had broken through after being injured in the battle? This was the Divine Lord realm and he could use this method to break through? Many people felt that their minds were about to explode and they couldn't keep up with the pace. Impossible, this is impossible. It's fake, it's fake. The most agitated were Han Feng and Qi Ping. The two of them shouted hysterically as if they were going crazy. As for sect leader Wang Han Xiling and the others, their mouths were wide open, and they were completely stunned. It was possible to break through in a battle at a lower level or below the divine realm. It was very common and many monstrous geniuses could do it. But in the Divine Lord realm, breaking through in the middle of a great battle was exceedingly few, virtually none. A breakthrough in the Divine Lord realm was not a child's game. Who didn't accumulate enough strength over a long period of time and then choose a time to go into seclusion and try for a long time before they could make a breakthrough? Lu Ming's breakthrough was too childish. However, he had succeeded in the end. How is this possible? Ziyangzhou was also in disbelief. The purple light around his body was trembling. It was obvious how shocked he was. Previously, when Lu Ming said that he wanted to borrow his strength to force himself to break through his limits, he thought it was laughable. He thought that Lu Ming was just being arrogant. He never expected that Lu Ming would actually succeed. He had actually become Lu Ming's stepping stone. Lu Ming had used him as a stepping stone to break through his cultivation. Even though the Ziyangzhou had a good character, his eyes were filled with coldness. So what? I can still defeat you. Eastern Purple Chi technique, come again. The Purple Sun Governor let out a roar. He took a few steps forward and formed a mysterious seal with his hands. Whoosh! Beyond the sky, another stream of purple chi flew over. The Ziyangzhou could actually still summon a stream of purple chi. Purple chi gathered, making the purple light on the Ziyangzhou's body become even more intense. He took a step forward and threw a punch out. The purple sun was high in the sky, pressing down on Lu Ming. Come at the right time. Lu Ming let out a long roar. He had just broken through to 6th level Divine Lord, his strength skyrocketing. He felt that there was inexhaustible strength all over his body. He rushed up and threw a punch out. Boom. The void exploded. The berserk fist force collided with the purple sun, erupting with a shocking rumble. The force was like a storm, sweeping in all directions. Bang. This time, a purple sun was forcefully blasted apart by Lu Ming's punch. While Lu Ming's figure only swayed slightly. Ziyangzhou's expression changed. Divine power burst forth, purple sun divine fist blasting out consecutively. A total of 9 purple suns pressed down on Lu Ming. Countless purple rays pierced towards Lu Ming like sharp swords. However, Lu Ming controlled the gravity orb, erupting with a powerful gravitational force. As Lu Ming's cultivation increased, even if it was the same 2 gravity orbs, the power of the gravitational force was also stronger than before. Under the pressure of the gravitational force, even the battle platform shook slightly as if it could not withstand the gravitational force and fell from the sky. Those purple rays that were like sharp swords were constantly shattered under the gravitational force. Even the 9 purple suns trembled, their power reduced by a lot. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming rushed up and threw out a series of punches. The increase in cultivation was also an increase in overall combat strength. The taboo power was denser. In this way, the power of various secret techniques would naturally be stronger. Lu Ming instantly threw out hundreds of punches, fighting against the purple suns. Boom, boom. Continuous rumbles sounded. The purple suns kept exploding one after another. In the end, all 9 suns were destroyed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body did not stop as he continued to rush towards Ziyangzhou. Ziyangzhou's face changed drastically. He did not expect Lu Ming's combat strength to increase by so much just by raising his cultivation by 1 level. However, he was not afraid. With a shout, purple aura exploded and purple suns appeared one after another. The 2 of them fought with all their might. It was an intense battle, even more intense than the battle between Ziyangzhou and Feng Peng. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. As the battle continued, Lu Ming's cultivation became more and more stable. As the power flowed through his body, the power of his attacks also became stronger. Boom, boom. Lu Ming threw out a series of punches, destroying a few purple suns. He rushed to Ziyangzhou and threw out a punch. The terrifying fist energy penetrated Ziyangzhou's protective purple aura and the violent power landed on Ziyangzhou's body. Ziyangzhou coughed out a mouthful of blood as he retreated. There was a large hole in his body that almost pierced through. Ziyangzhou's face turned pale. At that moment, Lu Ming's combat strength had surpassed Ziyangzhou's with the help of the gravity orb. Previously, without the help of the gravity orb, Lu Ming would not be able to fight against an ordinary first-layer Divine Emperor. However, after Lu Ming had broken through to the 6th-layer Divine Lord realm, he could fight against an ordinary first-layer Divine Emperor even without the help of the gravity orb. With the help of the gravity orb, he could kill such a Divine Emperor. His combat strength had surpassed Ziyangzhou's. Of course, if one's combat strength was a little higher than his, he might not win. In a real battle, it depended on one's performance and battle experience. However, in terms of battle experience, how many people in the younger generation could compare with Lu Ming? Other than Di Jinni, who had fought his way out of the small world, there were not many geniuses in the primitive universe who could compare with Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming was extremely talented in battle. Moreover, he had the battle word art. The battle word art could not only increase one's combat strength, but it could also increase one's battle talent. Chapter 3779. Therefore, with Lu Ming's combat power being higher than Xiangzu's, it was impossible for Xiangzhou to defeat Lu Ming. Instead, they were completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's attack was like a torrential storm, unceasing, one after the other, surging towards Xiangzhou. Xiangzhou was at a disadvantage due to his injuries. For a moment he could only parry, unable to retaliate. What's going on? The leaders of the various factions looked at each other in dismay. This scene was completely out of their expectations. Lu Ming was actually going to turn the tables. Previously, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. Almost everyone thought that Lu Ming was going to lose, that he wasn't a match for Xiangzhou because his cultivation was too low. Who would have thought that Lu Ming would be able to make a breakthrough in the middle of the battle, turning the tables in one fell swoop? Now he had the absolute advantage. This battle was full of twists and turns. It made the hearts of these experienced big shots fluctuate, unable to calm down. As for Han Feng and Qi Ping, their faces were pale and their lips were trembling. It was as if they were dreaming. Sect leader Wang and the people of the Fengdu Sword School were the opposite. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. If Lu Ming defeated Xiangzhou, then defeating Feng Peng wouldn't be a problem. Wouldn't that be taking first place? 8 consecutive victories, 1,600 points. First place, an additional 600 points. Wouldn't the total points of the Fengdu Sword School be over 4,000? Then what rank would they be? Top 3? Just thinking about it made the people of the Fengdu Sword School extremely excited. There's actually such an outstanding person in this world. Han Xiling sighed, her beautiful eyes were like a pool of spring water. Xiangzhou barely managed to endure more than 10 moves, but in the end he was sent flying by Lu Ming, almost flying out of the stage. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming stepped forward but didn't continue to attack. He had a good impression of Xiangzhou, and this person had helped him make a breakthrough in his cultivation. He wouldn't force him too much. You win. In the end, Governor Ziyang sighed. Even at his peak he wasn't a match for Lu Ming. Now that he was injured, there was no point in continuing the battle. He might as well admit defeat. The Violet Sun region admitting defeat also meant that Lu Ming had won. Whoosh. Many people exhaled deeply. Their eyes were still filled with shock. Before this, no one had expected this outcome. Ever since the Violet Sun region defeated Feng Peng, everyone thought that the Violet Sun region would definitely take first place. Who would have thought that before the competition ended, Lu Ming would rise up and defeat the Violet Sun region and change the situation? Everyone found the following matches dull and boring. They were still immersed in the battle between Lu Ming and the Purple Sun State. Soon the 7th round began. This time Lu Ming was up against Feng Peng. Everyone's interest was piqued, and they looked forward to an exciting battle. Naturally, Feng Peng wouldn't admit defeat so easily. He started an intense battle with Lu Ming. Feng Peng used a wandering method, wanting to exhaust Lu Ming's strength. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong opponent. At most, he would only cause some trouble for Lu Ming. In the end, both sides fought for 50 to 60 moves. Feng Peng was no match for Lu Ming and was sent flying out of the battle stage by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, 7 consecutive victories. The rest of the battle was just as everyone had expected. There were no unforeseen events. The last round of battles was even more dull. There were no strong showdowns. The remaining prodigy directly admitted defeat in the face of Lu Ming. The others also admitted defeat against Feng Peng and the Violet Sun region. It didn't cause any waves. When the last battle ended, the Resource Alliance agreement was completely over. Lu Ming, as a dark horse, obtained first place. He won 8 consecutive battles and helped the Fengdu Sword Sect obtain 8 consecutive victories. He obtained 1,600 points. The first place was also awarded 600 points. The Violet Sun region obtained second place and was awarded 400 points. Feng Peng obtained third place and was awarded 200 points. After all the battles ended, it was time to tabulate the points. Sect leader Wang walked over excitedly. Under the envious gazes of the other forces, the 18 forces began to determine the points. In the end, the Great Heaven Sect obtained first place. They obtained the first place overall. After all, the Great Heaven sect's overall strength was too strong. This was based on the overall score. It was difficult to reverse the situation with one's strength. The Lichuan family obtained second place overall. The Fengdu Sword sect obtained third place. Yes, that's right. This time the Fengdu Sword sect obtained the third place overall. Sect leader Wang, the elders of the Fengdu Sword sect, and the other disciples of the Fengdu Sword sect trembled in excitement. As for Han Feng, Qi Ping and the rest, they were trembling in discomfort. Of course, there was also the Black Blood Hall. They were all gnashing their teeth, envious of the Fengdu Sword sect. This time, the Black Blood Hall obtained the 9th place overall and entered the top 10. This was already an excellent result and something worth celebrating. However, compared to the Fengdu Sword sect, the difference was too big. How could they still have the mood to celebrate? After the overall score was tabulated, it was time to pick the resource planets. First, the Great Heaven sect began to pick. They could only pick 3 planets at a time. I choose the Purple Gold Copper planet, Blood Tear Grass planet and Blood Soul Flower planet. The Great Heaven sect leader picked 3 planets. The rest of the people were calm and they weren't too surprised. The 3 resource-rich planets were the best ones in Iron Sea Star area group. Why was it one of the best? After all, the Iron Sea Star region was huge and there were countless resource planets. Naturally, there were more than 3 good resource planets. However, there was no doubt that these 3 resource planets were the most valuable and most suitable for the Great Heaven sect. After the Great Heaven sect picked, it was the Lichuan family's turn. The head of the Lichuan family picked 3 resource planets. Next, it was the Fengdu Sword sect's sect leader Wang's turn. However, sect leader Wang didn't say anything because he was in a dilemma. Since when had the Fengdu Sword sect been ranked so high? 3rd place. There were still so many good resource planets in front of him. In the past, these resource planets were all things that he had dreamed of but could not obtain even in his dreams. Now, with so many resources in front of him, he really didn't know how to choose. He wanted this and that too. He couldn't bear to part with any of them. Sigh, it's so annoying to be ranked so high. Sect leader Wang couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't showing off, but he really couldn't help it because he was in a dilemma. However, to the other leaders of the forces, it was obvious that he was showing off. Especially the Black Blood Hall master. He was so envious that his eyeballs were about to pop out. Damn bastard. Isn't he just lucky to have an unparalleled genius? How dare you show off like this? How dare you? The Black Blood Hall master roared in his heart. He didn't realize that his face was distorted because of jealousy. At this moment, sect leader Wang seemed to have realized that the surrounding people were looking at him as if they wanted to swallow him whole. He then realized that he had been too high profile. Chapter 3780. Sect leader Wang hurriedly calmed himself down and picked 3 resource planets with great hesitation. After the selection, sect leader Wang, the elders and disciples of the Fengdu Sword sect all had smiles on their faces. With these 3 resource-rich planets, they would have abundant resources for a long time in the future. Everyone's strength would increase tremendously and so would the strength of the sect. Most importantly, with better resources, they would be able to recruit more supreme disciples. Humans were all realistic. As long as you had resources, there would naturally be people who would join you. The 18 forces made their selections one by one. There were naturally many resource-rich planets and it was impossible to select all of them in a short time. However, some of the top resource-rich planets were limited. At the end of the list, there were no more top resource-rich planets. There were only some ordinary ones left. After the 18 forces made their selections, the second round of selections began from Great Hong sect. In this manner, the selections continued. In every round, one force would pick 3 resource-rich planets. This continued until all the resource-rich planets were selected. After 2 days, all the resource-rich planets were selected. Then, the 18 forces signed an agreement to allocate the resource-rich planets. The resource-rich alliance was set by the emissaries of the Heavenly Palace and all the forces had to abide by it. After the agreement came into effect, all the forces had to mine the resource-rich planets according to their previous selections. Those who violated the agreement would be attacked by the other forces. Only before the new resource-rich alliance would the various forces secretly send people to plunder the resources of other resource-rich planets. In fact, this was a game that all the forces had agreed to. After everyone had settled their matters, Lu Ming followed sect leader Wang back to Fengdu Sword sect. He did not realize that there was a pair of flickering eyes staring at him from the Great Heaven sect's area. This pair of eyes belonged to the man in a white robe and a white bamboo hat. Even the Great Hong sect leader was respectful to him. After returning to Fengdu Sword sect, Everyone in Fengdu Sword Sect was shocked by the results of the battle. Everyone was shocked by Lu Ming's battle results. When the Fengdu Sword Sect found out that Lu Ming was a disciple of the Fengdu Sword Sect, they were stunned. Many people found it hard to believe and secretly investigated Lu Ming's identity. After some investigation, they found out that there was indeed a person called Mu Yun in the Feng City Sword Sect. Mu Yun was definitely a member of the Feng City Sword Sect. It was just that he usually kept a low profile and was too unsociable. He liked to cultivate alone and not many people had seen him before. As a result, the entire Plentiful City Sword School was in an uproar. Everyone was praising him. Of course, there were many who praised Lu Ming, but even more praised Sect Leader Wang. Sect Leader Wang had actually secretly nurtured such a shocking genius like Lu Ming. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, it would be shocking. When Sect Leader Wang heard this, he was stunned. Then he thickened his skin and admitted it. Of course, there were many people who went to congratulate Lu Ming. In fact, there were many people who wanted to curry favor with him. Lu Ming braced himself and received them. However, a few days later, Lu Ming could not take it anymore. He simply used the excuse of going into seclusion and did not go out. In fact, he was really in seclusion. Those secret techniques that he had obtained back then, there were still many that he had not finished cultivating. The Resource Alliance agreement had ended. He could make use of the time to finish cultivating the remaining secret techniques. Time flew. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming finally finished cultivating the remaining secret techniques in his hands. They turned into secret technique runes and merged into his cells. As a result, the secret techniques that Lu Ming mastered reached as many as 550 types. After refining the various secret techniques, Lu Ming took out a piece of white bone pearl and started refining it. When Lu Ming broke through to the 6th level of the Divine Lord Realm, more than half of the energy stored in his cells had been consumed. It was less than 50%. The energy of the bone pearl was extremely pure. Even a divine emperor would be envious of it. It was very easy to absorb. It continuously merged into Lu Ming's cells and transformed into Lu Ming's potential. In less than a day, the energy of a bone pearl was completely absorbed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was about to take out another one to continue absorbing when someone came. It was Sect Leader Wang. He brought a young woman to Lu Ming's residence. When Lu Ming saw Sect Leader Wang, he was slightly taken aback. Because that young woman was walking in front. Sect Leader Wang was vaguely half a step behind this woman. His expression was rather respectful. What a beautiful woman. Lu Ming sized up the young woman. The young woman looked to be about 18 years old. She was wearing an emerald green dress. Her skin was fair and her facial features were exquisite. She was very beautiful. Among all the women that Lu Ming had seen, she was the best, second only to Autumn Moon, Xian Yanqing, and the others. The most special thing about the woman was her ears. Her ears were pointed, which made her different from humans. Other than that, she looked no different from humans. The elf race. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The most famous race with pointed ears was the elf race, which ranked 36th on the list of 10,000 races of the Untainted Land. The 36th place on the list of 10,000 races of the Untainted Land was undoubtedly a terrifying top race. It was much stronger than the 99th place Ziying race. No wonder Sect Leader Wang was so respectful to this young woman. Miss Yuling, this is Mu Yun. Sect Leader Wang pointed at Lu Ming and introduced him. I know, I've seen him before. The female elf said in a clear and pleasant voice. Then she carefully sized up Lu Ming and said, Mu Yun, come with me. My young lady is waiting for you. Your young lady? Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Moreover, the other party said that she had seen him before, but Lu Ming had no impression of seeing her before. Could it be because of the Resource Covenant? After all, there were many people watching the battle. It was normal to see him before. Yes, let me tell you a piece of great news. You are my young lady's fiancé. Now come with me to see my young lady, and then return to the elf race to get married. Yuling said. What? Lu Ming's voice suddenly rose. His eyes widened and there was a look of disbelief on his face. What's going on? When did I become someone's fiancé? And the other party is from the elf race. What's going on? Is it that Mu Yun? Lu Ming thought of his substitute, the real Mu Yun of the Fengdu Sword Sect. But according to the information provided by the Fengdu Sword Sect, Mu Yun was a complete loser. How could he have a fiancé from the elf race? And the other party seemed to have a high status. How could this be possible? Conspiracy, it must be a conspiracy. On the side, Sect Leader Wang was also tongue-tied and completely confused. Obviously, he did not know what was going on. What? You don't want to? Yuling frowned. Miss Yuling, are you mistaken? I'm just an ordinary disciple of the Fengdu sword sect. How can I be worthy of your young lady? I'll have to trouble you to investigate this thoroughly. Lu Ming tried his best to persuade her. Chapter 3781. Yuling frowned, staring at Lu Ming, and said, Are you called Mu Yun? Are you a disciple of the Feng City Sword sect? That's right. Lu Ming could only brace himself and admit it. Then that's it. You and my young miss were betrothed. You might not have any memories, but your parents definitely do. Yuling said. Well, I'm alone right now and I've never heard my parents mention it before. Miss Yuling, after all, there are many people with the same name. I think you must have made a mistake. Lu Ming defended himself. If it were anyone else, a young miss of the elf clan would definitely laugh her head off if she suddenly came looking for him to marry her. The elf clan was a famous beautiful race in the great desolate universe. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. Just look at this wandering spirit, you can tell. But Lu Ming couldn't, he already had a wife, how could he marry someone else? He absolutely could not agree. What's wrong with you? My young miss wants to marry you. That's your 10 lifetimes, no, 100 lifetimes, 1,000 lifetimes of fortune. Do you know who my young miss is? My young miss's name is Ling Yu Wei, and she is one of the 20 pearls recognized by the great desolate universe. Do you know how many people are chasing after my young miss? You can circle around your Feng City, do you know that? Yuling's eyes widened as she glared at Lu Ming angrily. A mere disciple of the Feng City sword sect, her young miss wanted to marry him, but she actually tried to stop him as if she was unwilling. This was simply preposterous. If he hadn't seen Lu Ming fight before and had some talent, he would have already slapped Lu Ming in the face. Even so, did Lu Ming think that he was worthy of her young miss? She didn't know what her young miss was thinking. Although Mu Yun's talent was astonishing, there were still heaven-defying existences among the people who pursued her young miss. Why did she choose this brat? Was it really because of the engagement? Universe's 20 pearls, Ling Yu Wei. Lu Ming was flabbergasted. Of course he knew of Ling Yu Wei's name. With the dreamy divine jade, how could he not know about the peerless geniuses of the primitive universe? He was a peerless talent on the universe list. The 20 pearl names on the pearl list of the untainted universe were all leaders of the younger generation in the untainted universe. The appearance of each of them would cause a sensation. He had seen the most talented heroes several times. Ling Yu Wei, the princess of the elf clan, was peerless in her generation, unparalleled in her beauty, and her cultivation talent was also extremely high. There were only 20 pearl names on the pearl list of the primitive universe. Therefore, being pretty wasn't enough to make it onto the pearl list. There were countless creatures in the primitive universe and many of them were beautiful. However, if one wanted to be on the pearl list, not only did they have to be beautiful, they also had to have a shocking talent for cultivation. Therefore, not only were the pearl names on the prehistoric pearl list beautiful, but they were also peerless geniuses. Some of them were even geniuses on the prehistoric universe list. Lu Ming had never thought that such a talented girl would actually want to marry him. At the side, sect leader Wang was also dumbstruck. This banquet came too suddenly. It's a pity that I don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Seeing Lu Ming and sect leader Wang's dumbstruck expressions, Wandering Spirit revealed a complacent expression and said, Now you know how many lifetimes of fortune you have cultivated. Alright, now come with me. Of course, with my family's young Mrs. status, it's impossible for her to marry you, so you need to marry into her family. Do you understand? Let's go. After Wandering Spirit finished speaking, she turned around and was about to leave. She was sure that Lu Ming would definitely follow her after hearing Ling Yu Wei's name. In the primitive universe, not many men could refuse this condition. Unfortunately, Lu Ming refused, so he stood there without moving. After taking a few steps, Wandering Spirit realized that Lu Ming did not follow. She stopped and turned around, looking at Lu Ming in disbelief. You're not following? I think you guys are mistaken. My parents really didn't mention it before. Lu Ming said it again very seriously. You're really an idiot, a stupid pig. Are you a man or not? Yu Ling was anxious. She had originally thought that the mission of this trip would be very simple. She only needed to inform Lu Ming that Lu Ming would follow her back. She never thought that Lu Ming would actually refuse. He was simply a block of wood. You can call me stupid, but you can't doubt whether I'm a man or not. Do you want to check? Lu Ming said. You're shameless. Humph, I can't be bothered to care about you. Yu Ling's face flushed red. She stomped her feet in anger and turned to leave. Little brother Mu, this is a great opportunity. How can you refuse? Sect leader Wang cried out in pity. Lu Ming was now considered a disciple of the Feng City Sword Sect. If Lu Ming married the elf princess Ling Yuwei, then the Feng City Sword Sect would be on the elf clan's boat. In the future, in the Iron Sea Starfield group, which force would dare to go against them? Lu Ming furrowed his brows and said, "Sect leader Wang, I want to know the background of that Mu Yun. Have you investigated clearly? Why does he have a fiancée? Moreover, she is the princess of the elf tribe? I don't know about that either." Sect leader Wang was also completely at a loss. The original Mu Yun was just a very inconspicuous disciple of the Feng City Sword Sect. His talent was average and he was extremely low-key. He was not even famous in the Feng City Sword Sect, so how could he be related to the high and mighty elf princess? The difference between the Mu Yun of the Feng City Sword Sect and the elf princess Ling Yuwei was like an earthworm and a dragon. These two had an engagement? They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Sect leader Wang, I hope that you can send someone to carefully investigate the background of that Mu Yun and see if it's true. If it's fake, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. If it was fake, then the dignified elf princess actually wanted to marry him. There must be a conspiracy. Alright, I'll send someone to carefully investigate again. Sect leader Wang calmed down and also felt that something was wrong. Soon, sect leader Wang left. Lu Ming frowned and began to think. He always felt that this matter was not that simple, but there were no clues. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't come up with a reason. He could only give up and continue to cultivate. He had already finished cultivating the secret technique in his hands. He focused more of his energy on the battle formula and the taboo force. What was worth mentioning was that after such a long period of comprehension, as well as the series of battles in the Resource Alliance, his comprehension of the battle formula had finally broken through. He could already trigger the battle formula to increase his battle strength by 6 times, but the probability was not high. It was only about 1 in 30. Chapter 3782. The battle character formula was the origin of battle. The further one cultivated, the more difficult it would be to comprehend. It had already been a long time since he had cultivated the battle character formula to a 100% success rate. During this period of time, he did not give up on comprehending the battle character formula. As long as he had the time, he would comprehend and cultivate it. After cultivating for such a long time, he had finally broken through. It could be considered a matter of course. Of course, he needed to continue to deepen his comprehension in order to increase the success rate of triggering it. It was even more difficult to increase the success rate with 6 times the battle strength than before. Lu Ming did not wait long. About 7 days later, Sect Leader Wang came again. "Sect Leader Wang, how's the investigation going?" Lu Ming asked. "This?" Sect Leader Wang looked at Lu Ming with a strange expression and said, "Little brother Mu Yun, we didn't investigate clearly before. It was my mistake." A bad premonition arose in Lu Ming's heart as he asked, "Sect Leader Wang, what do you mean by that?" "What I mean is, Mu Yun really does have an engagement with the elven princess," Sect Leader Wang said. When he said this, even he himself felt that it was inconceivable. Lu Ming was even more stunned. "It's like this. Although not many people have seen Mu Yun before, after some investigation we still found some clues. Mu Yun had an old housekeeper who knew everything about Mu Yun. However, after Mu Yun's father passed away, the old housekeeper also left Mu Yun and moved to another place to live. It took us a lot of effort to find the old housekeeper," Sect Leader Wang said. Lu Ming frowned. He knew that the reason why Sect Leader Wang did not bring that old butler here was because he was afraid that he would find out that he was not the real Mu Yun. Sect Leader Wang continued, "According to that old butler, before Mu Yun was born, Mu Yun's father had once saved a person. Later on, it was confirmed that that person was the grandfather of the current elf princess Ling Yuwei, who was also the elf clan's patriarch. Fortunately, Mu Yun's father saved him. The elf clan's patriarch was a person who valued friendship. At that time, the elf princess Ling Yuwei and Mu Yun were not yet born and were pregnant. In order to repay Mu Yun's father, the elf clan's patriarch decided to marry Mu Yun's father." There's really such a thing? Lu Ming was dumbstruck, thinking that he was dreaming. He was just to find someone to replace his identity, and there were actually so many things to do. This time it should be true. Later, when the elf patriarch recovered from his injuries, he gathered the elites of the elf tribe and went back to suppress the rebellion. However, due to his heavy injuries, his internal injuries flared up, and he didn't live for long before he died. After he fell, the current elf clan's patriarch succeeded him, which is Ling Yuwei's father. But at this time something happened. Sect Leader Wang continued. "The elf clan doesn't recognize it?" Lu Ming guessed. That's right. After Ling Yue was born, she revealed a terrifying talent. Her talent was unparalleled and her talent was peerless. As for Mu Yun, his talent was mediocre, and the difference between him and Ling Yue was too great. Furthermore, when Mu Yun was young, his parents both passed away. After Mu Yun's parents passed away, they completely cut off all contact with the elf clan, and the old butler also left. This matter was originally left unsettled, and there weren't many people who knew about it. Sect leader Wang's expression was somewhat complicated. Lu Ming was stunned. He was flabbergasted and dumbstruck. He could even encounter such a melodramatic thing. He just wanted to find someone to replace his identity, but now the elf princess was involved. Have the people of the elf clan seen that Lu Ming before? Lu Ming asked. He was worried about this problem. If the people of the elf clan had seen Mu Yun, they would know that he was fake the moment they met him. It would be easy to determine based on the aura of his life origin. I don't think so. According to the old butler, after Mu Yun was born, he hasn't seen anyone from the elf clan. Sect leader Wang said. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, after thinking about it, the old elf clan leader died a few years after suppressing the rebellion of the elf clan. Other than the old elf clan leader, the rest of the elf clan looked down on Mu Yun and his father. After all, the difference between the two parties was too great. It was normal for the people of the elf clan to not see Mu Yun. However, why did the other party suddenly come to look for him now? Little brother Mu Yun, I reckon that the elf princess saw your performance at the Resource Alliance Agreement. I received news that during the Resource Alliance Agreement, a big shot of the elf clan came here and was received by the Heavenly Hong sect. Maybe the elf princess saw your talent and was impressed by it, so she agreed to this marriage contract. This is also an opportunity for you, sect leader Wang said. Of course, he hoped that Lu Ming would agree to this marriage contract. I am me, not Mu Yun of the Feng City Sword sect. This is impossible. Lu Ming rejected directly. Sect leader Wang was speechless. He couldn't understand why Lu Ming would reject such a temptation. If it were him, he would have agreed long ago. After sect leader Wang left, Lu Ming frowned and started to think. Should he just leave? However, he had spent a lot of effort to get this identity and it was really suitable. Not many people had seen him before, and he might not be able to find such a suitable identity in other places. Without a suitable identity, it would be difficult to become a heavenly soldier of the heavenly palace. Lu Ming had a headache. Whatever, as long as I don't want to, that Ling Yue can't force herself on me, right? Lu Ming thought it through and decided to ignore it and continue to cultivate in peace. However, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. This matter still spread out, and at an astonishing speed, it quickly spread throughout the entire Feng City Sword sect. When countless disciples of the Feng City Sword sect found out about this, they were simply envious and jealous of Lu Ming. When they found out that Lu Ming had actually rejected the elf princess, their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. They secretly cursed Lu Ming for being stupid. Some people even beat their chests and stamped their feet, wishing that they could replace Lu Ming. Especially after Qi Ping found out about this news, he was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. The heavens are unfair, the heavens are unfair. How could that brat Mu Yun have such good luck? Qi Ping roared in his heart. He had seen Ling Yue's appearance in the dream space, and it was simply shocking. Such a proud daughter of heaven was actually Mu Yun's fiancée. The flames of his jealousy were about to ignite him. However, when he heard Lu Ming's rejection, he was wild with joy. He secretly cursed Lu Ming for being an idiot to even reject such an opportunity. I heard that the geniuses who are pursuing Ling Yue can circle around Feng City Star. That brat Mu Yun actually has an engagement with Ling Yue, hee. Qi Ping's gaze turned as he let out a few sneers. Chapter 3783. Qi Ping revealed a conspiratorial smile, then took out the illusory jade and sent a message. It was the news of Lu Ming and Ling Yue's engagement. Furthermore, it was clear that Lu Ming had rejected Ling Yue. The moment this news came out, it instantly exploded in the great desolate universe. Countless geniuses exploded. The high and mighty elf princess Ling Yue, who was peerless in her generation, actually had an engagement? Moreover, the other party was actually a disciple of an ordinary universe-level power. Many people had never even heard of the Feng City Sword sect. This was simply putting a chicken and a phoenix together. The key point was that the elf princess Ling Yue was planning to marry this person. More importantly, this brat called Mu Yun had rejected it. Countless geniuses seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. They felt their hearts ache and then their eyes turned cold. That Mu Yun, I don't know how many lifetimes of good fortune he has accumulated to actually have an engagement with Princess Yue. Furthermore, he actually rejected it. How preposterous, who does he think he is? Damn it, where is the Feng City Sword Sect? I'm going to find him. I'm going to cripple that brat. Many people roared in the illusory space. They bitterly pursued Ling Yue, but Ling Yue didn't even care about them. But what about Mu Yun? Ling Yue took the initiative to marry Mu Yun, but he actually rejected Ling Yue. Compared to him, what were they? Was he trash? This was a huge blow to their self-esteem. From their point of view, Lu Ming was slapping their faces. Therefore, countless geniuses said that they wanted to kill their way to the Feng City Sword Sect and teach Lu Ming a lesson. At the same time, these geniuses also had the same thought. They wanted to trample Lu Ming under their feet and let Ling Yue see who was the real genius. He was the one who was worthy of her, Ling Yue. For a time, many geniuses inquired about the location of the Feng City Sword Sect and inquired about Mu Yun. In the Feng City Sword Sect, Qi Ping saw the news in the illusory space and revealed a complacent smile. Lu Ming, let's see how you die this time. Qi Ping sneered. He thought for a while and sent out another message in the illusory space. Of course, his name in the dream realm wasn't his real name. Otherwise he wouldn't have dared to use it. He mentioned in the dream space that Lu Ming's combat strength was not weak. Relying on a 6th-level divine lord, he defeated the Xiang prefecture of the Ziying race. The reason he spread this news was not to raise Lu Ming's status or to help Lu Ming become famous. His goal was to let the prodigies of the various races know about Lu Ming's battle prowess. Then, more powerful prodigies would come, and not some useless prodigies who wouldn't be a match for Lu Ming. The moment this news came out, it caused a huge commotion. The Purple Sun Province was, after all, the outstanding talents of the top 100 races. Among the quasi-emperors, they were rather famous in the entire Great Desolate Universe. And Lu Ming was just a 6th-level divine lord. He could actually defeat the Violet Sun Province? I don't believe it. These Sky Prides could not believe it at all after reading the news. Huhu, a disciple of a faction in a corner, actually said that relying on a 6th-level divine lord to defeat the Violet Sun Province, simply laughable. A colossal joke. I reckon that it was that Mu Yun who got people to release the news wanting to scare us away. It's just that he's a little too ignorant. A 6th-level divine lord can defeat the Violet Sun Province. Does he think that he's a monster of the top 10 races or a hero of the Heavenly Palace? Bragging, not afraid of biting your tongue, idiot. Under that message that Qi Ping sent, a bunch of people replied. Of course, they were all scolding Qi Ping, mocking and ridiculing Qi Ping. After Qi Ping saw it, he was also dumbfounded with his mouth agape, not expecting this result. Humph, don't care, as long as an expert comes and exterminates Mu Yun, that fellow, it will do. Qi Ping snorted coldly. During this process, the Violet Sun Province himself did not come out to defend himself from start to end. Presumably, he also did not have the face to come out and say anything after being defeated at the hands of a 6th-level divine lord. Lu Ming did not expect that it would cause such a huge wave. By the time he saw the news from the fantasy space, it was already half a month later. At this time, the fantasy space had long burst into an uproar. Many Heaven's Prides had long set off on a journey to find Lu Ming. Nest, who leaked the news. Lu Ming was greatly enraged. Right at this time, Lu Ming's expression changed, his gaze looking into the distance. Bang, bang. In the distance, one powerful aura after another rose up, spreading over here like a fierce wind. Then, one figure after another appeared in the horizon. All of them were young men. There were a total of several dozen people heading over here with extremely swift speed. Not long after, several dozen experts surrounded the place where Lu Ming stayed. Lu Ming frowned and stepped out, arriving outside the courtyard. Several dozen pairs of gazes landed on Lu Ming uniformly. You're Mu Yun? A youth with a sturdy figure stared at Lu Ming and asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. His gaze swept around and did not see anyone from Fengdu Sword Sect, nor did he see Sect Head Wang and the rest. This was within his expectations. Sect Head Wang and Fengdu Sword Sect's people did not dare to appear. Clearly, his location was most likely also informed by Fengdu Sword Sect. These Heaven's Prides who dared to pursue Ling Yue and had the qualifications to pursue Ling Yue practically all came from large clans on the Great Desolate 10,000 clans list. Without a certain status, how could they have the qualifications to pursue Ling Yue, nor did they have the confidence and courage. Therefore, Fengdu Sword Sect did not dare to offend these Heaven's Prides at all. It was already not bad that they could not help either side. How could they dare to stand up for Lu Ming? After hearing Lu Ming admit it, these Heaven's Prides all had fire in their eyes. One after another, ice-cold auras landed on Lu Ming's body. Their gazes were sharp like swords, as if wanting to see through Lu Ming. Sure enough, he's only a 6th-level divine lord. Such a person might be considered a genius in a mere Fengdu sword sect, but in the great desolate universe he's nothing. How can he be worthy of Princess Yu Wei? What's even more hateful is that he actually rejected Princess Yu Wei. What does he think he is? Just a piece of trash. He actually found someone to say that he defeated the Purple Sun province in the dream space. What a joke. This is the result of ignorance. One after another, voices of displeasure and jealousy sounded out. Lu Ming was also displeased when he heard this. What does the matter between me and Ling Yu Wei have to do with you guys? I still have to cultivate. If you guys have nothing else, please leave. Lu Ming said coolly. Even now this kid is still pretending. This is ridiculous. Someone sneered and mocked. How is it? Who should we hand this person over to? Someone looked at the others. A mere 6th-level divine lord, any one of us can suppress him. However, there's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. I'll do it. You guys use the Dream Divine Jade to synchronize the scene of me suppressing this kid into the dream space. Let everyone see this kid's joke. A youth with 2 noses stepped out. This person had the cultivation of an 8th-level divine lord. He was a heaven's pride of the multi-nose race in the great desolate universe. Chapter 3784. Alright, let's do it this way. I'll synchronize it, equivalent to a live broadcast. I'll use live broadcast in the future. It's easier to understand. Several youths took out the illusory divine jade. The illusory divine jade glowed and faced Lu Ming. The illusory divine jade could be recorded and transmitted. It could also be broadcasted live. Others could see it directly through the illusory divine jade. At this moment, countless geniuses of the primitive universe saw Lu Ming's image through the illusory divine jade. Is it very ordinary? What race is it? It seems to be a human. I really don't know what kind of luck this person has. He actually has an engagement with Princess Yu Wei. The key is that this person rejected it. I'm so angry. Many people were discussing. The more they looked at Lu Ming, the angrier they became. They were looking forward to Lu Ming being suppressed. Boom. At this moment, the youth with 2 noses stepped forward and pressed towards Lu Ming. The aura of an 8th-level divine lord continuously erupted. Kid, kneel down. In front of the whole world, admit that you're not worthy of Princess Yu Wei. Admit that you're trash. The youth with 2 noses said coldly. This scheme of his was truly vicious. If Lu Ming said so in front of the whole world, then he would lose all face. Even if he had an engagement with Ling Yu Wei, the elf race would definitely not let Ling Yu Wei marry Lu Ming. Marrying such a person was equally shameful for the elf race. Alright. The other geniuses secretly applauded, secretly praising what a good plan. Of course, there was also someone who was secretly anxious. That was Qi Ping. What an idiot, a mere 8th-level divine lord. Qi Ping scolded the youth with 2 noses. Lu Ming was an existence who had defeated the Purple Sun state. You're just an 8th-level divine lord, yet you're so arrogant now. When you're beaten up later, not only will Lu Ming not lose face, but his reputation will also soar. However, he couldn't rush out to remind him now. Is there something wrong with your head? Lu Ming indifferently glanced at the youth with 2 noses. Kid, it seems like you don't agree. Then kneel down. Murderous intent flashed in the 2-nosed young man's eyes. His god force erupted as he struck out with his palm. A huge palm formed and pressed down on Lu Ming. It wanted to force Lu Ming to his knees and humiliate Lu Ming in front of the whole world. However, Lu Ming stood there motionless, allowing the palm to press down on him. He looked like he was petrified. Ah, look, that kid is stunned. He's probably scared out of his wits. He even forgot to dodge. He's probably locked onto by the aura. You'll know whether an expert is capable or not the moment he makes a move. You'll know whether he's capable or not the moment he makes a move. That person even asked someone to boast in the illusory space that he defeated the Purple Sun Prefecture. What a joke. That's right. The sky prides of the various clans who were watching the live broadcast through the illusory space began to discuss among themselves. Sending a message through the dreamscape didn't need to be written word by word. Instead, the message could be sent with just a thought. Because of this, the communication speed was very fast. It was even faster than the time it took to communicate with mouth. At this moment, the communication between these people came to an abrupt end. This was because just as the huge palm was about to press down on Lu Ming made his move. Boom. Lu Ming casually slashed out with his palm. A dazzling sword radiance burst out and the palm of the 2-nosed young man was easily sliced apart. You're quite capable. Then, let's see how you're going to deal with this move. The two-nosed young man roared angrily. His two noses enlarged and his nostrils became several times larger. Brr, brr. Two consecutive roars erupted from his nostrils and formed a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Lu Ming. This was a sound wave attack. The two-nosed young man had already used his trump card. The pressure was so terrifying that it caused the space to explode continuously. It formed a pitch-black space that seemed to be able to crush everything. However, this attack might be terrifying to others, but it was nothing to Lu Ming. Swoosh. Lu Ming dashed out directly, facing the terrifying pressure and dashing into it. The terrifying pressure was like a gentle breeze that did not cause any damage to Lu Ming. Lu Ming rushed through and arrived in front of the two-nosed young man in an instant. The distance between the two of them was only a few centimeters and they almost collided. The two-nosed young man was stunned. His eyes were wide open and the nostrils of his two nostrils expanded. For a moment he actually forgot to retreat. Bam! Lu Ming slapped out and slapped the two-nosed young man's face. With a shrill scream, the two-nosed young man was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away and spun tens of thousands of rounds in the air. When he stopped, he was completely dizzy. His two noses were completely deformed and squeezed together, becoming one. His face was distorted beyond recognition, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. He couldn't even fly and fell to the ground. He was caught by another genius. Otherwise he would be in a worse state. The scene, as well as those geniuses watching through the dream space, quietened down all at once. Lu Ming actually one-shot the two-nosed young man in one move. One had to know, Lu Ming was just a 6th-level Divine Lord, while the two-nosed young man was an 8th-level Divine Lord. A full 2 realms difference and he was actually so weak. Just one move and it unavoidably aroused these people's attention on Lu Ming. Putting aside whether the matter of Lu Ming defeating the Violet Yangzhou in the dream space previously was true or not, just Lu Ming being able to defeat the two-nosed young man now was sufficient to show how terrifying Lu Ming's talent was. A mere Fengdu sword sect actually had such a person? Humph, talent is not bad. But wanting to match up to Princess Yue, it's still too far away. That's right. Furthermore, his attitude is so arrogant, looking down on everyone. No matter how good his talent is, he's also just a 6th-level Divine Lord. The next instant, some people snorted coldly, the cold light in their eyes becoming even stronger. I'll suppress him. Another young man stepped out. This young man had a tall and sturdy build. Although his appearance was not very handsome, he had a masculine aura. Behind him, there was a tail that was the most eye-catching. A powerful aura erupted from this young man's body, spreading over toward Lu Ming. However, it did not have the slightest impact on Lu Ming. Quasi-Emperor is it? Lu Ming muttered, his eyes flashing. This was a Quasi-Emperor level Heaven's Chosen. Clearly, seeing the two-nosed young man being easily defeated, the other 8th-level Divine Lord and 9th-level Divine Lord existences did not dare to make a move for a moment, lacking confidence. It was the safest for a Quasi-Emperor level Heaven's Chosen to take action. Come on, bring out your strongest strength. Otherwise that two-nosed young man will be your outcome. Lu Ming said. Impudent kill. The burly young man gave a loud bellow and suddenly took a step out. He just took a step out, but his speed was astonishingly fast. In an instant he appeared in front of Lu Ming. His pair of fingers grew sharp nails. This person's original form should be a raccoon. These were raccoon claws. Chapter 3785. Chi-Chi. His claw was like a heavenly blade that tore through the void and grabbed at Lu Ming's neck. Not bad, but it's still far from being comparable to Xiangzhou and Feng Peng. Lu Ming could sense the opponent's strength as soon as he made a move. With such strength, Lu Ming didn't even need to activate the battle character art. He used his finger like a sword and stabbed out a few times. Lu Ming attacked first and tapped at the burly youth's palm. The burly youth's expression changed. He clenched his claw and used his sharp fingernails to meet Lu Ming's finger. The two attacks collided. Break. There was a chilling glint in the burly young man's eyes. His fingernails were sharper than divine weapons. Lu Ming actually used his fingers to fight head-on with him. He was simply asking for a beating. He wanted to sever Lu Ming's fingers in an instant. However, at the moment of collision, the burly young man's expression changed. He felt that Lu Ming's fingers were harder than divine metal. His fingernails cut the surface of Lu Ming's fingers, but they did not move at all. On the contrary, his fingernails made creaking sounds and became deformed. In the end, they even broke with a few cracking sounds. Not good. The burly youth's expression changed and he quickly retreated. It's too late to retreat now. Lu Ming was faster than him. He followed closely behind the burly youth. Now's the time. Originally, the burly youth was retreating with panic on his face. But at this moment, his panic completely disappeared. Instead, he revealed a sinister smile. Whoosh! Behind the burly youth, a black shadow stabbed at Lu Ming. It was faster than a steel whip and sharper than a divine sword. It was the tail of the burly youth. Origin source secret technique. Lu Ming didn't need to look to know that this was the burly youth's origin source secret technique. It turned out that this person's origin source secret technique was hidden in the tail. He hadn't used it before so that he could catch Lu Ming off guard and take him down. Unfortunately, Lu Ming wasn't an ordinary person. He had underestimated Lu Ming. Interesting. Lu Ming's expression didn't change at all. He still had a faint smile on his face. In an instant, he activated the battle character incantation and doubled his battle prowess, increasing his strength and the speed of his palm. With a sudden grab, he grabbed the burly young man's tail, preventing him from moving. Not good. This time, the burly youth's complexion changed greatly. His sudden attack was his strongest attack, but it didn't affect Lu Ming at all. Instead, it was easily caught by Lu Ming. Furthermore, he felt that Lu Ming's hand was as steady as an inextinguishable star. His tail couldn't move in the slightest. Let go of me. The burly young man roared, and his fist suddenly blasted towards Lu Ming's head. Humph. Lu Ming coldly harumphed and suddenly exerted strength, grabbing the burly youth's tail and swinging it around. Berserk energy surged through the burly youth's tail, causing him to feel his entire body go soft and unable to exert any strength. He was swung around by Lu Ming. Huff huff huff. Lu Ming picked up the burly youth with one hand and suddenly spun him. In an instant he spun at least a few 100,000 times. Such a high frequency of spinning was extremely terrifying. It caused the air and space to become a great killing weapon. They rubbed against the burly youth and turned into terrifying energy that bombarded his body. Kacha kacha. The burly youth's muscles were torn and his bones were broken. Blood kept oozing out of his nose and mouth. In the end, Lu Ming threw him out. He crashed heavily on the ground, creating a huge crater. The burly youth lay in the crater, unable to move at all. This time, the Sky Prides at the scene and the Sky Prides who were watching the live broadcast through the illusory divine jade were all stunned. Previously, Lu Ming had defeated two nosed youths. It was still acceptable. After all, the gap between the two wasn't particularly shocking. But now it was shocking. Lu Ming, with his 6th level Divine Lord cultivation, had crossed 4 realms and defeated a quasi-emperor level Sky Pride. Such battle prowess was truly terrifying. Could it be that the illusory divine jade said that Mu Yun had really defeated Xiangzhou? Such a thought appeared in everyone's mind. Immediately, someone who knew Xiangzhou passed the news to him. Xiangzhou didn't deny it and admitted it generously. Once the news was out, there was an uproar in the illusory divine space. The news from before was actually true. Mu Yun had actually defeated the Xiang prefecture. Xiangzhou wasn't the burly youth from before. Xiangzhou had a certain reputation in the circle of quasi-emperors in the entire primitive universe. His combat strength was so strong that he could cross realms and kill ordinary divine emperors. Such a person had actually been defeated by Mu Yun. Didn't that mean that Mu Yun could kill ordinary 1st-level divine emperors with his 6th-level divine lord cultivation? Heaven-defying. A phrase appeared in everyone's mind. They didn't expect that such a person would appear in the small Fengdu sword sect. It was really heaven-defying. Even the seniors of many major races and forces were alarmed. They watched the situation on Lu Ming's side through the illusory divine jade. This kid does have some strength. Are we going to let him go just like that? That's right. Are we going to let him humiliate Princess Yue just like that? Unforgivable. In the illusory divine jade, some of Ling Yue's pursuers or people with ulterior motives spoke up to provoke the crowd. That's right. Today we came with a lot of people. If we were beaten back by this kid, it would be embarrassing. At the scene, another young man spoke up. This young man was dressed in a gray robe and carried an iron saber on his back. He was like an unsheathed saber. Of course we can't go back just like that. Interesting. My hands are itching. Who will do it? Another young man in a yellow robe looked at the young man with the saber. Let me do it. I want to see how he can defeat Xiangzhou. After the young man with the saber finished speaking, he stepped forward. Buzz. The saber that was originally quiet jumped and was held in the young man's hand. Suddenly, a saber light broke through the clouds and rushed into the starry sky. The broken saber of the Divine Saber clan is going to make a move. Many people's eyes lit up. The Divine Saber clan's ranking in the Great Desolate 10,000 clans was not high. They were only ranked 2398. They were far inferior to the Ziying clan. However, it did not mean that there were no terrifying monsters just because their ranking was inferior. The Broken Saber was a terrifying monster. In the circle of quasi-emperors, his reputation was greater than that of Xiangzhou. It was said that he was also stronger. Everyone was looking forward to seeing how Lu Ming defeated Xiangzhou with his 6th-level Divine Lord Realm strength. The Broken Saber would definitely be able to force out all of Lu Ming's strength. Bang! The Broken Saber stepped out and stepped on the void. Heaven and earth trembled violently. Dense saber lights surged toward Lu Ming. The snow-white saber lights were densely packed, almost drowning Lu Ming. There were tens of thousands of them. Chapter 3786. The densely packed blade auras rushed towards Lu Ming, but Lu Ming threw out a punch. The violent fist force crushed the void and everything in front of him exploded. All the blade auras were drowned by the void and disappeared without a trace. "You don't have to test me. Just use your full strength," Lu Ming said. As he spoke, Lu Ming had already activated the Battle Character Sutra to increase his combat strength by 5 times. This broken knife gave him a lot of pressure, as if he was facing the Ziyang Prefecture. Therefore Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. "Indeed, I have made an unnecessary move. You have the right to make me use my full strength." As Broken Knife's eyes opened and closed, rays of dazzling blade auras burst out. The aura on his body continued to surge. A dazzling blade shadow rushed out from between his eyebrows and merged with the iron blade in his hand. This was Broken Knife's ultimate secret technique. Shattering iron blade, slash. Broken Knife roared and slashed out with his blade. Whoosh! A shocking saber gleam slashed toward the top of Lu Ming's head. The void was split open. The terrifying saber gleam along with everything fell toward Lu Ming. However, this was not the end. When Broken Knife slashed out, he moved and rushed towards Lu Ming. He changed his blade aura and slashed out horizontally. A horizontal blade aura slashed towards Lu Ming. It formed a cross with the previous blade aura and slashed towards Lu Ming. The blade aura was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye it was close to Lu Ming. Gravity Orb. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He activated the gravity orb and a powerful gravitational force burst out, enveloping the vast void. Buzz buzz. The 2 blade auras were pressed down by the gravitational force and immediately vibrated. Following which, Lu Ming brandished his fists and bombarded the 2 saber gleams. The saber gleams vibrated and dispersed. What powerful strength! All of the remaining prodigies present, as well as the prodigies of the various races who were watching the battle through the illusory divine jade, as well as some of the older generation figures, were all stunned. The fact that Zhang Xian was able to overcome the attack of the small knife so easily showed that his fighting prowess was frightening. He was much stronger than the burly young man whom he had dealt with previously. Obviously, Lu Ming hadn't used his full strength just now. Amazing. Again. Xiao Dao roared and approached Lu Ming. Xiao Dao unceasingly chopped towards Lu Ming. The attack of the saber technique was direct, domineering, and powerful. The dazzling saber light emitted a terrifying whistling sound as it chopped towards Lu Ming, sealing off all of Lu Ming's paths of retreat, forcing Lu Ming to take it head-on. Lu Ming controlled the gravity orb and the powerful pressure constantly pressed down on Xiao Dao, forcing him to circulate his divine power to resist the gravity. Boom. Lu Ming clenched his fists and mobilized all of his cells, activating the secret skills in all of them. These secret skills gathered together and turned into 2 balls that wrapped around Lu Ming's fists. Lu Ming used his fists to resist Xiao Dao's saber. The 2 of them exchanged dozens of blows in the blink of an eye. What a powerful attack. It's even stronger than the attack from the Purple Sun State. Lu Ming was also shocked. There were indeed many prodigies in the Eldritch universe. He couldn't underestimate anyone. Xiao Dao's saber technique was extremely domineering and powerful. It was even more powerful than the East Rising Purple Chi art from the Purple Sun State. Xiao Dao's ability to fight head-on was even stronger. However, Lu Ming was also slightly stronger than when he had fought against the Purple Sun State. Firstly, his cultivation level had become more stable. Secondly, during this period of time, he had cultivated some secret skills and integrated them into his cells. He now controlled a total of 550 kinds of secret skills. Although he hadn't fully comprehended these secret skills yet, under the effect of the taboo power, their power was also very shocking. But in the battle against Xiao Dao, he didn't have much of an advantage. The 2 of them fought fiercely. Everyone watched quietly in the surroundings. They couldn't calm down. Hearing about it was one thing, but seeing it with their own eyes was another. Previously, when they heard that Lu Ming could defeat the Purple Sun State, no one believed it at first. Later, when the Purple Sun State admitted it personally, although they believed it, they weren't that shocked. At this moment, seeing Lu Ming fight to a draw with Xiao Dao, who was stronger than the Purple Sun State with his 6th level Divine Lord cultivation, that kind of shock was difficult to describe with words. Such combat strength is too unbelievable. Do the top monsters in the top 10 races have such combat strength? Someone expressed such an opinion in the dream space. However, no one answered. The top 10 races were all extraordinarily talented. Those top monsters, their combat strength was even ridiculously strong. But were they so strong? A 6th level Divine Lord fought to a draw with Xiao Dao, who was also a monstrous genius? Could it be done? Everyone expressed their doubts. Perhaps, another monster with the ability to suppress the top 10 races was born. For generations, in the competition of the younger generation, the monsters of the top 10 races undoubtedly suppressed all heroes. They suppressed the other races' geniuses with invincibility until they couldn't breathe. They were synonymous with invincibility. But there were exceptions to everything. There would always be times when those weaker races would give birth to undefeatable geniuses. Those geniuses were all outstanding geniuses. They came from weak races, but they were able to rise against the trend, trampling the top geniuses of the top 10 races beneath their feet, becoming undefeatable. There weren't many such people, but there wouldn't be a lack of them. They felt that Lu Ming had such an attitude. Amidst everyone's complicated thoughts, Lu Ming and Xiao Dao had already exchanged more than 100 moves. The two of them didn't have any superfluous tricks, both meeting force with force, directly clashing head-on. Every move was done with all their strength. This kind of fighting method consumed a lot of divine power. Especially for Xiao Dao, it was even more so. Saber Dao required one to press forward with indomitable will and go all out. Every saber was the strongest saber. Every saber was a saber to kill. There was no way out. But in this case, the speed of consuming divine power was even more astonishing. Moreover, Xiao Dao still needed to circulate divine power to resist the suppression of the gravity pearl. The consumption of divine power was even greater. After more than 100 moves, Xiao Dao was already covered in sweat, his breathing heavy. The power of his saber had already begun to weaken. Xiao Dao is in danger. Many people could see that Xiao Dao was about to lose. Once a saber practitioner went all out and couldn't kill, then what awaited was to be killed. A saber practitioner's momentum was the most terrifying, but it also weakened quickly. You're the one who lost. Lu Ming roared, his fists constantly blasting out. Clang, clang. His unparalleled fists bombarded Xiao Dao's war saber, causing his war saber to vibrate incessantly. Xiao Dao retreated rapidly, blood seeping out of his hand. As soon as he retreated, Lu Ming's attacks were even more ferocious. After a few more moves, Xiao Dao finally couldn't block Lu Ming's attacks and was bombarded by Lu Ming's fist. Xiao Dao was sent flying, a bloody hole exploding in his body. Half of his body almost exploded. He was severely injured. Chapter 3787. Although the attack power of the broken knife was strong, its defense was not as good as that of the Violet Sun Prefecture. After being hit by Lu Ming's attack, it was immediately severely injured. You've lost. Lu Ming did not continue to chase after him as he spoke coldly. Damn it. Many people roared. As for Qi Ping, who was hiding in the dark, he was even more furious as he roared. He originally wanted to torture Lu Ming, but instead he made Lu Ming famous. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Fight, fight. There are so many geniuses in the world. Even if you defeat a few, there will be more behind you. There will definitely be stronger geniuses coming to find trouble with this brat. Qi Ping comforted himself. Xiao Dao's face was dejected. He did not continue fighting and turned into a ray of saber light as he left the place. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the surroundings like two sharp divine swords. Everyone who was swept by his gaze had a change in expression. Some did not dare to look Lu Ming in the eye. Amongst the dozens of people who came this time, Xiao Dao was one of the strongest. Although there were still a few who could compete with Xiao Dao, even Xiao Dao had been defeated. If they went up, they would probably be in danger as well. For a moment, no one accepted the challenge. They even wanted to rush forward and suppress Lu Ming together. However, it was just a thought. He really couldn't do it. What was their purpose in coming to Lu Ming? It was for the elf princess Ling Yue. It was to suppress Lu Ming in front of Ling Yue and let Ling Yue know that Lu Ming was trash and not worthy of him. If they joined forces, then their reputation would be tarnished. From then on, they would not be able to raise their heads in front of Lu Ming. Instead, they would raise Lu Ming even more. They were sure that Ling Yue was also using the Dream Jade to watch. They were not wrong. Ling Yue was indeed using the Dream Jade to watch. On a remote planet, in an elegant courtyard, an astonishingly beautiful fairy woman was looking at something through the dreamy divine jade. This astonishingly beautiful woman was the elf princess Ling Yue, one of the 20 pearls of the great desolate universe. The dream jade shone, projecting a picture into the air. The person in the image was Lu Ming. Beside Ling Yue, the wandering spirit who had gone to see Lu Ming before stood quietly. On the other side there was an old elf woman. Not bad. I didn't expect Mu Yun to have such talent. Seeing that Lu Ming had defeated Broken Knife, the old elf woman exclaimed in admiration. He does have some talent, but he's too arrogant. I've already said before that it's Miss who wants to marry him, but he actually looked unwilling and made all sorts of excuses. He's arrogant and has his eyes on the top of his head. His future achievements will be limited. Yu Ling said unhappily. She still held a grudge against Lu Ming. Miss, although you have a marriage agreement with Mu Yun, that was many years ago. Moreover, Mu Yun didn't take the initiative to look for you. Why do you want to take the initiative to marry him? Then Wandering Spirit looked at Ling Yue and asked curiously. Yu Ling, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. On the side, the old elf woman glared at Yu Ling. Yu Ling didn't know, but she did. Ling Yue's father, the current elf clan leader, intended to marry Ling Yue to a peerless monster from the top 10 races, the Angel clan, for a marriage alliance. However, Ling Yue was unwilling. Although that monster from the Angel clan had astonishing talent and an unquestionable background, she had inquired about him. That person was too fickle and had a bad reputation. Ling Yue would never marry such a person. However, it was hard for her to refuse her father. Therefore, she thought of the fiancé she had never met before. This time, she came to the Iron Sea Star Field Group to see the fiancé she had never met before, Mu Yun. Originally, she wanted to use force to force Mu Yun to fake a marriage with her. This way, she wouldn't have to marry the genius of the Angel clan. When she arrived, she happened to encounter the Resource Alliance. Out of curiosity, she went to take a look. Unexpectedly, when he was at the Resource Alliance, he actually saw Lu Ming and was shocked by Lu Ming's battle prowess. After asking around, he found out that Lu Ming's name was Mu Yun, and he came from the Fengdu Sword sect. This was too much of a coincidence. Of course, this also made Ling Yue change her mind slightly. Lu Ming's talent also moved her a little. At the very least, it was better than that genius from the Angel clan. In addition, she had another purpose, which was why she had asked Wandering Spirit to go over and say that she wanted to marry Lu Ming. However, she didn't expect that Lu Ming would actually disagree. After that, the matter would become so big that it gradually got out of her control. Just watch. I hope that this Mu Yun will bring me an even bigger surprise. Ling Yue's eyes flickered a few times as she smiled sweetly like 100 flowers blooming. Even the Wandering Spirit and the old woman from the elf clan were stunned. Wandering Spirit was considered very beautiful. In the various races of the great desolate universe, they were all top-notch beauties. However, standing beside Ling Yue, they were overshadowed. Fengdu Planet, Lu Ming's residence. For a moment, no one dared to accept the challenge. I know that you guys are here because of the elf princess, but I'll say it again. I have no intention of marrying the elf princess. I already have someone in my heart. If you guys want to pursue the elf princess, you guys can pursue her yourselves. If you don't have the ability to pursue her, then what do you mean by coming here to bother me? Lu Ming said loudly. Lu Ming's words were heard by many people through the Dream Jade. Lu Ming once again rejected Ling Yue in public. This made countless geniuses envious and jealous. The elf princess took the initiative to marry him, but he actually rejected her. Many people were so envious that they were about to go crazy. If it were them, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. Look, this brat is arrogant. I'm not wrong, am I? On a remote planet, Wandering Spirit was so angry that her face turned pale. She stared hatefully at Lu Ming on the screen. Interesting. The elf princess wasn't angry. She smiled lightly, but no one knew what she was thinking. This brat is so arrogant. What does he mean by this? Is he belittling us? In the universe, many geniuses roared. Lu Ming's words were blatantly belittling them. They couldn't pursue the elf princess, but Mu Yun rejected the elf princess. This was a blatant slap to their faces. This brat, I'll definitely suppress him. Arrogant just because he has a bit of strength. Just a 6th level divine lord, what's there to be arrogant about? I can slap him to death with one hand. There was an uproar in the Dream Jade. Through the dreamy divine jade, Lu Ming could see everything clearly. However, Lu Ming was fearless. So be it, just nice to give him pressure and let him break through quickly. You guys, if you want to spar with me, it's fine too. My cultivation is at the 6th level Divine Lord realm. As long as you guys are below the Divine Emperor realm, I'll accept it. Lu Ming continued to speak. His words directly blocked the mouths of those Divine Emperor realm geniuses. He made it clear that his cultivation was only at the 6th level Divine Lord realm. He would accept anyone below the Divine Emperor realm. As for those above the Divine Emperor realm, you still have the nerve to come? Chapter 3788. To put it bluntly, Lu Ming was challenging all the Divine Lords in the universe. Quasi-emperors were actually considered within the Divine Lord realm. Since these people wanted to deal with him, Lu Ming was not afraid and directly issued a challenge. He could use the pressure of these people to stimulate his potential and allow him to break through faster. Moreover, taking the initiative to issue a challenge would allow him to take the initiative, making the geniuses above the Divine Lord realm embarrassed to make a move. Otherwise, if those above the Divine Lord realm were to make a move, he would not be a match at all. Lu Ming's words caused an uproar. What guts, is he challenging all the Divine Lords? Does he think that just because he defeated Xiao Dao, he is invincible among the Divine Lords? He doesn't know that there is always someone better. Many of the top monsters have not made a move yet. That's right, some of the top monsters of the top 100 races have not made a move, not to mention the monsters of the top 10 races. The monsters of the top 10 races usually don't make a move. Even so, the other top monsters are more than enough to kill him. The dream space was in an uproar. Among the various races in the universe, there were young monsters who were deep in thought. Interesting, this Mu Yun, I'll go and meet him. On the home planet of the heavenly silkworm race, ranked 26th on the great desolate 10,000 races list, a white-haired, white-browed youth in a white robe chuckled. He looked at the portrait of Mu Yun in the dream space with great interest. Ling Yue is my woman, no one can take her away. This kid dares to blaspheme my woman, he deserves to be killed. Among the top 100 races, a terrifying genius's cold voice rang out, his killing intent as cold as a blade. Let's go and take a look. It's been a long time since I exercised. Before I break through to the Divine Lord realm, I can exercise and kill a top monster to pave the way for my invincible path. One by one, the top monsters of the powerful races walked out and headed towards the Iron Sea Star field. However, Lu Ming issued another sentence in the dream space. We will fight again in 3 years. After saying this, Lu Ming left his residence and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Yes, Lu Ming had no intention of fighting now. If he were to fight now, he had no confidence at all. Through the illusory divine jade, Lu Ming learned that the broken saber was only slightly famous among the quasi-emperors of the great desolate universe in the Purple Sun province, not the strongest. As for him, when he was fighting with Xiao Dao, he had almost used his full strength. At most, there was still the battle art that hadn't been activated yet. However, the probability of activating it was only 1 in 10. If he were to encounter a quasi-emperor realm genius who was stronger than Xiao Dao and the others, he would definitely not be a match for them. Therefore, he planned to find a place to cultivate for a period of time and increase his foundation before fighting these people again. Therefore, it was set to be 3 years later. Nest. At the sight of Lu Ming's departure, the paragons could not help but curse. However, these people did not stop. Instead, they continued to head towards the Iron Sea Star region. This was because some people speculated that the elven princess Ling Yue was in the Iron Sea Star region. This was a rare opportunity. Normally, it wouldn't be that easy to meet the elven princess Ling Yue. For a time, the Iron Sea Star region became lively. One by one, the geniuses of the powerful races rushed over and appeared in this star sea. As for the 18 forces of the Iron Sea Star region, they all took action and used all their methods to befriend these geniuses. For a time, the geniuses of the Iron Sea Star region gathered. As for Lu Ming, he had already left the Iron Sea Star region. He arrived at a strange galaxy. This galaxy was known as the Gale Galaxy, because inside the entire galaxy was surrounded by a strange wind. This wind was scorching hot and filled with destructive power, so it was called the Gale Galaxy. The gale of the Gale Galaxy was incomparably terrifying. It could destroy planets and tear apart the void. The entire Gale Galaxy was dead silent. There were no forces here. Occasionally, people would come to train and explore the unique treasures of the Gale Galaxy, the Gale Stone. Of course, Lu Ming didn't come for the Gale Stone. He came here to use the Gale to stimulate his potential and achieve a breakthrough. Since being beaten up could achieve a breakthrough, then cultivating with the terrifying Gale should also be able to stimulate one's potential. Were they all abused? Lu Ming thought helplessly. In the next moment, Lu Ming rushed in. Hoo 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 hoo, the gale swept through Lu Ming's body like countless sharp blades, cutting Lu Ming's body. At the same time, the temperature was shockingly high, wanting to burn Lu Ming. However, this gale that could destroy divine weapons didn't leave a trace on Lu Ming's body. The power is far from enough. I have to go deeper. Lu Ming pondered. The Gale Galaxy had a core. In the core area, the power of the gale would be even stronger. Lu Ming flew in the direction where the gale was stronger. The stronger it was, the closer it was to the core. Slowly, the power of the gale became stronger and stronger. Here, even if a 7th or 8th layer Divine Lord entered, it would be very dangerous and would be swept away and killed by the gale. However, it still didn't cause any harm to Lu Ming. It didn't even break the surface of his skin. Lu Ming didn't even take the initiative to defend, just relying on the defense of his body. He could only continue moving forward. The area of a galaxy was very vast. Lu Ming increased his speed, and the distance of hundreds of millions of miles was crossed in the blink of an eye. There's actually a planet. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. In the starry sky he saw a planet, but this planet was very small. It was hundreds of millions of times smaller than an ordinary planet. It can actually be preserved in the gale. It's really rare. The material must be extraordinary. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming's heart stirred and flew toward the planet. Although it was called a planet, it was very small in size, similar to a meteorite. Endless gale swept across the planet, making clanging sounds. On the planet there was naturally no grass, no living creatures and no mission plants. Lu Ming landed on the planet and carefully sensed it. It's all made of metal ores. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This planet was completely made of metal ores, and it was incomparably hard. It was no wonder it could be preserved in such a cruel environment. I'll eat. Chiu flew out, opened its mouth and began to chew on the planet. With a crunch, a large piece was bitten off. Chiu's speed was very fast, and it soon bit open a huge passage that led to the planet's core. The closer it was to the core, the harder it was, and the more metal it contained. Lu Ming couldn't identify what metal it was, but he could feel that this metal was no small matter. At the very least, it could be used to refine a monarch-grade divine artifact. Chiu ate faster and faster. Suddenly, there was a crack and a dark passage appeared in front of him. There was actually a passage under this planet. Lu Ming was shocked. Who is it? A cold shout was heard. Then, with a flash, several figures appeared. Chapter 3789. Several figures suddenly appeared in the passage. There were 3 of them, 3 middle-aged men. Each of them was wearing metal armor and wielding a metal spear. Their eyes were cold as they looked at Lu Ming and Chiu. At this time, Chiu was gnawing on the metal ore. After a few bites, a large hole appeared. The 3 middle-aged men's expressions changed, and then they revealed a scorching light. What a powerful metal life form. It eats metal like tofu. This is definitely a high-level metal life form. The 3 middle-aged men's eyes were incomparably bright as they stared at Chiu. They wished they could take Chiu for themselves. After looking at Chiu for a while, their gazes landed on Lu Ming. 6th-level Divine Lord? The 3 middle-aged men were startled. For a 6th-level Divine Lord to be able to reach here, he should have a treasure that can defend against the gale. Kid, we've taken a liking to your metal life form. Leave it behind and scram. The middle-aged man in the middle berated Lu Ming. He had a scar on his face that made him look sinister and terrifying. You've taken a liking to Chiu? Lu Ming was speechless. However, he had already discovered that these 3 middle-aged men were all quasi-emperors. Lu Ming didn't place ordinary quasi-emperors in his eyes. If they were monstrous geniuses, it was impossible for them to still be quasi-emperors at this age. Chiu, let's go. Lu Ming called out to Chiu. It was naturally impossible for him to give Chiu to them. But Lu Ming didn't want to cause trouble. After all, he had come to the Gale Star River to cultivate. Furthermore, from the looks of it, they should be mining this metal here. Perhaps there were even stronger people. If a powerful Divine Lord appeared, it would be troublesome. So Lu Ming planned to leave. I want to eat. This place is delicious. Chiu was unwilling and continued to gnaw. As for the 3 middle-aged men, they revealed sinister expressions. The middle-aged man said, Kid, I told you to hand over the metal life form. Didn't you hear me? It seems you don't want to live anymore. Chiu will find other metals for you to eat later. Let's go first. Lu Ming continued to ignore him and walked towards Chiu, intending to take him away. The killing intent of the 3 middle-aged men exploded. Brat, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The man on the left roared, his killing intent surging like a tide. His tall and sturdy body moved and his armor clanged. The metal spear in his hand whistled through the air as it pierced towards Lu Ming. Its power was astonishing. However, no matter how powerful it was only at the quasi-emperor level. Clang. Lu Ming turned around and punched the long spear, causing the other party's long spear to vibrate. The middle-aged burly man's figure could not help but retreat continuously. What? The other two were shocked. Lu Ming had actually repelled the middle-aged man's attack with a single punch. For a 6th-level divine lord to be able to push back a quasi-emperor, even though the middle-aged man did not use his full strength earlier, it was still no small matter. I was already merciful just now. If you continue to act recklessly, don't blame me for being merciless. Lu Ming said with a cold face. Brat, you're courting death. Big brother, second brother, attack together and kill this person. The man who was pushed back was enraged. Attack. The remaining 2 middle-aged men were very decisive and attacked at the same time. Their spears pierced through the air and shot towards Lu Ming, aiming for his heart and head respectively. The man who was pushed back also attacked, stabbing towards Lu Ming's throat. This time, the 3 middle-aged men used their full strength. You're courting death. Lu Ming's face turned completely cold, his eyes bursting with killing intent. He had already endured and yielded time and time again, but these people wanted a yard after taking an inch. Not only did they want to take Qiu away, they also wanted to kill him. Thus he could only kill them. Buzz. A spear light appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This was a spear light condensed from a secret spear technique. It was incomparably sharp and comparable to a true divine spear. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Ming's spear trembled, and 3 spear lights burst out, stabbing towards the 3 middle-aged men. Buff, buff, buff. Blood splattered everywhere as the 3 spear lights accurately pierced the glabella of the 3 middle-aged men. The 3 middle-aged men's eyes widened in disbelief. The 3 quasi-emperors attacked together with great coordination and were about to kill Lu Ming. They did not expect Lu Ming to attack at such an astonishing speed and kill them in one fell swoop. What was going on? How was this possible? They fell limply to the ground, no longer breathing. Their souls had been destroyed by Lu Ming just now. You're courting death. Just then, a tyrannical roar came from the depths of the passage. Then a huge aura rushed over in a frenzy. Divine Emperor. Lu Ming's expression changed. This aura was the aura of a divine emperor. Sure enough, the 3 middle-aged men were not the only ones mining here. There were even stronger people. Qiu, let's go. Lu Ming rolled up Qiu with his divine power and quickly retreated. He did not know how many experts there were. If there were only 1 or 2 ordinary first-layer divine emperors, he would not be afraid. However, if there were stronger experts, he would be in trouble. As Lu Ming retreated, the tyrannical aura in front of him rolled over at an extremely fast speed. However, Lu Ming was faster. After a few flashes, he left the passage and came to the surface of the planet. Boom. As soon as Lu Ming came to the surface of the planet, a terrible whistling sound came from behind him. A powerful force attacked Lu Ming. An expert, a divine emperor expert. Obviously, someone had appeared behind Lu Ming to kill him. The speed was so fast that Lu Ming did not even have time to activate the battle formula. Without thinking, he threw a punch behind him. Boom. There was a loud bang and a violent force swept in all directions. Lu Ming trembled violently and his body flew out horizontally. He only came to a stop after flying a few thousand meters away. At this moment, Lu Ming finally saw the appearance of the person who attacked him. It was a middle-aged man, tall and sturdy, wearing a golden armor. He had red hair and a tyrannical chi. He was a cultivator of the first-layer divine emperor layer. When the red-haired man saw that Lu Ming had survived his attack, he was astonished. A cultivator of the 6th-layer divine emperor layer had survived his attack. He had never seen someone like that before. Swish, swish, swish. A silhouette flickered and appeared in the passage Qiu had just left. It was an old man, also wearing a golden armor. He looked fierce and ferocious like a pile of iron lumps. It was the same person who had chased after Lu Ming. He was also a cultivator of the 1st-layer divine emperor layer. 2 cultivators of the 1st-layer divine emperor layer surrounded Lu Ming. Swish, swish, swish. Over 100 silhouettes appeared in different directions. All of them were wearing metal battle suits. There were middle-aged men and old men. The weakest among them was a 9th-layer divine emperor layer. Most of them were quasi-emperors. Chapter 3790. Brat, to dare kill our people, courting death. That old man who chased out from behind had a cold glint in his eyes. It was your people who wanted to kill me first. Could it be that I can't retaliate? Lu Ming said coolly. If the other party only had these people, he had no fear in the slightest. Rubbish, those who killed our people will die. How can there be so many reasons? Kill. The iron-like old man was incomparably tyrannical. Taking a step forward, the ground he stepped on rumbled, a palm slamming down toward Lu Ming. Humph, really think that I'm afraid of you all? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, having killing intent aroused. Battle character art's 5x combat power was already triggered, a punch rumbling out. Bang. Fist and palm intersected, erupting with a horrifying shock. Following that, two figures retreated at the same time. What? Everyone present opened their eyes wide, revealing looks of disbelief. Lu Ming actually blocked the old man's move. Furthermore, he even repelled the other party. How was this possible? While the iron-like old man's heart was in upheaval, almost muddle-headed. Originally, he thought that a 6th-level Divine Lord existence was just a 6th-level Divine Lord existence, an existence that he could slap into ashes with one slap. He did not expect that Lu Ming was actually unbelievably powerful. The power that Lu Ming erupted with in that move earlier was completely not weaker than his. This kind of power appearing on a 6th-level Divine Lord person was simply akin to a fantasy story. This person is a monster. Let's attack together and end the battle quickly, exterminate this person. That red-haired burly man yelled loudly, a fiery red spear appearing in his hand. Taking a step forward, his aura berserk, pressing toward Lu Ming. As for the other 100 quasi-emperors and 9th-level Divine Lords, their figures also flickered, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle, preparing to attack together and exterminate Lu Ming. Kill. Kill. Two Divine Emperor realm powerhouses shouted loudly, attacking at the same time. Spears pierced through the air, palm prints traversed the void, rushing toward Lu Ming from two different directions. Two Divine Emperors joining hands to deal with a 6th-level Divine Lord Jr. If this spread out, it would make others laugh their heads off. But they did not care at this moment. When adventuring in the wild, there was an unspoken rule. That was, once they encountered a terrifying monster, and they had already offended that monster, they had to kill that monster at all costs to silence him. That was because such monstrous geniuses usually came from powerful forces and came out to train. Once one offended the other party and did not kill the other party, one would have to wait for the other party's revenge. Therefore, this was the rule of the primitive universe. Since they had already offended Lu Ming, they had to do their best to kill Lu Ming. To be able to raise such a heaven-defying monster like Lu Ming, the power behind that person must be extremely shocking. They didn't dare to let Lu Ming leave alive. Come on. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit. The 60 trillion cells in his body trembled, and the forbidden power spread throughout his body. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming's fists seemed to have turned into two planets as they smashed towards two different directions, colliding with the attacks of the two God Kings. A terrifying chi swept across the air, and huge craters appeared on the ground. One had to know that the ground there was always a strong wind blowing all year round. Only a few pieces of metal were left, and they were extremely hard. It was very difficult to mine them. Being able to create craters in the ground showed how terrifying his strength was. The two God Kings couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body swayed a few times and then he stopped. This little boy, the two God Kings were deeply astonished and their murderous intent became even stronger. They didn't hesitate and continued attacking Lu Ming, using their most powerful skills. No matter what, they had to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming wasn't afraid. He shook his arms like a rock and started fighting against the two God Kings. Those two God Kings were the most ordinary cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. They were the weakest godly emperors, so Lu Ming didn't rush to use his gravity pearls. He just relied on his own strength to fight against them. Even though Lu Ming was at a disadvantage against the two God Kings, it wouldn't be easy for them to defeat him. They exchanged a few dozen moves, but they couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. "You guys set up a battle formation and attack together," shouted the red-haired big man. He called for the others to join hands to kill Lu Ming. Over 100 strong cultivators immediately set up a battle formation and condensed a dazzling spear, which then shot towards Lu Ming. The battle formation of so many strong cultivators was extremely powerful. The spear they condensed was even more powerful than the red-haired big man and the old man. Lu Ming was fearless. He threw a punch at the long spear and was sent flying by the powerful force of the long spear. The elder from the Iron Tower immediately seized the opportunity and struck Lu Ming's chest with his palm. That punch could easily destroy a planet, but when it landed on Lu Ming's body, it didn't destroy Lu Ming. It only made Lu Ming's chest cave in and a few of his bones were broken. "He's injured, let's take him down in one go." the old man roared. His murderous intent surged as he charged toward Lu Ming with all his might. The palm force was like a toppling mountain and overturning sea. Xiaoqin used every bit of strength in his body. Lu Ming was too terrifying. Not only was he astonishingly strong, but his vitality and defense were monstrously strong as well. He hadn't died even after taking a direct hit from the old man. Come. Lu Ming's battle intent was even stronger. He activated the forbidden area and his injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. Bzzz. This time he began to activate the gravity pearls. The 2 gravity pearls flew up into the sky, and a terrifying gravitational force came crashing down, enveloping everyone within. Immediately, screams of agony could be heard. The power of the gravity pearls was terrifying. Even divine emperors would be greatly affected. They had to circulate their divine power to resist it, let alone divine lords. Those 9th-layer divine lords couldn't resist the gravitational force of the gravity pearls. They screamed as they were pressed down by the gravitational force. Their bodies crashed heavily onto the ground and were crushed into meat paste. They died on the spot. Those quasi-emperors weren't any better. They couldn't stabilize their bodies and crashed onto the ground. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and many of their bones were broken. Then the spatial crack engulfed these people. They were turned into ashes by the strong wind. Of the hundreds of quasi-emperors and 9th-layer divine lords, only 5 were left. These 5 were considered strong among the quasi-emperors. They barely managed to survive, but they were severely injured. Not good. The old man and the red-haired man's faces changed drastically. Even they were greatly affected by it. Now you're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His body was like lightning as he charged towards the old man. He punched out hundreds of times in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of punches blasted towards the old man. The old man roared and tried his best to resist. However, he had consumed a lot of divine power while resisting the gravitational force. He couldn't stop Lu Ming anymore. Chapter 3791. The old man used all his strength, but he couldn't stop Lu Ming's attacks. He only managed to block a few dozen of Lu Ming's punches. The rest of the punches landed on his body, face and head. Boom. Even if the old man was a real lump of iron, he could not withstand Lu Ming's attack. He was like a balloon. With a bang he exploded and his body and soul perished. A godly emperor had been killed by Lu Ming. It was normal. The combat power of the Xiang province was enough to kill a bottom-level divine emperor. Lu Ming's current combat power was already above that of the Xiang province. It was normal for him to suddenly activate the gravity pearl and kill the metallic old man. The red-haired man was so scared that his pupils shrank, and he quickly retreated. However, Lu Ming wouldn't let him go so easily. He chased after him. Watch out. Left side. At that moment, Gu Mo's voice resonated in Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming didn't even think and threw a punch to the left. Boom. Lu Ming sensed that a spear had collided with his fist. Then a terrifying strength moved towards Lu Ming. Gotcha. Lu Ming's fist was pierced through. His bones were broken and he was pushed back. However, the sharp force was still charging toward Lu Ming. It was terrifyingly fast and powerful. It was way more powerful than the red-haired burly man and the old man with the lump of metal. At that moment, Lu Ming saw the enemy's face. It was an old man with white hair and a sharp face. His eyes were filled with murder. Second godly emperor layer. His chi was definitely that of the second godly emperor layer. As expected, the enemy was stronger than him. Lu Ming couldn't compete with such a strong cultivator. However, Lu Ming still had some trump cards. Qiuqiu. With a thought, Lu Ming caused Qiuqiu to squirm and transform into a suit of armor that covered Lu Ming's entire body. At the same time, Qiuqiu transformed into a sword in Lu Ming's hand. Clang. Lu Ming exerted all his strength and slashed at the opponent's spear. Boom. With a deafening boom, Lu Ming's figure retreated explosively. However, this time he managed to block the other party's attack, causing the other party's figure to stop. Qiuqiu was already on the verge of breaking through to the godly emperor realm. He was very strong and could kill godly emperors on his own. With Lu Ming's help, his battle prowess skyrocketed. What a powerful metallic life form. The all-faced elder stared fervently at Lu Ming and Qiuqiu, who was on his body, with a look of greed. With this metallic life form, our Iron Chain pirates will be like a tiger that has grown wings when it comes to excavating metallic materials. Ah. The all-faced old man laughed loudly. So you're from the interstellar pirates. Lu Ming's heart shook. He smiled coldly and said, Old man, do you really think you can defeat me? Little boy, I know you're a genius from a powerful group. You have incredible battle prowess, but we're not afraid. We have so many people, do you think we can't kill you? The all-faced old man smiled coldly. Unknowingly, more people appeared around them. Some of them were quasi-emperors and godly emperors of the 9th layer, but they didn't dare get close. They stood far away from the gravity pearl. However, there were 5 people around Lu Ming, including the red-haired big man. The red-haired big man, the all-faced old man, and the other 3 people were all godly emperors. However, Lu Ming sensed that they were all at the 1st layer of the godly emperor realm. Only the all-faced old man was at the 2nd layer of the godly emperor realm. 1 at the 2nd layer of the godly emperor realm and 4 at the 1st layer of the godly emperor realm. Indeed, it was more than enough to kill Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming looked calm and said, "Do you have more people? Come out together, otherwise you won't be able to kill me." Shameless boasting. The all-faced old man didn't waste any more time. His silhouette flickered and he raised his spear, aiming it at Lu Ming's forehead. The other 4 divine emperors also charged toward Lu Ming, unleashing their killer moves. Come. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he communicated with Qiu Qiu. Then Qiu Qiu's body also changed. The sword in his hand quickly turned into a silver spear. That spear looked exactly like the silver spear he had obtained in the capital of Tianyu Divine Country. After Qiu Qiu refined it, he could turn it into a silver spear. That silver spear was no small matter. Back then, many godly emperors had fought over it. After Qiu Qiu refined it, Lu Ming hadn't tested the power of Qiu Qiu's spear. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lu Ming's arm shook and 5 beams of spear gleams burst forth. The 5 spear lights were silvery white and looked like moonlight. One of the spear lights was the strongest and it moved towards the all-faced old man. The other 4 spear lights were a bit weaker and they moved towards the other 4 godly emperors. Dong. Bearing the brunt of the attack, the strongest moonlight spear glow collided with the spear of the old man, resulting in a shocking explosion. From afar, it looked like a moon had exploded, and the entire sky was filled with pure white moonlight. In the moonlight, a silhouette was pushed back a dozen steps. It was the all-faced old man. A cultivator of the 2nd godly emperor layer had been pushed back. At the same time, Lu Ming was also pushed back. A moment later, the 4 weaker spear lights collided with the 4 godly emperors of the 1st godly emperor layer. The 4 godly emperors coughed up blood and were pushed back. How powerful! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The moonlight didn't come from him, it was the silver spear's own strength. After Qiu Qiu had refined it, it had been released naturally. With Lu Ming's strength, he had pushed the all-faced old man back and injured the 4 godly emperors of the 1st godly emperor layer. Lu Ming hadn't expected that. Die! Shouted Lu Ming extremely loudly. This time he didn't attack the all-faced old man, he attacked the 4 godly emperors of the 1st godly emperor layer. This time he used all his strength to attack the 4 godly emperors of the 1st godly emperor layer. How dare you! Shouted the all-faced old man furiously. He threw himself at Lu Ming. But Lu Ming didn't care about his attacks. He wanted to take the all-faced old man's attacks head-on. The 4 moonlight lights were dazzling and extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the 4 godly emperors of the 1st godly emperor layer. The 4 godly emperors of the 1st godly emperor layer were oppressed by the gravity pearls. They wanted to dodge but they couldn't. Boom 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 boom. After 4 explosions, the 4 godly emperors were seriously injured. They coughed up blood and a hole appeared in their bodies. At the same time, the all-faced old man's attacks also landed on Lu Ming. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Qiu Qiu's armor was extremely strong. It kept resisting the all-faced old man's attacks. But in the end it was still broken, but its power was reduced by half. Slash. The remaining power also pierced through Lu Ming's body, creating a bloody hole that penetrated from the front to the back. Lu Ming's body was sent flying forward by the blast. Chapter 3792. Lu Ming's body was pierced by the spear and he was sent flying. However, because Qiu Qiu had blocked most of the attack, Lu Ming was able to block the attack in the end. He wasn't seriously injured. That attack could kill ordinary cultivators of the 1st godly emperor layer, but it didn't kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming made use of this force and dashed toward the 4 experts of the 1st god emperor realm at an even faster speed. Not good. Retreat. All of you retreat. The all-faced old man roared. The expressions of the other 4 also changed drastically. The 4 cultivators of the 1st godly emperor layer had been severely injured by Lu Ming's attack. Their chi was weak and they couldn't block Lu Ming's attack. They tried their best to retreat but they were too slow. Swish, 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 swish. The silver spear shook and 4 moonlight spear lights shot towards the 4 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer. This time, the 4 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer couldn't dodge the attack. Buff, 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 buff. The 4 cultivators of the first godly emperor layer were pierced through by the moonlight spear. Their souls were destroyed. For god emperors had fallen. Ah, little bastard, I'm going to make you beg for death. The all-faced old man roared madly, his eyes bloodshot. These 4 were his strongest subordinates. Including the God King from before, he had 5 God Kings. All of them were killed by Lu Ming. If he wanted to expand to such a scale in the future, he didn't know how much resources and effort it would take. His heart was dripping blood as he roared. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lu Ming into 1,000 pieces. The all-faced old man's divine power burned like flames. The spear in his hand was billions of miles long. It pierced through the void and stabbed towards Lu Ming. Even the strong winds in the void were shaken away. Wherever the spear passed, a calm void appeared. Come on. In Lu Ming's eyes, a strong fighting spirit appeared. His body, which had been pierced by the all-faced old man, had already recovered by more than half. It did not affect his strength at all. Lu Ming held the silver spear in his hand and charged towards the all-faced elder. The silver spear was suffused with strands of lightning, adding to the power of the silver spear. This was another of Qiuqiu's abilities. As his cultivation increased, so did its power. Clang. The silver spear and the long spear collided accurately. Rings of energy ripples burst out from the collision, sweeping across the starry sky and stirring up the surrounding strong winds. The silver spear and the long spear vibrated violently, and the 2 figures retreated at the same time. However, before they could retreat far, the 2 of them stepped into the void. The void was like flat ground, exploding from their stomps. The 2 of them borrowed the force of the explosion to charge at each other at an even more astonishing speed, continuing to fight. A silver spear and a metal long spear collided continuously. The 2 of them circulated their strength to the extreme. However, now that Lu Ming had gathered all his strength, and with the help of the gravity orb, his overall combat strength had vaguely surpassed that of the all-faced elder. The more the all-faced elder fought, the more afraid he became. Lu Ming's strength was too astonishing. Lu Ming and Qiuqiu's combat strength was actually on par with his, and even surpassed his. This was really unbelievable, but it was the truth. Clang. The 2 of them exchanged another blow. At this moment, Lu Ming's left hand suddenly slapped out. In this slap, Lu Ming released all the various secret techniques contained in his cells. There were vines, chains, ropes, ceiling towers and so on to trap the enemy. There were even more offensive techniques such as the roar of the 9-clawed dragon, the clashing of swords and sabers, all kinds of fire and hail and so on. Hundreds of secret techniques surged towards the all-faced elder at the same time. The all-faced elder was stunned and stunned. He had never seen or heard of anyone who could use hundreds of secret techniques in one move. What was going on? Naturally, he did not know that this was the effect of the taboo body. In fact, many people in the universe had heard of the taboo place, but there were very few who truly knew what was special about the taboo body and what was so heaven-defying about it. Only a few of the top bosses in the universe knew a little about it. Most people had only heard of the term, taboo body, but they did not know the effects of the taboo body at all. With the all-faced elder's status, it was naturally impossible for him to know. That was why he was so stunned. While he was stunned, he was shrouded by the dense array of secret techniques. Not good. At this moment, the all-faced elder finally reacted. His expression changed drastically and he unleashed all his strength. The spear swept across the army, and all kinds of secret techniques were destroyed. However, how could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? The silver spear pierced towards the all-faced elder's forehead with all his strength. The terrifying murderous aura caused the all-faced elder to have goosebumps all over his body. He felt a chill in his heart and he felt the threat of death. At this critical moment, the all-faced elder let out a strange cry, and his body turned into a strange bird. The strange bird's body was small, and it suddenly darted forward, avoiding the vital parts of his body, and the silver spear pierced his body. Blood splattered everywhere and feathers swirled in the air. The all-faced elder screamed, but he was not killed. He went all out and divine power burned all over his body. Like a javelin, he rushed forward and with a whoosh he flew a few thousand miles away. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He stepped into the void and chased after the all-faced elder. The all-faced elder was frightened out of his wits. He burned his divine power with all his might, not daring to stay any longer. He broke through the strong wind and flew toward the universe at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming could not catch up with him for a while. Run. Originally, there were many of the All-Faced Elder's subordinates in all directions, and they were all below the Divine Emperor level. At this moment, when they saw that 5 Divine Emperors had been killed, and even their leader, the All-Faced Elder, had been severely injured and was running for his life, they did not dare to stay. They all ran away frantically. Everybody dispersed in an uproar. Lu Ming didn't feel like paying attention to those small fries. He focused on chasing the All-Faced Elder. But the All-Faced Elder was really going all out. He flapped his wings and his speed was incredible. After all, he was a cultivator of the second godly emperor layer. Even though Lu Ming was relying on Qiu Qiu's silver spear, he wasn't any weaker than the All-Faced Elder. However, in terms of speed, Qiu Qiu couldn't help him much. He could only rely on his own speed to catch up with the All-Faced Elder. The distance between them was getting bigger and bigger. Forget it. After chasing for a while, Lu Ming realized he couldn't catch up, so he stopped. Eat. I want to eat. As soon as it stopped, Qiu Qiu cried out again. You're really greedy? Go and eat. Lu Ming smiled and returned to the metal planet. This time, nobody stopped him and Qiu Qiu ate to his heart's content. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was outside the planet. He made use of the strong winds to train himself, stimulate his potential, and focus on cultivation.